Chapter 32-35. I understand now. You are planning to be completely shameless. Elder Hua sneered. Elder Hai raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "What does this have to do with you? Do you have nothing better to do? Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo are disciples of my demon palace. It is natural for me to help them. Is there a problem with that?" Elder Hua said angrily. Fine, do as you wish. But tell me, what can you do now? Elder Hai laughed. Not only did he make Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo hesitate, but he also made this old bastard a checkmate. It was killing two birds with one stone. Elder Hua's face was gloomy. If he didn't care about Jian Huang's life, he would definitely make a move. But now, Jian Huang was in front of Elder Hai. If he made a move, Elder Hai could kill Jian Huang at the same time. Feiyang, little madman, don't worry about me. You know that death isn't scary to me. What I am afraid of is implicating the people around me. I don't want to be a burden to you. Jian Huang said without any fear of death on his face. How can we not care about you? Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo muttered. One of their goals in coming to the Sky Cloud realm was to rescue the four of them. If Jian Huang really died in front of them, not only would they feel guilty for the rest of their lives, they would also be too ashamed to see Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang. Death isn't scary? Jiang Feiqian sneered. He raised his sword and cut off a few more pieces of flesh from Jian Huang's arm. However, Jian Huang's expression didn't change. His body that was riddled with scars still stood tall and straight. Young man, although your talent is better than mine, you will never be able to compare to what I have experienced in my life. In my opinion, death isn't scary at all. What's scary is dying without dignity. Hearing Jian Huang's words, Jiang Feiqian couldn't help but clench his fists. He thought of Jiang Feiyu's death. At that time, he said the same thing to Jiang Feiyu. But what about Jiang Feiyu? He knelt in front of a madman without dignity. Therefore, in his opinion, Jian Huang's words were mocking him in disguise. You want dignity? Haha, this is simply wishful thinking. Jiang Feiqian sneered, and the dagger in his hand went straight for Jian Huang's ankles, cutting off the tendons of Jian Huang's legs. If he had only lost his cultivation, even if his tendons were severed, the Sword Emperor could still rely on his spirit to stand in the void or on the ground. This was because the power of the spirit was able to support his body. However, at this moment, his divine soul was also sealed by the bracelet made from the soul-sealing magic stone. He was now equivalent to an ordinary person. With his hamstring snapped, his legs went soft and he fell to his knees. You want to humiliate me in public? Dream on. The Sword Emperor roared hysterically. His bent knees were forcefully stopped by his strong willpower. Kneel. Jiang Feiqian also roared. The fact that he could still stand and not kneel made the anger in his heart even more intense. With another slash, he cut off both of the Sword Emperor's legs. The Sword Emperor fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his wounds. Aren't you still lying on the ground now? Jiang Feiqian smiled sinisterly. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the dagger in his hand. At this moment, he looked particularly ferocious. You can make my body submit, but you will never be able to make my spirit submit. Therefore, you are still a loser. Jian Huang raised his head with great effort and looked at Jiang Feiqian proudly. Let's see how long you can be stubborn. Jiang Feiqian was completely enraged. With a ferocious expression, he pounced forward and crazily slashed Jian Huang's body with his dagger. But from the beginning to the end, Jian Huang had a contemptuous look on his face. Although his body was being crazily tortured, he did not even frown. Even the powerhouses of the various forces could not help but admire such a temperament and perseverance. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo were all extraordinary people. Although their strength was not that great, their fearlessness in the face of death and their defense of their dignity were awe-inspiring. Enough, enough. This daddy will fight with you. Not only will we decide the victor, but we will also decide life and death. Madman roared. His black hair was instantly dyed red with blood and his body emitted a monstrous aura. Little madman, do you really want me to die with everlasting regret? Jian Huang roared. We understand you, but you also understand us. Whether it is me or old Qin, we will not abandon our companions and live alone. We have not reached the end of the road yet. We should all work harder. Madman said. Jian Huang fell silent. That's right. Weren't these two brats just like that? They were cruel and cold-blooded to their enemies, but they were nicer to the people around them than to themselves. It was precisely because of this character that so many people followed them wholeheartedly. There would never be any betrayal with them. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, and then he raised his head to look at Elder Hai and said in a low voice, We can fight Jiang Feitian, but you must promise that you'll release the Sword Emperor if any one of us wins. What if I don't agree? Old Hai sneered. If I don't agree, Qin Feiyang muttered and suddenly roared, then today, we will fight to the death here. Boom! The slaughter domain immediately opened and the blood-red longsword emitted a world-destroying sharpness. Qin Feiyang pointed his sword at the Blood Hall's people and said with a sinister smile, If you don't agree, I guarantee that none of your Blood Hall's core disciples, including you and the head deacon, will leave the heavenly clouds sea alive today. Hearing this, everyone present was greatly shaken. Even Old Hai and the Grand Deacon couldn't help but feel scared. The Blood Hall was the ruler of the Western continent. As for Old Hai and the Grand Deacon, they were the number 2 and number 3 figures in the Blood Hall. However, even with this being the case, Qin Feiyang still dared to say those words. His courage, his domineeringness made even them, the big shots, feel ashamed of their inferiority. Most importantly, no one doubted Qin Feiyang's words. Old Hai's eyes were gloomy as he suppressed the fear in his heart and nodded. Okay, I agree. But in advance, you can't open your battle soul, slaughter domain, or 3,000 incarnations. Battle soul? What does that mean? You actually said that you can't open your battle soul? Don't tell me that their fighting souls are their strongest moves. The people from the various forces were all surprised. Qin Feiyang and Mad Scientist looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Okay, but during this period, the Sword Emperor can't stay in your hands because we don't trust you. Then what do you want? Old Hai sneered. Give the Sword Emperor to Uncle Rabbit. Here, I trust it. Qin Feiyang glanced around and finally locked his eyes on the little rabbit. Old Hai glanced at the little rabbit and frowned slightly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the little rabbit had a close relationship with Qin Feiyang and Mad Scientist. What if it directly handed the sword to Qin Feiyang and Mad Scientist? What? You don't trust Uncle Rabbit's character? The little rabbit looked at Old Hai's expression and a trace of displeasure crept onto its face. Old Hai's eyes flickered. Okay, we're here too. We promise to be fair and just. The big shot from Heavenly Temple said. Yes, Uncle Rabbit's character is trustworthy. If you continue to act like this and anger Uncle Rabbit, the consequences will be more serious than now. The big shot from Heavenly Temple warned. Old Hai let out a long breath and waved his old hand. The Sword Emperor, covered in blood, immediately flew to Sky Cloud Island. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and a divine life pill with 7 dragon-shaped core chi flew to Sky Cloud Island. Uncle Rabbit, I'll have to trouble you. The little rabbit looked at him indifferently and waved its paw. The Sword Emperor slowly landed on the ground in front of it and then the divine life pill fell into its mouth. Its injuries immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It really is a pill with 7 dragon-shaped core chi, the rumors are true. Someone muttered. Qin Feiyang, little lunatic, now you can fight without any worries. However, you must be careful. Since Old Hai dares to bet on Jiang Feitian, this person's strength must not be simple. Elder was secretly warned. Okay. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang glanced at Jiang Feitian and then at Mad Scientist. Senior brother, let me do it. Aren't you courting death? Mad Scientist glared at him. The slaughter domain, the 3,000 clones, and the battle's soul were all restricted. With Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he was no match for Zhang Feitian. Qin Feiyang wanted to tell mad scientist the truth that he had comprehended the fifth profound of the law of causality. However, before he could say it, mad scientist threw the white phoenix divine sword and the interspatial ring to Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll go first. Believe me, this might be a chance for me. If I can't handle it, you can go first." Chance? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the white phoenix divine sword in his hand and frowned. "Since you're going first, why are you giving me this divine artifact? I don't need it." "Of course I'm giving it to you." Mad scientist pouted. Qin Feiyang did not understand what he said at all. "No need to argue. Both of you go together." Zhang Feitian suddenly looked at the two with contempt and sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and then looked at mad scientist suspiciously. What did he mean? You'll understand later. Mad scientist took a step forward and landed in the sky above the sea. He turned to look at Zhang Feitian and laughed. "Come. A mere half-step dominator actually wants to fight one-on-one with me. You didn't even bring a supreme-grade divine artifact. I admire your courage." Zhang Feitian looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, he leaped and landed in front of mad scientist. "You don't have a supreme-grade divine artifact now." "Of course, I won't use a supreme-grade divine artifact. Otherwise, people will say I'm bullying you." Mad scientist grinned. "Bullying me? Who's bullying who? You'd better wake up." Zhang Feitian roared and released his aura. As soon as the aura of a small stage dominator appeared, the surrounding space began to collapse and shatter. Under this aura, mad scientist swayed like a leaf in the wind. It was difficult for him to even stand firm. Chapter 32-36. Qin Feiyang, you shouldn't have let him go alone. Elder Hua brought Qin Feiyang back to the island and looked at Madman from afar. His face was filled with worry. This is his own choice. I believe in him. Qin Feiyang smiled. But the gap between them is too big. Elder Hua frowned. This was a battle without any suspense. If it was just a spar, there would be no need to worry. But one had to know that this was a battle of life and death. Once he lost, he would lose his life. Not to mention that Madman was already a disciple of the Devil Palace. Even if he wasn't, it would still be a pity. Give him some confidence. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Although he said that, he was actually more worried than anyone else. Boom! On the battlefield. Zhang Feitian's aura suddenly transformed into an invisible dragon that charged toward Madman. Pooh! Before he even made a move, Madman was sent flying by the roaring aura, blood spurting out. This is your ability? I really feel that my brother's death wasn't worth it. He actually died in the hands of trash like you. Zhang Feitian was so angry that he laughed. His divine aura surged out and enveloped Madman. The aura of a small stage dominator could completely imprison a half-step dominator. If it was someone else, Zhang Feitian's aura would be enough to kill them. But how could Madman be the same? Of course not. He had opened all the doors of potential below the dominator realm. Perhaps even a peak dominator would find it difficult to imprison him with their aura. However, Madman stood motionless in the void, as if he was really imprisoned by the aura. Feiyu, this brother will take revenge for you. He will soon go down to accompany you. Once he dies, this brother will kill Qin Feiyang and let them all die with you. Zhang Feitian muttered. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he roared, "Die, you bastard!" It's over just like that? Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. This was too fast. However, just as Zhang Feitian arrived in front of the madman and threw a punch at his head, the madman suddenly grinned and tilted his body slightly to dodge Zhang Feitian's punch. Then, he raised his arm and punched Zhang Feitian's lower abdomen. On his fist, the laws of thunder roared, emitting a terrifying aura. What? Jiang Feitian was shocked. He wasn't imprisoned? Not good. I was tricked. Jiang Feitian, be careful. Although he's only a half-step sovereign, he has the support of the power of laws. If his fist hits your lower abdomen, your sea of qi will definitely shatter. Someone from the Blood Palace shouted. Jiang Feitian's cultivation was stronger than Madman's, but as long as his qi sea was shattered, it would be useless no matter how strong he was. Jiang Feitian quivered and glanced at the madman's fist. He twisted his body in the air and the madman's fist brushed past Jiang Feitian's waist. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Feitian was not someone Zhang Feiyu could compare to. At the very least, in terms of reaction time and battle awareness, he was much better than Zhang Feiyu. However, the madman's battle awareness was not bad either. It could even be said that in the current generation, apart from Qin Feiyang, no one could be compared to him. This was because they had walked on the edge of life and death. Whether it was battle experience or battle awareness, they were far from what Jiang Feitian and the others could compare to. Just as his fist missed, his tightly clenched fist suddenly loosened. The laws of thunder turned into a sharp blade and slashed at Jiang Feitian's legs. With a loud crack, Jiang Feitian's legs broke on the spot, and blood gushed out. The intense pain caused Jiang Feitian's face to turn pale. You broke the Sword Emperor's legs, so I'll break yours. Do you have a problem with that? The madman stepped back and looked at Jiang Feitian's twisted face with a cold smile. Little madman, the Sword Emperor had recovered a lot. Looking at the madman on the battlefield, a warm current flowed in his heart. At the same time, he was very surprised. He did not expect the little madman's strength to have become so strong. Looking at Jiang Feitian. Although he had lost his legs, his cultivation was still there, so it did not affect him much. At this moment, he was floating in the air. The pride on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression. Although it did not affect him much, this humiliation was unbearable. A dignified lesser stage sovereign had not only been schemed against in the first round, but his legs had also been cut off. It was simply too humiliating. Elder Hai's expression was also very ugly. Everyone could see that he was full of confidence in Jiang Feitian. However, his legs had been cut off by the madman at the beginning. This was simply a slap to his own face. Jiang Feitian, if you can't beat him, go down and accompany your brother. Elder Hai, who was angry out of humiliation, secretly transmitted his voice. Jiang Feitian's eyes trembled when he heard this. He stared at the madman with a sinister expression. He took out a few divine life pills and threw them into his mouth. Then, a surge of law power surged out like a volcanic eruption. This was the laws of sword. Fifth profound, raging dragon. He roared, and thousands of sword qi turned into a huge dragon that carried monstrous killing intent as it pounced at the madman. Sudden lightning. The madman pointed a finger at the sky, and a pool of lightning appeared. Lightning fell like lightning. Following a loud explosion, the hair-like lightning energy shattered on the spot. The difference in cultivation was too big. Even if they were both fifth profound, the difference of two small realms made the madman unable to fight back. The huge dragon formed by sword qi shattered the sky and continued to attack the madman. It was like a real sword dragon with its mouth wide open. It was extremely terrifying. Senior brother. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and his heart was in his throat. However, the madman still had no fear. Boom! Blood-red light appeared. Blood demon art. However, after activating the blood demon art, the madman immediately frowned. It was as Elder Hua had said. This kind of divine art that increased cultivation was useless in the sovereign realm. However, if the blood demon art was useless, there was still the blood demon domain. He waved his hand, and a huge blood-red domain enveloped Jiang Feitian. However, Jiang Feitian's cultivation did not show any signs of dropping. The madman was dazed. Even the blood demon domain was useless? Elder Hua shouted, "Little madman, these are useless unless you fuse with the power of law and turn it into a heaven-defying divine art." "It's all gone," the madman murmured. He suddenly smiled and looked at Zhang Feiqian. "This is not bad. I can finally enter the Great Despair." "What did he say? Not bad? Is he having a fever?" Everyone was stunned. Why did he look so happy when encountering such a thing? This person must have been scared silly, right? Zhang Feiqian was also stunned, but then he sneered, "You want to enter the Great Despair? I'll fulfill your wish." Roar. The giant dragon formed from sword energy let out a roar and charged at the madman with its mouth wide open. The law of death. What is the last step of the profound meaning? The madman turned a blind eye and slowly closed his eyes as the power of law around him surged. The law of lightning, law of death, law of slaughter, law of war, law of light, law of darkness. The power of the 6 great laws appeared at the same time, drowning out the sky. What? He actually grasped the law of darkness. 6 types of laws. He already has the qualifications to step into the perfection stage sovereign realm. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the 6 different types of laws, the various factions were shocked. They originally thought that this kid only grasped 5 types of laws, but they never expected that he actually grasped 6 types. No wonder he didn't even put a monster like Zhang Feiyu in his eyes. This was because he was much stronger than Zhang Feiyu. In his eyes, Zhang Feiyu's flaunting was just a clown's trick. "Old Qi, what's going on? Is there such a coincidence in this world?" At the same time, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's disciples, the Deputy Alliance leader, the Hall of Famers, and the Grand Elder's eyes trembled slightly. These 6 types of laws were exactly the same as Mo Wuhui's. This must be a coincidence. The Hall of Famers shook his head. He didn't believe that the madman was Mo Wuhui. In the blink of an eye, after the madman's 6 types of laws appeared, he began to evolve other types of law profound. The law of lightning's 5 types of profound. The law of slaughter's 4 types of profound. The law of light and the law of war's 3 types of profound. The law of darkness's 2 types of profound. Although the law of darkness was comprehended earlier than the law of light, no one in the Black Tortoise world had grasped the law of darkness yet. Hence, the madman had to study it himself, so his progress was slower than the law of light. Boom! The moment these law profound appeared, they blasted towards the giant dragon formed by the sword Qi. However, without exception, all of them were like moths flying into a flame, never to return. Clang! Suddenly, a giant black hand tore through the sky and reached out from the void. The aura of death instantly enveloped the surroundings. Looking at the giant black hand, everyone felt as though it was the hand of the Grim Reaper. Even from afar, they could feel a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. This is the first profound of the law of death, the hand of the Grim Reaper. The Deputy Alliance leader spoke. As the only person present who grasped the law of death, he naturally had the most right to speak. Hand of the Grim Reaper? The first profound? Although the law of death is one of the strongest laws, a mere first profound can block Zhang Feiqian's 5th profound? Isn't this a little too whimsical? Someone frowned. The strongest laws could only be invincible within the same profound. How big was the difference between the first profound and the opponent's 5th profound? What was this person trying to do? Boom! The hand of the Grim Reaper blasted towards the giant dragon. Without any suspense, it shattered once again. Blood gushed out from the madman's mouth. The continuous shattering of the law profound had already caused him serious injuries. Even his physical body was already cracking. His body was dripping with blood, making him look like a bloody man. However, the madman seemed to be oblivious to all of this. His eyes were still closed. Moreover, the other laws had already disappeared. Only the law of death was left around him. Clang! With a loud bang, a huge square seal appeared above the madman's head. That seal was also completely black and was as large as a mountain. It was surrounded by flames of death. The aura of death in the void was even more terrifying. Chapter 32-37. The second profound, seal of death. The vice leader spoke again. What is he trying to do? The first and second profundities are no match for the fifth profundity of the laws of sword. Even Little Rabbit couldn't help but frown. 6 laws, there is also the strongest law, death law. This little madman is already this powerful? The Sword Emperor was already dumbstruck by this scene. His understanding of madman was still in the divine land of the ancient world. In his memory, madman seemed to have only mastered the slaughter law and lightning law. But now, he actually had so many more laws, and each of them had already comprehended a profound ability. In the years that he had been imprisoned, how much suffering had madman and Qin Fei Yang gone through to achieve their current level of accomplishment? Boom! The seal of death carried a monstrous demonic aura as it blasted toward the giant dragon formed by the sword Qi. Once again, it was mercilessly crushed. However, madman still had his eyes closed. No one knew what he was doing. Although all of this happened slowly, from the beginning until now, it was just a turn of the head. The moment the seal of death shattered, madman waved his hands, and the power of death roared in all directions. A huge domain covered the sky. The domain was like a barrier, and there seemed to be a demon roaring inside. Heaven and earth trembled violently, as if it was the precursor of doomsday. The third profound, world of death, forms a domain of its own, and summons the spirit of the demon, the vice leader murmured. This was already the third profound. Could he really be Mo Wuhui? The reaction of the various forces became more intense. To be able to comprehend the third profound of the death law at such a young age. Moreover, the other profound of the laws weren't low either. He was worthy of being called a monstrous genius. Boom! The world of death was like an independent world. Under the roar of the demon, it blasted toward the giant dragon formed by the sword Qi, but it still couldn't resist and instantly disintegrated. Even if you have mastered 6 laws and comprehended the third profound of the death law, so what? With the 5th profound of the sword law, I can make you have no chance of turning the tables. Jiang Feitian laughed sinisterly. He was also envious of madman's talent. But this envy turned into jealousy. So what if he was a monstrous genius? In front of an absolutely overwhelming cultivation, he couldn't withstand a single blow. But madman acted as if he didn't hear him. Although the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse, and he was even in danger of being torn apart, he was still the same as before. Even his expression had calmed down. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a state where he had no desires and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Clang! With a loud bang, endless death energy surged into the sky, and a huge phantom appeared in the sky. That illusory figure was round in shape, like a wheel. It was so huge that it almost occupied half of the sky. A terrifying aura of death erupted from the heavens and shrouded the land in an instant. Very soon, the illusory figure became real. It was indeed a round object that looked like a wheel. It was completely black and gray in color, and there were dense runes flickering on it. These runes looked especially strange, as if they were formed from the souls of the dead, and they were constantly struggling and roaring. This is the 4th profound, the wheel of death. The vice leader roared. Among the 6 laws, the law of death had already reached the 4th profound. He did not believe that there could be such a coincidence in this world. Madman Mo Wu Hui, they were both surnamed Mo. Were they really the same person? It can't be. The Hall of Famers shook his head, still unwilling to believe it. Although he had not known this disciple for a long time, he cared for him very much. It was not an exaggeration to say that he treated him like his own grandson. But now, he was told that this disciple was Madman Mo. How could he accept this? Rumble. Loud bangs resounded through the world. The wheel of death was like the wheel of an ancient war chariot. It crushed through the sky and the void, and it collided with the huge dragon formed by the sword energy. But this time, The wheel of death did not immediately shatter, and it blocked the huge dragon. One was a fourth profound, and the other was a fifth profound, but it was able to block it. This was enough to prove the strength of these strongest laws. However, the wheel of death did not stay in a stalemate for long before it shattered with a bang. At this moment, Madman's body finally reached its limit and shattered into pieces. Little Madman! The Sword Emperor cried out in grief. Elder Hua and Chuyan clenched their hands tightly. At this moment, they really wanted to rescue Madman. Not to mention them, even the powerhouses of the Sky Hall and the Temple of Gods were eager to make a move. Although Madman was not their disciple, the talent that Madman had displayed was already unparalleled. If he died like this, it would definitely be a loss to the entire human race. You'd better not break the rules. At this moment, the little rabbit spoke, sweeping her gaze over the powerhouses of the major forces with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Huh, so what if your talent is outstanding? Won't you still die in my hands in the end? Jiang Feitian laughed, and the huge dragon formed by the sword energy directly pounced on Madman's shattered body and soul. A terrifying edge swept in all directions. Madman's body was annihilated on the spot. That's right. It was turned into ashes, and not even a drop of blood was left. Immediately after, it was his soul. It also dissipated in an instant. Madman, the Sword Emperor's legs had already been reconstructed, and his injuries were basically healed. Seeing this scene, he immediately lay on the ground and roared in grief. His face was also full of self-blame. If it wasn't to save him, how could Madman die? Sigh. The powerhouses of the various forces also shook their heads and sighed. On this day, they actually lost two geniuses. Not to mention Zhang Feiyu, although his talent was good, his temperament was too bad, and it would be difficult for him to become a great person. But this Madman Mo, not only was his talent outstanding, his temperament, battle awareness, and courage were all unparalleled. As long as he was slightly nurtured, he would definitely become an overlord in the future. What a pity. I already said, we can't let him go alone. Elder Hua's expression was also incomparably gloomy. At that time, he should have forcefully stopped Madman. Although this would make Madman angry, at least he could have saved his life. As for the people of the Blood Hall, naturally, they were smiling very brightly. Especially Elder Hai. His old face was smiling like a blooming flower. Senior brother, Qin Feiyang's entire person also withered. He was not willing to believe it, but the fact in front of him made him have no choice but to accept it. He had never thought that his senior brother Madman would die in battle one day. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and lowered his head to look at his hands. In his left hand was the White Phoenix Divine Sword, and in his right hand was Madman's interspatial ring. Interspatial ring, only at this moment did he realize this important point. If Madman was really determined to die, then there was no need for him to take off his interspatial ring. Could it be? Qin Feiyang once again looked at the void that was flooded by the sword law, and his eyes flashed. He and Madman had taken off their interspatial rings many times. And every time, it was because they had to comprehend the power of law in a desperate situation. Could it be that Madman also wanted to use Jiang Feitian to comprehend the fifth profound of the death law? That's right. It must be so. Madman had said at the beginning that he could finally enter a desperate situation. At first, he did not understand this sentence, but now that he thought it through, it was as if he was enlightened, and he suddenly understood. He understood. He completely understood. This was the reason why Madman gave him the White Phoenix Divine Sword. Madman wanted to give up all means and let himself enter a desperate situation, so that he could find a breakthrough in despair. However, even so, could Madman do it? After all, this was not the Thunder Law, but the Death Law, one of the strongest laws. At this moment, death? Could it be that Madman wanted to personally experience the process of death? Good heavens, his guts were really heaven-defying. Was he not afraid of dying? He is simply an ant-like small character, unable to withstand a single blow. Jiang Feiyu raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of contempt and resentment, and said with a sinister smile, "Your brother is already dead, now it's your turn, come and accept your death." Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. "Feiyang, don't go." Sword Emperor roared in pain. Madman was already dead, and he did not want Qin Feiyang to die to save him. "Qin Feiyang, you have to think carefully," Elder Hua and Chu Yun hurriedly advised. "Qin Feiyang, we agreed in advance that as long as either you or Madman Mo defeats Jiang Feitian, I will release Sword Emperor. If you don't go up now, then don't blame me for being merciless." At this time, Old Hai also looked at Qin Feiyang and coldly smiled. "Shut up." Elder Hua immediately glared at Elder Hai. Elder Hai chuckled, then fell silent and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. However, Qin Feiyang acted as if he did not hear any of this. His eyes were fixed on the void covered by the sword law. "Senior brother, I believe in you, you can definitely." His hands were tightly clenched together. He was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. Seeing Qin Feiyang's reaction, Jiang Feitian also looked at the void and asked with a strange expression, "Don't tell me you're still hoping that he's not dead?" "Huh, if he's still not dead, I'll chop off my head and let you sit on it." The core disciples of the Blood Hall roared with laughter. They looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of mockery. However, Qin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to them. Stop dreaming. For a half-step ruler to be able to survive in front of a minor stage ruler like me, and one with a fifth profound, at that, it'd be too unreasonable. Besides, can you sense his aura now? Don't waste time. Hurry up and accept your death. I'll send you down to reunite with him. Jiang Feitian had his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of mockery. He could even instantly kill the madman, who had grasped the law of death, let alone Qin Feiyang. Mo Yuan. Suddenly, a shout sounded out of nowhere. Qin Feiyang was worried about the madman's safety. When he heard this voice, he immediately looked in the direction of the voice. When he looked, his heart trembled. The person who spoke was the vice leader. Chapter 32-38. It's really you. The Vice Alliance Master's face darkened. He found it hard to accept that lunatic was Mo Wuhui. Hence, he wanted to confirm it. How could he confirm it? Hence, he thought of Qin Feiyang. If lunatic was really Mo Wuhui, then this Qin Feiyang was most likely Mo Yuanyuan. Indeed. When he heard the name Mo Yuanyuan, Qin Feiyang's instinctive reaction confirmed everything. When the Hall of Famers saw Qin Feiyang's reaction, they were heartbroken. They roared, "Tell me yourself, are you Mo Yuanyuan? Is lunatic Mo Wuhui or not?" The Great Elder and the disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance also stared at Qin Feiyang. Mo Yuanyuan? Mo Wuhui? The core disciples of the Devil Hall were stunned. They also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Mo Yuanyuan was a well-known name in the Eastern continent. Hence, they all knew about him. However, only Elder Hua, Chu Yun, Zhao Shaojin, Fire Dragon, Black Dragon, and Fire Luan knew that Mo Yuanyuan was Qin Feiyang. Hence, when they heard that Mo Yuanyuan was Qin Feiyang, the core disciples of the Devil Hall were stunned. As for the people of the Heavenly Hall and Deities Hall, they were confused. Why was there another Mo Yuanyuan? Although Qin Feiyang had done many shocking things with the identity of Mo Yuanyuan, compared to the Battle of the Sovereign Weapon, it was not worth mentioning. Hence, it did not attract the attention of the two factions. The Vice Alliance Master looked at the people of the various factions. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has also produced two monstrous disciples in recent years." Everyone immediately looked at the Vice Alliance Master. These two disciples are called Mo Yuanyuan and Mo Wuhui. They are brothers. And this Mo Wuhui has mastered the law of death, law of lightning, law of massacre, law of war, law of light, and law of darkness. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this exactly the same as Madman Mo's power of law? What about Mo Yuan? Someone asked. This Mo Yuan's talent is even more outstanding. Before he became a half-step ruler, he had already grasped 7 types of law energies. The Vice Alliance Master cried out bitterly. What? He already grasped 7 types of laws before becoming a half-step sovereign? Everyone present, without exception, revealed a look of astonishment. This was more than just monstrous. He was simply a monster, a pervert. Moreover, among the 7 laws he's grasped, there's one that's the strongest, the law of karma. Most shocking of all, before he even stepped into the half-step ruler realm, he had already comprehended the 4th intent of the karma law. The vice leader said. Indeed. When Qin Feiyang had comprehended the 4th profundity in Cloud Sea City, he hadn't even stepped into the half-step sovereign realm. My goodness. This is too heaven-defying. Where are they? Let us take a look. The disciples of the Heavenly Hall and the Deities' Hall shouted. One of them is my disciple, while the other is a disciple of the Hall of Famers. We treated them like our own grandchildren. Furthermore, we also have great hopes for them. We even sealed off all information related to them. But I never imagined that they would actually be Madman Mo and Qin Feiyang. The vice leader suddenly turned to stare at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with rage. What? Those 2 are Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo? Then isn't Qin Feiyang that Mo Yuan who grasped 7 types of law energies? The leaders of the Heavenly Hall and the Deities' Hall stared at Qin Feiyang, their eyes flickering. What kind of monster was this? Elder Hai and the Grand Deacon of the Blood Hall were similarly shocked. Although the vice leader had colluded with the Blood Hall, he had not revealed the matter of Mo Yuan and Mo Wuhui to the Blood Hall, so he only knew about it now. The Hall of Famers completely disregarded his image and shouted, Qin Feiyang, answer me, are you or are you not? Old Qi, is there a need to ask? It's obvious. Look again, they are now participating in the exchange as core disciples of the Devil Hall. Doesn't this mean that they are spies sent by the Devil Hall? The vice leader said angrily. I don't believe it, the Hall of Famers shook his head. This blow was too big for him. However, Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to care about these issues. He raised his head and continued to look at the void covered by the sword law. It turns out that your talent is also so terrifying. However, your cultivation is only so-so. Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. I really didn't expect that 2 peerless monsters would die in my hands today. Feiyu, with them buried with you, you didn't die in vain. Jiang Feitian stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Because Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only at the half-step dominator level. A half-step dominator level cultivation was no different from an ant in front of him. Qin Feiyang, come, don't struggle. Let me happily send you to hell. Jiang Feitian laughed. When he thought of killing 2 peerless monsters, the joy in his heart was uncontrollable. And he, Jiang Feitian, could rely on this battle to become famous in the entire sky cloud realm. So that's how it is, death is not the end, nor is it the end, death is just another way of reincarnation. It is also the beginning of a new life, however. What everyone did not know was that at this moment, a voice suddenly floated in the void. However, no one could hear this voice, not even Qin Feiyang. Moreover, the owner of this voice was a lunatic who had already died. Death, hell, reincarnation, I understand. This is the 5th profound of the law of death, the gate of hell, the lunatic's voice sounded again, but still no one heard it. However, in the next moment, a terrifying law of death suddenly surged out of the void enveloped by the law of sword. Qin Feiyang was the first to notice the law of death, and his spirit was immediately lifted. He didn't die. Success. This guy really couldn't bear to leave everyone to die. Immediately after, the others also noticed the sudden emergence of the law of death and looked up in surprise. The law of death actually emerged. What's going on? Could it be that the lunatic didn't die? Clang! In the next instant, the peak of the sky exploded with an earth-shaking explosion. At the same time, the law of death surged into the sky like a waterfall. In just an instant, the sky that could be seen was enveloped by the law of death. The vice leader looked up, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What is this? Everyone looked at him in surprise. However, the vice leader turned a deaf ear to them. He stared at the surging law of death in the sky and clenched his hands together even harder. Clang! The loud noise sounded again, as if a gate of hell was opening. The aura of death was even more terrifying. This world seemed to have turned into hell. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, in the law of death, a vague outline appeared. Gradually, the outline became clearer and clearer. Finally, a blood-red stone door appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The stone door had 2 doors, and it was thousands of feet tall. It was as if it was dyed in blood and emitted a soul-stirring aura. However, the stone door was tightly shut, and it felt like hell was behind the door. Moreover, on the 2 doors, there were 2 sinister skulls engraved, like 2 roaring devils, causing one's scalp to go numb. What the hell is this? Someone roared. The aura of death was too shocking. This is the gate of hell, the 5th profound of the law of death. The vice leader spoke word by word, his eyes filled with regret and anger. This was because he was the one who taught the lunatic the law of death. Moreover, he was the one who guided the lunatic to find the profound of the law of death at the edge of death. However, he never expected the lunatic to be Mo Wuhui. He had personally nurtured an enemy, and the most important thing was that the other party had succeeded. How could he not be angry? The 5th profound, the gate of hell, so he fought with me to comprehend the 5th profound of the law of death? After all this time, I even helped him? Jiang Feitian muttered to himself, his whole person stunned. He thought that the other party was dead, and his heart was satisfied. However, he never expected the other party to comprehend the 5th profound of the law of death. This was a bigger blow to him than the vice leader and the Hall of Famers. He was going crazy. His embarrassment turned into anger. The law of swords surged out, and he activated the 5th profound and blasted it toward the gate of hell. His whole person was gritting his teeth, looking exceptionally sinister. I actually helped you. I can't accept this. Jiang Feitian roared. If you can't accept this, what can you do? The lunatic's voice sounded, and it came from the sky above. Everyone was slightly stunned and quickly looked toward the direction of the voice. They saw a figure standing above the gate of hell. If that wasn't the lunatic, who else could it be? However, the current him was in the form of a divine soul. Everyone had a look of suspicion. When did he run up there? It's the law of death from before. Previously, his remaining divine soul followed the law of death and went to the top of the sky. The vice leader said in a deep voice. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded in realization. Old Qin, I am 1 step ahead. The lunatic stood above the gate of hell and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. However, before the lunatic's voice faded, a divine light descended from the sky and merged with the lunatic. The lunatic's divine soul and physical body were instantly reconstructed. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. As for the madman himself, he was also stunned. His physical body and divine soul were reconstructed just like that? That's too fast. This old man once heard that after comprehending the 5th profound of the law of death and life, the heavens will bestow a blessing to the person who comprehended it. It seems that the blessing the lunatic received is to reconstruct his physical body and divine soul. However, this blessing can only be given once, so it can be considered a small reward for the person who comprehended it. Elder Huo whispered. Chapter 32-39. Blessing? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. Then why isn't the law of karma? They're both ultimate laws, so you can't favor one over the other. Although they're both ultimate laws, they represent different meanings. The law of life and death, one is life, and the other is death. Nothing in the world can escape the fate of life and death. Therefore, the law of life and death is more special. Elder Hua smiled. Isn't it the same for the law of karma? Who in the world can escape the fate of being entangled by karma? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although that's the case, if you weren't born in this world, would you have karma on you? Therefore, in truth, life and death are the root of all things. Elder Hua smiled. Life and death are the root of all things? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. When he heard this, his heart seemed to throb inexplicably. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying divine aura erupted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and raised his head to look at the madman. He saw the madman's aura rising crazily. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had stepped into the initial stage of the ruler realm. Huh, the madman laughed proudly. He was finally one step ahead of Qin Feiyang. Don't get carried away. Our battle isn't over yet. Jiang Feitian roared. The fifth profundity of the Law of Sword rushed forward aggressively and blasted toward the madman. Don't worry, I won't be like your younger brother. I won't even forget my name. The madman mocked. Then, he soared into the sky and slammed his palm toward the Hell's Gate. Suppress. Boom. The Hell's Gate suddenly fell from the sky and collided with the giant dragon formed by the sword energy. A destructive aura immediately surged out in all directions like a tide. At the same time, following a kacha sound, cracks began to appear on the Hell's Gate. It seems like the difference in cultivation can't be made up for. Elder Hua shook his head. Although the madman had comprehended the fifth profundity of the law of death and raised his cultivation to the initial stage of the sovereign realm, he was still a small realm lower than Jiang Feitian. Even though the fifth profundity of the law of death was powerful, it was impossible for it to crush people of the same cultivation level as it could. This is quite tricky. The madman sneered and waved his hand. The gate of hell soared into the sky and suppressed the giant dragon once more. The two collided once again, and the Hell's Gate shattered on the spot. However, the huge dragon formed by the sword chi was also torn apart. It was facing the risk of collapsing. Ultimate laws of nature are indeed different. There's a difference of one minor level, and they almost fought to a draw. Many of them had looks of envy in their eyes. However, Madman looked displeased. Who set the rule that only those of the same level could be invincible? In any case, it was still an ultimate law, so why couldn't it skip levels? Even if it was only one level higher, it would be good. Boom! He shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the fifth profundity of the law of lightning appeared and blasted towards the giant dragon like a bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, the giant dragon finally shattered. If I can fulfill your wish, I can also kill you. Jiang Feitian was enraged. A blood-red wave surged out. It was the law of slaughter. Clang! A sword chime reverberated in the sky as a giant sword appeared above Jiang Feitian's head. The giant sword was tens of thousands of feet long and was completely blood-red as if it was cast from blood. The moment the giant sword appeared, heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a sea of murderous intent. This is the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter, heaven punishing. Elder Hua looked at the madman in the sky with a trace of worry in his eyes. Heaven punishing, Qin Feiyang muttered as he looked at the blood-red giant sword and carefully sensed the aura it emitted. Because he had also grasped the law of slaughter, he could observe it closely. If he was lucky, he might be able to comprehend something important. Thunder crash. Suddenly, Jiang Feitian roared again. The law of lightning roared and a pool of lightning appeared in the sky. That's right, this was the fifth profundity of the law of lightning. In other words, the three fifth profundities that Jiang Feitian had grasped were the law of lightning's thunder crash, the law of slaughter's heaven punishing, and the law of sword's raging dragon. He activated the fifth profundity of the three laws in one go. He's not planning to give Madman Mo any chance. Madman Mo is one stage lower than him. Can he win? Some people had anticipation in their eyes. Could this little madman create a miracle? There was no suspense. The people of the Blood Hall all sneered. So what if he comprehended the fifth profundity of the law of death? One had to know that this was the sovereign realm, not the imperishable realm. It wasn't even the 9 heavens realm below the imperishable realm. The paragon god, in the sovereign realm, unless there was a heaven-defying divine item, nothing could make up for the difference in cultivation. Firmament. The madman looked at the sky and shook his head. Heavens, how good would it be if the blessing you bestowed was the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter? If it was the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter, then he would be able to step into the early stage of the sovereign realm. At that time, with the fifth profundity of the law of death, he would be able to crush Jiang Feiqian. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. Are you still having such a beautiful dream? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Being able to help you reconstruct your divine soul and physical body is already a great blessing. He's not dreaming. Elder Hu shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang looked at him, stunned. I heard that a long time ago, when a monstrous genius comprehended the fifth profundity of the law of life, the blessing he bestowed was the fifth profundity of the law of life. Elder Hu smiled. There really was such a thing? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. It's hard to say when it comes to blessing. It depends on one's luck and fortune. Of course, this has nothing to do with you because you haven't comprehended the law of life and death. Elder Hu raised a very realistic question. If you haven't comprehended the law of life and death, why do you care about this? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled helplessly. Rumble. Clang. While they were talking, the madman retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Feiqian. The fifth profundity of the law of lightning and the fifth profundity of the law of death were activated at the same time. Now, I'll send you to the real hell. Jiang Feiqian roared, and the 3 profundities carried monstrous divine might as they charged toward the madman. I'm afraid you'll have to put in more effort. The madman snorted and looked down at Jiang Feiqian like a king. He then waved his hand, and the 2 profundities fell. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces had tacitly set up a barrier around the small island they were on. Boom! The 5 profundities collided like comets, and a destructive shockwave spread out in all directions. Puff! The madman's body shook, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 2 profundities were shattered. As for Jiang Feiqian's 3 profundities, only the blood-red giant sword had cracks on it. The other 2 profundities were still intact. Did you see that? This is the difference in cultivation level. Jiang Feiqian laughed proudly as the 3 profundities charged toward the madman. The madman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then lowered his head and looked at the blood on his hand. Did you know? Fresh blood can make me even more excited. He chuckled as if he was talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to Jiang Feiqian. At the next moment, he lowered his head and looked at Jiang Feiqian with a hideous smile. A thick bloody aura surged out of his body, and a cold and ruthless aura rolled out of his body. At this moment, his temperament changed drastically, and he was like a violent beast. This is, the vice leader's eyes trembled. That's right. This is your grandson Yi Yuan's peak-grade heaven-defying technique, the battle's secret art. The madman looked at the vice leader with a cold smile, then he activated his profundities and charged toward Jiang Feiqian. Battle's secret art. Damn it, it's really you guys. The vice leader roared. The Hall of Famers finally accepted this fact, and his old face was filled with pain. Why? It wasn't easy to meet such an outstanding disciple, but he was actually a spy sent by the Demon Hall. Battle's secret art? Jiang Feiqian looked suspiciously at the madman, but then he didn't take it to heart. It was just a peak-grade heaven-defying technique. What could it do? Arrogance comes with a price. Qin Feiyang muttered. Seeing Jiang Feitian's attitude, he knew that this person had underestimated the power of the battle's secret art. One had to know. The battle's secret art had the same effect as the slaughter field, which was to increase the strength of the physical body. Back then, during the battle between the madman and Yi Yuan was only at the imperishable realm, but he relied on the battle's secret art to forcefully increase his physical body and strength to the ruler realm. If the imperishable realm had such a powerful effect, then what about the madman's current cultivation? The madman had just become a ruler, and even if the battle's secret art was only a peak-grade heaven-defying divine artifact, it could still increase his physical body and strength by 4 levels. In other words, in the end, his physical body and strength could be increased to the peak ruler realm. Although his cultivation didn't increase, the strengthening of his physical body would play a crucial role. Because the strengthening of his physical body would allow him to withstand more damage. He was confident that as long as his physical body reached the peak ruler realm, even if there was a difference of a small realm, he would be able to turn the tables and trample the madman under his feet. Because if the madman's physical body became stronger, then Jiang Feitian's physical body would seem weaker. At that time, the madman only needed to find a chance to get close to Jiang Feitian and then shatter his physical body with one punch. And now, relying on the 5th profound of the law of death, Jiang Feitian couldn't kill the madman in a short time. The madman's injuries were getting worse, and he was bleeding more and more. But at the same time, the madman's physical body was getting stronger. The profound of the battle's secret art was this. The more injured and the more blood loss, the stronger the physical body would be. Jiang Feitian also gradually noticed this point, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. What was going on? The madman's injuries were getting worse, but why was he getting stronger and stronger? Was it because of the law of war? But the madman hadn't activated the law of war yet. Kiki, a good show will play out slowly, you mustn't be anxious. The madman laughed again and again. His entire body was covered in blood, and the large and small wounds on his body were shocking, but he didn't feel weak at all. Chapter 32:40. The more Jiang Feitian fought, the more shocked he became. What was going on? Boom! The collision of intents and abilities caused less and less damage to the madman. Because his physical body was getting stronger, his endurance was increasing, so the damage he received was naturally decreasing. Old Man Hai, tell Jiang Feitian to end this quickly. The Deputy Alliance Master quickly sent a voice transmission to Old Hai and told him about the battle's secret arts ability. What? Old Hai's expression changed. The physical body and power of a sovereign realm expert. If the madman succeeded, wouldn't he be able to cripple Jiang Feitian with a single punch? Jiang Feitian, we can't drag this on any longer. Kill him quickly. Old Hai told Jiang Feitian everything about the battle character's secret skill. Jiang Feitian's heart sank when he heard this. So that's why this person is getting stronger. Boom! All sorts of intents and laws appeared and attacked the madman. Seeing Jiang Feitian suddenly become irritable, the madman was slightly stunned. He then glanced at the Deputy Alliance Master. This old man must be behind this. However, it was too late to react now. Boom! A violent energy rushed out of his body and turned into an invisible storm that swept in all directions. At this moment, his physical body and power had reached the level of a sovereign realm expert. That surging power seemed to want to burst his body. That kind of unprecedented strength made him unable to help but roar to the sky happily. The show is finally starting. Madman sneered and unleashed all kinds of profundities of laws, attacking Jiang Feitian's profundities and divine abilities. At the same time, he took a step forward, and his aura disappeared. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared behind Jiang Feitian. What? Jiang Feitian's expression changed. This speed had exceeded the limit of a beginner sovereign. This is the Spectre Ghost Steps, a legendary support-type divine art. The Hall of Famers' expression sank. When he became Jiang Feitian's disciple, he had given him 3 legendary items. Among them, one was a legendary item, one was a legendary technique, and one was a legendary support-type divine art. The Spectre Ghost Steps was the support-type divine will. Just like its name, once it started the Spectre Ghost Steps, it would be like a spectre, without any presence and without a trace. It could be said that this was a very heaven-defying support-type divine art. He had given this bi-type divine art to Madman because he was worried that Madman would encounter an accident. If he couldn't win, he could at least escape with the Ghost Steps. However, he never expected that he would end up helping a spy sent by the Demon Hall. He was furious. His tightly clenched hands were dripping with blood. He treated you so well, so why did he become a spy for the Demon Hall? In the blink of an eye, Madman landed behind Zhang Feitian and threw a punch without hesitation. That horrifying power gushed out like a torrent, annihilating the void instantly. Even Zhang Feitian could feel a fatal threat. You think you're the only one with a legendary item? Zhang Feitian roared, and a flaming armor suddenly appeared on his body. It seemed as if it was made of magma, and it flickered with dazzling divine light. Boom! The madman's fist landed on the armor, but it only managed to push Zhang Feitian back a few steps. Legendary grade heaven-defying armor? Madman raised his eyebrows and secretly communicated with the armor's artifact spirit. Do you want to evolve into a sovereign weapon? If you do, then follow me. I'll let you enter the land of origin to cultivate. What? The land of origin? The artifact spirit exclaimed. That's right. Old Qin's Black Tortoise world isn't a spatial item, but an independent world. Madman smiled proudly. An independent world, that's impossible. The artifact spirit found it hard to believe. How could a puny human have an independent world? I'm not lying to you. The Black Tortoise world has many legendary items. They all followed us halfway. Jiang Feiyu's Demon Dragon Sword is also in the Black Tortoise world. The Demon Dragon Sword is a legendary item like you. Do you want to lose to it? Believe me, I won't lie to you. Madman's tone was filled with sincerity. The Black Tortoise world was an independent world. Currently, only Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the Demon Hall's Hall Master knew about it. Even Zhuo Tiansheng, Lu Jingyuan, and Elder Yu thought it was a legendary item. Of course. Elder Hai and the Grand Deacon of the Blood Hall definitely knew about it. Because back then in the Sky Cloud Ocean, Little Wimp personally made a move. He activated his origin power and fought against the 3 sovereign weapons, including the Dragon God Sword. As for the Blood Hall's Hall Master, he definitely knew about it. Other than that, no one else knew about it. They all thought that the Black Tortoise world was a legendary item. The artifact spirit of the flame battle armor was silent, as if it was struggling. You only have one chance. If you miss it, don't count on it again. You better think about it carefully. Madman sneered. Their conversation was secretly communicated, so no one knew. Even Zhang Feitian, the owner, didn't know about it. Okay. The artifact spirit replied. It wasn't that it was heartless, but that it was too tempting. It could be said that no legendary item could resist the temptation of the land of origin. Great. Later on, when I'm in a stalemate with Zhang Feitian, you will suddenly leave his body and let me catch him off guard. Madman snickered. You're really treacherous. The artifact spirit looked down on him. Madman wasn't ashamed. Instead, he felt proud as he looked at Zhang Feitian. Zhang Feitian didn't know that his heaven-defying artifact had betrayed him. After stabilizing his body, he looked at Madman with a smug expression and said, You want to turn the tables with a mere peak-grade heaven-defying technique? Who gave you the courage? Boom! He waved his hand, and a golden wave surged out. The golden wave was formed from strands of sword chi. This wasn't a law intent. It was a heaven-defying technique. Moreover, it was a legendary heaven-defying technique. Kill! Following his roar, the golden wave drowned out the sky and aggressively rushed towards the madman. Ha! The madman grinned and used the ghost steps. He didn't want to clash with Zhang Feitian and took another step to appear behind Zhang Feitian. You're courting death. With the protection of the flame battle armor, Jiang Feitian wasn't afraid at all. There was even a trace of mockery in his eyes. But at this moment, the flame battle armor left his body without any warning. Moreover, the artifact spirit immediately erased Jiang Feitian's blood contract. Jiang Feitian's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the terror of a heaven-defying artifact. If you couldn't make it follow you wholeheartedly, it could erase the blood contract and leave at any time. What? Not only Jiang Feitian, but all the spectating forces were bewildered. What's going on? Why did the armor leave Jiang Feitian's body? Why did it erase the blood contract? The moment the artifact spirit forcefully erased the blood contract, the madman seized the opportunity and punched Jiang Feitian's lower abdomen. Roar! Jiang Feitian let out a miserable howl as he was sent flying like a meteor. One must know. Madman's current strength was definitely comparable to a perfect stage dominator. Although Jiang Feitian's cultivation was higher than Madman's, his physical body was much weaker. The power of this punch didn't just shatter his sea of qi, it also caused fatal damage to his physical body. It was almost torn apart. Haha, Madman laughed loudly as he looked at Jiang Feitian and said proudly, "You didn't expect such a sudden change, right? Crimson Fire Godly Armor, what are you doing?" Jiang Feitian looked at the floating armor and roared in exasperation. The Crimson Fire Godly Armor was silent for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and flew toward Madman, wearing him. What? It actually betrayed us and sided with Madman Mo? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this unbelievable scene. This guy's methods were pretty good. He managed to buy this legendary heaven-defying artifact without anyone noticing. What's going on? Why did this artifact betray us? The people from the various forces were puzzled. Blood Hall's Elder Hai and the Grand Deacon, Demon Hall's Elder Hua and Chu Yun had a rough idea. Elder Hua and Chu Yun looked at each other with a smile on their faces. This little madman was really wicked. Why didn't he choose when he was fighting with Jiang Feitian? In a battle of this level, not to mention the sudden betrayal of a heaven-defying artifact, even a slight distraction was enough to be fatal. As for Elder Hai and the Grand Deacon, their faces were gloomy to the extreme. A divine artifact betrayed them, and the other party was Madman. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for their blood hall. Most importantly, Jiang Feitian's Sea of Qi was destroyed, which basically meant that the battle was over. First, Jiang Feiyu knelt in front of Madman and begged for mercy, causing the blood hall to lose face. Now, Jiang Feitian was schemed against by Madman. Most importantly, Jiang Feitian's cultivation was above Madman's, yet he still lost to Madman. In the future, their blood hall would definitely become a joke in the sky cloud realm. Are you very angry right now? Madman wore the Crimson Fire Godly Armor and looked at Jiang Feitian mockingly. Jiang Feitian stabilized his broken body and quickly took out a Divine Life pill and a Divine Essence C pill. Then, he stared at Madman and the Crimson Fire Godly Armor with a ferocious expression. His heaven-defying artifact betrayed him and sided with the enemy. Of course, he was angry. However, at this moment, there was more fear in his heart. Although his cultivation and strength were stronger than Madman's, now that his Sea of Qi was destroyed, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. Now you know. Strength alone isn't enough, you also need to have charm. Just like now, I just said a few words and the Crimson Fire Godly Sword abandoned you. Madman laughed proudly. Shameless. Shameless. The female disciples of various forces couldn't help but cast a look of disdain at Madman. However, after taking a closer look, this narcissistic little madman really had a unique charm. Of course, the male disciples of various forces were really unhappy. Because in their eyes, Madman's arrogance was too strong, and he had stolen their limelight. Chapter 32-41. Back to the main topic. Do you still remember how you tortured the Sword Emperor? The madman chuckled as he looked at Jiang Feitian. At this moment, the madman didn't have any killing intent on his face, but his smile made Jiang Feitian shudder. There was a type of person in this world that would smile brighter the more they wanted to kill someone. The madman in front of him was no doubt such a person. Do you know? What happened to all the enemies that angered me? The madman waved his hand and the law of death appeared, turning into a black sickle that was more than a meter long. The sawtooth was like the fangs of a fierce beast, emitting a cold light. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feitian was covered in cold sweat as he roared, "I admit defeat." In his opinion, admitting defeat should end the battle. However, the little rabbit took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "It's useless to admit defeat in a battle of life and death." Hearing this, Jiang Feitian's heart sank as he turned and fled towards the island where the blood hall was. His legs had been reconstructed after such a long battle, and his speed was very fast. However, he had lost his sea of qi and couldn't use the auxiliary technique, so it was useless no matter how fast he was. The madman used the ghost steps and appeared in front of Jiang Feitian in an instant. Jiang Feitian stopped and quickly turned to the other side of the sea. As he ran, he shouted, "Old High, Grand Deacon, save me." Old High and the Grand Deacon had gloomy eyes. No one can break the rules. That's right. We didn't interfere when Madman Mo was almost destroyed, so you guys better not interfere. Old Hua and Chu Yun stood out with cold eyes. There was no doubt. If Old High and the Grand Deacon really made a move, they wouldn't hesitate to make a move. At the same time, the little rabbit also shook the wine jar and looked at Old High and the Grand Deacon playfully. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to break the rules, they couldn't be forgiven. Old High and the Grand Deacon clenched their hands and looked at the madman and Jiang Feitian with gloomy eyes. The madman turned to look at the two and grinned, "Actually, I also like to see your angry and helpless expressions. Don't forget, the Mermaid Emperor and the other two are still in our hands." Old High's voice was laced with undisguised threat. "Don't forget that the Blood Hall isn't the only one with a Dominator divine weapon. We have one too." The madman laughed. The meaning behind his words was obvious. If they dared to touch the Mermaid Emperor and the others, he would take them down with him. Finished speaking. The madman then used the specter ghost steps and caught up to Jiang Feitian in a few steps. The sickle in his hand mercilessly swung down at just the right moment, only severing Jiang Feitian's hamstring. Jiang Feitian let out a blood-curdling scream as his soul left his body. He continued to run for his life. Because his soul wasn't sealed, even if his hamstring was cut, he wouldn't be affected. Now that he had consumed the Divine Life Pill and Origin Sea Divine Pill, all he had to do was buy some time, and once his Qi Sea was restored, he would be able to regroup and kill this person. It was a good idea, but reality was cruel. Madman had been through hundreds of battles in his life, so how could he give him this chance? Clang! Jiang Feitian roared as his reconstructed legs were cut off once more. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. However, this didn't affect him at all. He was still running for his life. The madman wasn't in a hurry. He used the specter ghost steps and followed behind Jiang Feitian unhurriedly. Every time he swung his sickle, a piece of flesh would fall from Jiang Feitian's body. In less than 10 breaths, Jiang Feitian's entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. It was a horrible sight. You like to be skinned alive, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish. The madman chuckled. A ray of death energy shot out like an arrow and pierced through Jiang Feitian's lower abdomen. Jiang Feitian's Qi Sea, which had been restored, was shattered once more. A bloody hole was left in his lower abdomen, and blood spurted out like an arrow. That's right. In front of the madman, Jiang Feitian didn't even have the strength to fight back. The madman had thousands of ways to torture someone. If he wanted to torture someone, he would make them wish they were dead. Jiang Feitian fell into despair when he saw his Qi Sea, which had been restored with great difficulty, shattering once more. The madman obviously wanted to torture him, and he wasn't stupid. Why would he give him a chance to restore his Qi Sea? Above the sea region, The madman was torturing Jiang Feitian as if he was toying with a mouse, causing Jiang Feitian's spirit and soul to collapse step by step. Great! On Sky Cloud Island, the Sword Emperor was delighted when he saw this scene. The resentment that had been bottled up in his heart all these years could finally be released. Qin Feiyang's expression was as cold as ice from beginning to end, let alone sympathize with Jiang Feitian. If it weren't for the restriction of the rules, he would have personally gone up and tortured this bastard together with the madman. The people from the various factions didn't say anything either. There was a good saying, karma is a circle, and retribution is its own. Jiang Feitian's current torment was entirely due to his own actions. However, the madman's cruel methods and bloody scene made many people feel fear. This person was indeed a madman. They couldn't afford to offend him. Kill me, kill me. Another 100 breaths passed. Jiang Feitian's flesh and blood were almost all gone. The eerie white bones were clearly visible. Only his head was intact. He had already collapsed. This kind of feeling was worse than death. It was better to die directly. You want to die? This daddy won't let you die, the madman sneered and took out a divine life pill and forced it into Jiang Feitian's mouth. The terrifying life energy suddenly exploded in Jiang Feitian's body. His mangled body instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You're a demon. Jiang Feitian roared in despair. He couldn't even make the decision to die. You're right. This daddy is a demon. That's why no one dared to offend this daddy before. Kid, you're quite formidable. You actually took the initiative to come to me. If this daddy was polite to you, wouldn't I be letting down your good intentions? The madman sneered and waved the death scythe again, cutting off Jiang Feitian's regenerated flesh and blood. This was a real living scraping. This kind of pain and despair could be endured by the Sword Emperor, but how could someone like Jiang Feitian endure it? Plop. He stopped running and turned to kneel in the void. He roared, I beg you, just give me a quick death. I'll kowtow to you. I only beg you to kill me with one strike. Didn't you tell your brother to have dignity when he knelt in front of this daddy? Why are you kneeling now? Do you not want your dignity anymore? The madman looked at him with a mocking expression. Don't, I beg you, give me a quick death. Let me die. Jiang Feitian shook his head. He had no other thoughts now. The madman sneered and kicked Jiang Feitian's face. Jiang Feitian's face split open on the spot and he howled in pain. The madman sneered in disdain and turned to Old Hai. Old Dog Hai, if you kneel and beg this daddy can let him go. Old Hai was silent. His eyes were frighteningly gloomy. I expected it. Why would a selfish old fart like you care about the life and death of your disciples? You disciples of the Blood Hall are really pitiful. You actually work for such a person. Should I call you stupid or stupid? Hee hee. Actually, you all mean the same thing. A bunch of idiots. The madman looked at the core disciples of the Blood Hall and grinned. His eyes were full of ridicule. Don't be so arrogant. Jiang Feitian is only above average in our Blood Hall. There are many people stronger than him. As a core disciple of the Blood Hall, they naturally wouldn't stand there and be scolded. So what if you're strong? You're still a bunch of stupid dogs. The madman laughed. The people of the Blood Hall were so angry that their noses were crooked. They were all elites of the Blood Palace, so how could they withstand such insults? Whoosh! A young man in blood-red clothes suddenly walked out. There was a trace of bloody light in his eyes as he stared at the madman. Quickly kill that trash Jiang Feitian. Then, I'll fight you. You? The madman looked at the young man in blood-red clothes and swung the death scythe in his hand without turning his head. Jiang Feitian, who was behind him, was split in half on the spot. Blood dyed the void here red. Jiang Feiyu's face before he died had a look of relief. The madman swung the scythe again and crushed Jiang Feiyu's divine soul. He then looked at the young man in blood-red clothes and said, I have some impression of you. When you first came here, you jumped the highest when you flirted with my little Yun. What the hell? Chu Yun was stunned. She turned to Elder Hua and asked, is he talking to me? If it's not you, who else could it be? Elder Hua smiled bitterly. The corner of Chu Yun's mouth twitched. Your little Yun? That's ridiculous. When did I become your little Yun? What a joke. Can't you look at the situation first? No matter what, she was still the vice hall master of the Demon Hall. What kind of scandal was this? Those who didn't know would think that there was an ambiguous relationship between them. That's right. But so what? The young man in blood-red clothes looked at the madman provocatively. The madman disdainfully turned around and used the ghost steps to land in front of the Sword Emperor. You've worked hard. The Sword Emperor grabbed the madman's shoulder. He was both gratified and guilty. Because in his opinion, he was the one who had implicated Qin Feiyang and the madman. What are you talking about? A trace of displeasure crept onto the madman's face. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also flew over and landed in front of the two. He waved the white phoenix divine sword in his hand and the bracelet on the Sword Emperor's hand broke with a crack. Then, Qin Feiyang took out a divine essence C pill and handed it to the Sword Emperor. But the Sword Emperor didn't seem to see it. He looked at the bracelet on the ground and then looked at the scar on his wrist that was caused by the bracelet. For a moment, his eyes were filled with tears. He was finally free. Senior Sword Emperor, from now on, no one can restrict your freedom. Hurry up and take it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. The Sword Emperor looked up at the two of them and bowed deeply. How can this be? We can't afford it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly reached out and pulled the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor raised his head and looked at the two of them. A smile finally appeared on his face. They were still the same two brats. Other than their cultivation being stronger than before, nothing else had changed. Then, he calmly took the Divine Essence C pill and put it into his mouth. His broken Qi C immediately began to recover. He also finally felt the long-lost power. Chapter 32-42. Are you done chatting? The blood-red clothed youth impatiently looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Are you crazy? What does our chatting have to do with you? If you're really bored, do you see over there? There's mud all over the ground. Go play by yourself. Madman looked irritated. No matter where he was, there would always be a few annoying flies buzzing in his ears. The blood-red clothed youth raised his eyebrows and said gloomily, I'm challenging you. You're challenging us, so we have to answer you? Are you our grandson? Madman was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Looking for a sense of existence? Hearing this, the blood-red clothed youth clenched his fists and shouted, What's the point of arguing? Even if the two of you come at me together, I'll still crush you too. Sorry, I'm not interested in a meaningless battle. Madman shrugged and ignored him. The Sword Emperor had been rescued. As for the Mermaid Emperor and the other two, the Blood Hall didn't bring them along, so there was no need to waste time with the Blood Hall. You, the blood-red clothed youth glared at Madman, but then he suppressed his anger and sneered, I think you're afraid. Childish. Madman shook his head. It's really childish. Qin Feiyang chuckled. This kind of provocation might work on a conceited person like Jiang Feiyu, but in front of them, it was simply a child's trick. The blood-red clothed youth's face was gloomy. If it weren't for the rules, he would have already killed them. Unfortunately, with the little rabbit in charge, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Qin Feiyang looked at the Sword Emperor and said with a smile, Senior Sword Emperor, you go to the Black Tortoise world to recuperate. Don't worry about anything outside, we'll take care of it. Okay. The Sword Emperor nodded. Although he didn't know what Qin Feiyang and Madman had experienced in these years, he could see from the previous battle that the two of them had the strength to protect themselves even in the Sky Cloud world. Moreover, his current cultivation was not even as good as Qin Feiyang's. If he stayed outside, he would only become a burden. Therefore, he might as well listen to Qin Feiyang. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent the Sword Emperor to the Black Tortoise world and instructed Xia Yuan and the others to take good care of him. As for Xia Yuan and the other divine generals, their relationship with the Sword Emperor was even more obvious. Because they were comrades who had fought side by side against the dragons. That was a relationship of life and death. In their eyes, they were blood brothers. Therefore, when they found out that the Sword Emperor had been rescued, a group of people immediately ran out to welcome him. Everyone's faces were brimming with joy. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Although the Mermaid Emperor and the other two had not been rescued yet, the Sword Emperor's safe return was a good start. Thank you, Uncle Rabbit. The two of them looked at the little rabbit and bowed. If it wasn't for the little rabbit's deterrence, Old Hai wouldn't have returned the Sword Emperor to them so easily. What are you thanking me for? Don't make it sound like Uncle Rabbit has a personal relationship with you. Uncle Rabbit is just doing his job. The little rabbit glared at the two of them unhappily. Understood, understood. Uncle Rabbit is impartial and impartial. The two of us deeply admire you. We brothers will follow Uncle Rabbit's example in the future and be fair and just people. The madman roared righteously. Uncle Rabbit likes to hear that. Young people should carry forward the traditional virtues left behind by the ancients. The little rabbit chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. The madman nodded repeatedly. Then go. The little rabbit waved his paw. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and smiled. Then, they flew toward the island where the demonic palace was. As for the blood-red clothed youth, they treated him like air and didn't pay any attention to him. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice with a smile. Senior brother, I realize that your flattery skills are quite impressive. What? You call this flattery? The madman glared at him unhappily. Isn't that enough? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Look at the little rabbit's attitude. How comfortable it was to be flattered. What do you know? This is called discussing the matter as it is. It was the little rabbit who helped us a lot. Besides, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What's the point of lowering your head? The madman rolled his eyes at him. Okay. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Under the gaze of the various forces, the two of them returned to the island. At this moment, the core disciples of the demonic palace all looked at the madman with admiration and admiration. Don't worship me like that. It's just a basic operation. The madman smiled proudly. Hearing this and looking at the madman's arrogant face, the good impression that the core disciples had of him disappeared. He was still someone who deserved a beating. What are you so proud of? Chu Yun stepped forward and slapped the madman's head. What are you doing? I'm injured right now. The madman glared at her with dissatisfaction. His injuries were indeed not light. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Chu Yun rolled her eyes and took out a divine life pill. She said coldly, "Take it." The madman raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Just 6 dragon-shaped core energies? I don't care." After saying that, he took out a divine life pill with 7 dragon-shaped core energies and deliberately showed it off in front of Chu Yun before throwing it into his mouth. Chu Yun's face instantly darkened, and the veins on her forehead bulged. What kind of person was this? She was kind enough to give him a divine life pill, but he actually despised it? It was fine if he despised it, but he actually said it in front of so many people? Wasn't he deliberately embarrassing her? Ahem. Elder Hua saw that the situation was not good and quickly comforted Chu Yun. All right. Don't you know his personality? If you want to be serious with him, you're just looking for trouble. After comforting Chu Yun, Elder Hua looked at the madman and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Of course. It's lonely at the top. The madman smiled proudly. The veins on Elder Hua's forehead bulged as he looked at Lin Fan's immodest attitude. Why was he asking to be taught a lesson? Madman Mo and Jiang Feitian's battle is over. Hurry up and arrange the next battle. At this moment, the little rabbit's voice sounded. However, apart from the blood-red clothed young man, no one from the other forces stood up. They all turned their gazes towards Qin Feiyang. The madman definitely couldn't fight anymore. After all, his injuries were so serious that he wouldn't be able to recover without half a month, so it was naturally Qin Feiyang's turn. And they all hoped that Qin Feiyang would accept the challenge of the blood-red clothed young man. If the madman was so strong, then what about Qin Feiyang? He hadn't stepped into the ruler realm yet, but he had already comprehended 7 laws and raised the law of karma to the 4th profound. His methods were definitely not simple. However, Qin Feiyang had been chatting with the madman and had no intention of accepting the challenge. Senior brother, how did you bribe him? Qin Feiyang looked at the scarlet fire godly armor on the madman and asked curiously. Isn't that simple? The madman snickered and muttered a few words in Qin Feiyang's ear. Qin Feiyang laughed. Qin Feiyang, did Madman Mo trick me? The spirit of the scarlet fire godly armor asked. He still didn't believe it. Of course he didn't trick you. But to enter the source land, it will depend on your performance. But I can let you experience it first. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Okay. Let me see. The scarlet fire godly armor impatiently came off the madman's body. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent it to the black tortoise world. After the scarlet fire godly armor left, the injuries on the madman's body appeared before everyone's eyes. The core disciples couldn't help but take a deep breath. If they were in his shoes, they would have collapsed long ago. Yet, this fellow actually looked as if nothing had happened to him. His endurance wasn't something they could compare to. The madman also closed the battle word's secret technique. His entire body felt weak, but it was still within his endurance range. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, I'll say it again. I want to challenge you. The scarlet-clothed youth spoke again. The feeling of being ignored was driving him crazy. But Qin Feiyang and the madman didn't seem to hear it. The madman said, Old Qin, this battle word's secret technique can be used as a trump card, right? As he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice by a few decibels. Yes, it can. Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced at the scarlet-clothed youth and couldn't help but want to laugh. Although the two of them were deliberately teasing the scarlet-clothed youth, the battle word's secret technique was their trump card. They weren't joking. The battle word's secret technique boosted the physical body and strength. No matter where it was, there were very few people with a powerful physical body. Therefore, the madman who had the battle word's secret technique could kill his opponent in seconds as long as the opponent gave him enough time, just like when he fought Jiang Feitian. Of course. If the opponent knew about the battle word's secret technique and didn't give the madman time and opportunity, the battle word's secret technique wouldn't be of much use. In short, the battle word's secret technique could only be unleashed when the opponent was caught off guard. However, Qin Feiyang and the madman didn't know that their high-profile discussion had angered the others. These people were from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Especially the vice leader. The original owner of the battle word's secret technique was Yi Yuan, and he was the one who gave it to Yi Yuan. Now that the madman had taken advantage of it, how could he not be angry? Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, are you still human? The vice leader and the hall master treated you so well, but you actually betrayed them and became the demon hall's lackeys. I really feel bad for the two of you. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance's disciples began to crusade, and their eyes were filled with disgust. Hearing this, the two of them looked at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. If you have even the slightest bit of conscience, you wouldn't have done such a thing. You're worse than animals. White-eyed wolf. The group of disciples cursed angrily. What do you know? You don't know anything, so what right do you have to scold us? Let me tell you, when you know the truth, you'll thank us. The madman said angrily. The truth? Do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Do you think we're 3-year-old children? How did my rogue cultivator alliance have 2 scum like you? The group of disciples was completely blinded by anger and couldn't listen at all. Even the Hall of Famers and the Grand Elder were the same. However, the vice leader's heart trembled when he heard this. The truth? Did the 2 of them discover something? Chapter 32:43. We're scum. Madman was so angry that he laughed and shouted, "This daddy will tell you the truth now." But at this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Madman. What? Madman raised his eyebrows. Now is not the time to fall out with the vice leader. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. What do you mean? Madman looked at him in confusion. Blood Hall won't let this go. They must have some backup plans, so now, we must focus on dealing with Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Dealing with Blood Hall has no conflict with dealing with the vice leader, right? Madman was suspicious. Of course there is. It's already very difficult to deal with Blood Hall. With the addition of the vice leader, wouldn't our situation be even worse? So, let's put the vice leader's matter aside for now. Qin Feiyang secretly explained. Madman pondered for a while and nodded, that makes sense, but this old man will definitely find an opportunity to deal with us. Instead of being schemed against by him, we might as well make the first move. No. For now, he won't blatantly deal with us. Do you know why? Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. Why? Madman asked suspiciously. Because after the battle between you and Zhang Feitian, he doesn't have much confidence that Blood Hall can kill us, so he will definitely have a backup plan. Qin Feiyang explained and then asked, let me ask you again, why did he ask for peace with us? I know this. Madman nodded and then said, he must want to get close to us first and then take the opportunity to make a move on us, catching us off guard. That's right. This is his purpose of reconciling with us. He wants to eliminate our vigilance first before making a move on us. As for the backup plan I mentioned earlier, that's exactly what I meant. If Blood Hall can't get rid of us in the exchange this time, then the vice leader will definitely have other thoughts. I'm sure that at that time, he will pretend to be magnanimous and forgive us for deceiving him. Then, he will continue to talk about reconciling with us. Because he still doesn't know that we already know that he is colluding with the Blood Hall, and we even have evidence. In his opinion, as long as his attitude is sincere and he uses our master-disciple relationship to reason with us and move us emotionally, he will definitely be able to gain our trust. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. I see. Madman nodded in realization. So for now, we don't have to worry about him attacking us. At most, he'll send his disciples to cause trouble for us. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Let him have a few days of peace. Madman nodded. Seeing that the 2 of them had suddenly fallen silent, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's disciple shouted, why don't you tell us the truth? Let's hear it. Qin Feiyang scanned the group and sighed. The truth is that we are not spies of the Demon Hall. The Vice Alliance leader was very nervous at first, but when he heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like these 2 people didn't know about his relationship with the Blood Hall. Is this the truth? Are you telling a joke? The truth is right in front of us. You and Madman are both disciples of the Demon Hall, and you still dare to say that you're not spies? The group of disciples glared at the 2 of them. They were simply treating them like fools. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know if you believe it or not, but this is the truth. We only agreed to enter the Demon Hall before coming to the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. Then why did you change your appearance and infiltrate our Rogue Cultivator Alliance? The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before looking at the Vice Alliance leader and sighing. This point is actually related to the Vice Alliance leader. Me? The Vice Alliance leader frowned. That's right. Back then, because of the matter with Wang Hui, you did everything possible to kill us, which made us very angry. Wang Hui's matter, anyone with a bit of rationality would know that it wasn't our fault, but you kept holding on to it. You even made Yi Tian and Yi Yuan personally come out. This makes me wonder if there's another reason behind this matter. Qin Feiyang said. So you infiltrated the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to investigate me? The Vice Alliance leader was shocked. This person's sense of smell was too terrifying. That's right. When I knew that you wanted to reconcile with us, I really didn't want to believe it. Because you couldn't make me trust you. So I wanted to personally verify it. So we disguised ourselves as Mo Wuji and Mo Wuhui and entered the Alliance capital. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Vice Alliance leader asked, Did Zhao Eryong help you enter? Yes. However, Zhao Eryong doesn't know our true identities. We set up a trap to gain his trust. That's why he allowed us to enter the Alliance capital. Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Alliance leader couldn't know that Zhao Eryong helped him, otherwise, it would implicate Xiao Xiaojin. As for this excuse, the Vice Alliance leader couldn't investigate it even if he wanted to. After all, Zhao Eryong was already dead, so he had the final say on whether it was true or false. Does Xiao Xiaojin know your identities? The Vice Alliance leader asked. Of course she doesn't know. As for why I'm so good to Xiao Xiaojin, there's naturally a reason. Through her, I can get close to your grandson Yi Tian. Because only by getting close to Yi Tian can I get close to you faster and gain your trust easier. The result proved that my plan was very successful. Not only did I gain your trust, but I also became the personal disciple of you and the Hall of Famers. Qin Feiyang said. Then did you find anything? The Vice Alliance leader asked. I really didn't. After getting close to you and getting to know you, I found that you're quite a good person. I even planned to find a time to confess to you. But I didn't expect that the Blood Hall would organize this exchange meeting and threaten us with Jian Huang's life. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Old Hai, his eyes filled with disgust. Confess, the Vice Alliance leader muttered. In that case, the exchange meeting organized by the Blood Hall had ruined his good deed. Because if he really confessed to him and knew that Mo Yuanyuan was Qin Feiyang, he could totally take advantage of the fact that they were unprepared to attack. That way, it would be easier to kill Qin Feiyang and Jian Huang. But now, the appearance of this exchange meeting had made things even more complicated. When Old Hai heard Qin Feiyang's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. This was the so-called trying to be clever and making a fool of oneself. He didn't even know why they organized this exchange meeting. At this time, he was also full of regret. If he waited a little more patiently, waiting for Qin Feiyang to confess to the Vice Alliance leader, wouldn't he be a turtle in a jar, waiting for them to slaughter him? But now, they didn't manage to kill Qin Feiyang and Jian Huang. Instead, they sacrificed two genius disciples and even made this matter known to everyone, causing the Blood Hall to lose face. The gains didn't make up for the losses. The first elder came back to his senses and looked at the two of them angrily. Since that's the case, you can just confess to us. We're not unreasonable people. When the time comes, we'll definitely bring you to participate in the exchange meeting to rescue the Sword Emperor. Why must you join the Demon Hall? We thought so too. But first, if we confess to you now, I'm afraid you'll misunderstand us. Secondly, the strength of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance isn't enough to deal with the Blood Hall. That's why we thought of the Demon Hall. The Demon Hall Master's condition is that we have to join the Demon Hall before she's willing to help us. Not only is the Sword Emperor not our companion, but he's also our relative. We can't leave him to die, so we agreed to the Demon Hall Master's condition. That's the whole story. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the first elder looked at Elder Hua and Chu Yun and asked, Is that so? That's right. Elder Hua nodded. Although he didn't know what Qin Feiyang was planning, he still planned to support Qin Feiyang. Sigh. The first elder sighed. The Hall of Famers also fell silent. It turned out that the two of them really weren't spies sent by the Demon Hall. At the end of the day, this matter was still the Deputy Alliance leader's fault. If the Deputy Alliance leader hadn't ordered the arrest of these two people, how could such a thing have happened? Unfortunately, it had already happened, and there was no way to salvage it. Suddenly, the Hall of Famers seemed to have made some kind of decision. She raised her head and looked at Madman. "Do you still acknowledge me as your master?" Madman was stunned. "Lord Hall Master, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you still want to maintain a master-disciple relationship with him?" Although they were indeed forced to enter the Demon Hall, this has already become a fact. The Demon Hall and our Rogue Cultivators Alliance have always been enemies. If you still acknowledge him as your disciple now, do you know how everyone will talk about you behind your back? The disciples of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance immediately looked at the Hall of Famers and shouted. "So what if they talk about me? This old man doesn't care." The Hall of Famers shook her head and looked at Madman. "Tell me the truth. Do you still acknowledge this old man as your master?" "Old Chin, what should we do?" The Hall of Famers' sudden words caused Madman to be at a loss for a moment. He secretly asked Qin Feiyang for help. Looking at his current attitude, it's obvious that he doesn't want to lose you as his disciple. Moreover, I can't find any traces of fraud. To be honest, this hall master is really not bad. He gave me a very good first impression. If he really has nothing to do with the Blood Hall, I think you can continue to be his disciple. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said through voice transmission. He and the Blood Hall. I feel that there shouldn't be anything between them. Madman looked at the Hall of Famers with a trace of nervousness on his face, as if he was afraid that Madman would no longer acknowledge him as his master. Don't feel that way. We have to be realistic. However, we can give him an answer. Let's stabilize him first. With him stabilizing the situation, the vice leader won't dare to scheme against us. Next, we can deal with the Blood Hall without any worries. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. All right. Madman replied and looked at the Hall of Famers. If you still acknowledge me as your disciple, then I'm naturally willing to acknowledge you as my master. However, Madman couldn't help but frown at this point. The Hall of Famers was overjoyed when she heard the first half of the sentence, but when she heard the word, however, she became nervous again. Chapter 32-44. You already know our relationship with the Blood Hall. If we still maintain our master-disciple relationship, I'm afraid that even you will be hated by the Blood Hall. I don't want to implicate you. Madman shook his head. The Blood Hall is the common enemy of the Eastern Continent. The Hall of Famers shouted without hesitation. This sentence was enough to express his determination. Madman stared at the Hall of Famers. This hatred and disgust for the Blood Hall couldn't be faked. What about the Demon Hall? I'm now a disciple of the Demon Hall. If we continue to maintain our master-disciple relationship, how do you plan to deal with this relationship? Madman asked again. You are you, and the Demon Hall is the Demon Hall. The two have nothing to do with each other. This old man also believes in your character. You won't damage the interests of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance for the sake of the Demon Hall. In short, no matter how the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall develop in the end, it won't affect our relationship. The Hall of Famers said. Madman fell silent. The disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance didn't continue to crusade against Madman. This was because they could all see that this old man really cared about this disciple. In public, if the Hall of Famers and Madman continued to maintain their master-disciple relationship, it would also be beneficial for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. In private, all the disciples of the Hall of Famers had received the kindness and care of this old man, so they didn't want to see this old man sad because of this. So at this moment, not only did they not have the mood to continue to crusade against Madman, but there seemed to be a voice in the depths of their hearts. Madman, just agree to the Hall Master. What about you guys? Madman looked at Elder Hua and Chuyun again. His decision wasn't a small matter. Because if he rejected the Hall of Famers, the relationship between the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall would become even worse. On the contrary, if they continued to maintain their master-disciple relationship, then the hostile relationship between the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall might improve because of him in the future. Elder High had already thought of this point. This kind of situation couldn't be allowed to continue. Because if the relationship between the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance really improved because of Madman, it would also directly harm the interests of the Blood Hall. Old Yi, quickly stop them. A cold glint flashed in Old High's eyes as he transmitted a message to the vice leader. Stop them? What's wrong with you? Now that I've stepped forward to stop them, isn't that clearly going against the Hall of Famers? His reputation and strength in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are on par with mine. If we offend him, our situation will only worsen. The Vice Alliance leader snorted coldly. What a stupid idea. At this time, the most important thing to do was to gain the trust of Qin Feiyang again. Only then would it be easier to make a move. Old Hai was infuriated when he heard that. How did things develop to this point? Then, he looked at Elder Hua and Chu Yun. In fact, they were not happy that the lunatic walker and the Hall of Famers continued to be master and disciple. If that really happened, they would have to think twice before dealing with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the future. However, they were worried that if they objected now, would it cause the madman to be disgusted? After thinking about it, Elder Hua decided to leave this matter to the lunatic. He smiled and said, "We won't interfere. You don't have to worry too much about it. Just respect your heart's wishes." "My heart's wishes," the madman muttered to himself. Suddenly, he grinned and looked at the Hall of Famers. He said with a sneaky smile, "Master, do you have a greeting gift?" "Ah." The Hall of Famers was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His face was full of joy. Qin Feiyang also had a smile on his face. Others might wonder if this was really the madman's wish. However, he wouldn't because he understood the madman. Being able to call out the word, "Master," again was enough to show that the madman really cared about this old man in his heart. A greeting gift. The madman grinned. Ah. The Hall of Famers was stunned. Mo Wuhui. No, madman Mo, didn't the Hall Master already give you a gift when you were apprenticed to the Hall Master? Why do you want it now? Do you have any shame? That's right. You can't be as greedy as you. The disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance stared at the madman angrily. Although they were all indignant, anyone with a discerning eye could see that their attitude towards the madman had changed. It was as if they were scolding a friend. "I'm talking to my master. What does it have to do with you? Get lost." The madman rolled his eyes. "You should get lost. As a disciple of the Devil Hall, you came to our Hall of Famers to be your master. You're simply shameless." Seeing the madman quarrel with the disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the disciples of the Devil Hall couldn't help but look at each other. How were they going to deal with such a complicated relationship in the future? Humph. Elder Hai snorted when he saw this scene. He turned around and walked towards the back. "What are you doing?" The Grand Deacon chased after him. "I feel that the vice leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is no longer reliable. We have to think of another way," Elder Hai said in a deep voice. "What way?" The Grand Deacon was suspicious. "Force Qin Feiyang to make a move. This time, there can't be any mistakes. I'll first send a message to the Hall Master and discuss with him to see what he thinks." After Elder Hai finished speaking, he left without looking back. The Grand Deacon looked at Elder Hai's disappearing figure and then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the madman. There was an inexplicable sadness in his eyes. Was it right or wrong to be enemies with these two? Looking at the blood-red clothed youth, he was still standing in the air and staring at Qin Feiyang and the madman. Did they really treat him as heir? This was simply unforgivable. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the vice leader from the corner of his eyes. He was also secretly pondering. The Hall of Famers and the madman had made up. To this person, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Then, the vice leader would definitely be more careful. After all, based on how much the Hall of Famers cared about the madman, if he knew that the vice leader wanted to kill them, he would definitely not let it go. In other words, now, they had another backer behind them. If they couldn't do it the hard way, they would definitely use the soft way. The best way for the vice leader now was to re-establish their master-disciple relationship like the Hall of Famers. Only then would they have a chance to kill him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the surrounding sea. What are you looking at? Elder Hua looked at him suspiciously. Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He pondered for a while and smiled at Elder Hua. I'll go take a walk. Take a walk? Elder Hua was stunned. Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He turned and flew to the other side of the island. The others also looked at him suspiciously. The island wasn't very big. Qin Feiyang quickly flew to the other side of the island and said, Fire Dragon, Brother Black Dragon, Brother Fire Wan, do me a favor. What favor? The three beasts immediately rose into the air and floated in front of Qin Feiyang. Yi Tian and the Great Elder's granddaughter should be hiding somewhere nearby. Help me find them, but don't hurt them. When you find them, bring them here secretly. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Yi Tian? They shouldn't be that fast. After all, they don't have a divine artifact like space-time teleportation. It would take them at least 10 days to half a month to reach Sky Cloud Island from the Kanglan Snow Mountain. Besides, there's no way to activate the teleportation altar in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. With their speed, it would take them at least a year to reach Sky Cloud Island. Black Dragon was stunned at first, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Yi Tian doesn't have a divine artifact like space-time teleportation, but he has mastered the space-time law. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Black Dragon and Fire Wan were stunned. They had been in the Hall of the Exalted for so long, but they had never heard of this. This is also a secret. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then, he said, so, right now, he must be somewhere nearby. Okay. Each of them is hiding so deeply. Even if we find them, how can we secretly bring them here? The Black Dragon asked. With so many people from various powers present, it was impossible for them to do it without anyone noticing. Qin Feiyang looked at Black Dragon and Fire Wan and said with a smile, It's impossible for you, but Fire Dragon is different. Yi Tian believes in it, it must have a way. Black Dragon and Fire Wan couldn't help but look at Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon frowned and said suspiciously, Didn't you say that Yi Tian has nothing to do with this? Why are you dragging him into this now? I have my plans, you just have to do as I say. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Fire Dragon looked at him helplessly and nodded. At that moment, the three beasts restrained their aura, turned around and disappeared over the distant sea like lightning. This is a game of wits and courage, Blood Hall, I'd like to see who will have the last laugh, Vice Alliance Leader, I also hope that you can cherish this opportunity. Qin Feiyang had his hands behind his back as he looked at the endless sea and muttered to himself. On the other side. Old Hai finally returned. How is it? The Grand Deacon secretly asked. The Palace Lord has agreed. Old Hai nodded. Did he say anything else? The Grand Deacon asked. Yes. This is the last time. If we still can't kill Qin Feiyang, then we'll give up for the time being. So, no matter what, we won't fail this time. After Old Hai finished speaking, he looked at the blood-red clothed youth and said, Nie Xiang, come here. Hearing this, the blood-red clothed youth looked suspiciously at Old Hai and quickly ran over. Old Hai glanced at the other disciples beside him, looked at the blood-red clothed youth, and said in a deep voice, Follow me. Immediately, the old man and the young man walked towards a valley at the back. Who knew what to say? Time passed by. It was on a nearby island. A man and a woman stood at the top of a mountain, looking in the direction of Sky Cloud Island. Brother Yi, it's so far away and we can't see anything. Why don't we go directly? Since we're already here, I don't believe that grandfather will chase us away. That's right. These two people were the green-clothed woman and Yi Tian. They didn't dare to get too close to Sky Cloud Island for fear of being discovered, so they stayed here. Yi Tian hesitated. Don't you want to see Madman Mo's strength with your own eyes? The green-clothed woman tempted again. When the madman fought with Zhang Feiyu and Zhang Feitian, they had already sensed the madman's aura. At that time, they wanted to get closer to take a look, but the fluctuations of the battle were too strong. Whether it was them or their spatial divine items, they couldn't get close. They could only vaguely see the figures of the battle. After all, they were only at the peak imperishable stage. Even the battle between the madman and Zhang Feiyu was a battle between half-step sovereigns. So, with their cultivation and spatial divine items, they couldn't withstand the aura of the two. As for what they were saying, they naturally couldn't hear it. Let's go. At most, we'll be scolded. The green-clothed woman pulled Yi Tian. Okay, stop pulling. Yi Tian looked at her helplessly, took a deep breath, and prepared to fly towards Sky Cloud Island. Chapter 32:45. You guys have really rushed over. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the two of them. Yi Tian and the woman were startled and quickly turned their heads to look behind them, only to see a crow and two half-meter-long snakes silently floating in the air behind them. You guys? Yi Tian immediately protected the woman in green behind him. Although the three beasts did not reveal their aura, they all emitted a heavy sense of oppression. Don't be nervous. The fire dragon spoke and transformed back into his real body. It's you? Yi Tian looked at the fire dragon in astonishment, and immediately relaxed. Why did you scare us for no reason? The woman in green walked out from behind Yi Tian and looked at the fire dragon with dissatisfaction. Who scared you guys? It's you guys who are sneaking around and have a guilty conscience. The fire dragon despised. TCH. Aren't you the same, sneaking around? The woman in green pouted. This emperor sneaked around? Little girl, are you crazy? Don't you know this emperor's temper? Where this emperor wants to go, who dares to say a word? The fire dragon had a look of disdain. Ha, that's true. The woman in green laughed dryly. Yi Tian asked, did grandfather know that we ran out and specially asked you to catch us? Just your grandfather, that damn old man, dares to order this emperor? The fire dragon sneered. Yi Tian smiled embarrassedly and looked at the black dragon and fire one next to him, asking, then who are they? Brothers. The fire dragon said. All right. Yi Tian smiled bitterly. None of his words were answered directly. But there was no other way. This guy was indeed someone who no one dared to offend in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You guys change your appearance and then I'll take you to Sky Cloud Island to meet someone. The fire dragon went straight to the point, because only by changing their appearance could they hide from the eyes of the vice leader and the others. Meet someone? You still need to change your appearance? The two looked at each other. The fire dragon nodded. Who are you meeting? The two of them were suspicious. You'll know when you get there. Fire Dragon smiled mysteriously and then said, also, when you arrive at Sky Cloud Island, you are not allowed to talk to anyone, nor are you allowed to shout or ask questions. You are also not allowed to greet anyone from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Why? The two of them were puzzled. Then do you still want to go? Fire Dragon raised his eyebrows. His patience was running out. Yes. The green-clothed woman quickly nodded. Then it's settled. If you want to watch the battle up close, you have to be obedient. Besides, do you think I would harm you? The fire dragon rolled his eyes. The two of them laughed dryly, then took out the phantom form pills and threw them into their mouths, turning into two unfamiliar faces. The fire dragon once again transformed into a small fiery red snake. Then, with the two of them following the black dragon and the fire one, it shot towards Sky Cloud Island at lightning speed. Blood Hall. Old C returned with the blood-red clothed young man. Old High's face was expressionless, but the young man's eyes were filled with joy. It was as if he had gained something from Old High. Where's Qin Feiyang? Old High looked towards the demon palace. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was nowhere to be seen, he couldn't help but ask. Could it be that he ran away because he was afraid? The blood-red clothed young man said with a playful smile. Old bastard, what kind of despicable tricks did you think of this time? Bring it on. The madman raised his head and looked at Old High. His eyes were filled with mockery. As for the blood-red clothed young man, he simply ignored him. I'm afraid you can't take it. Old High sneered. What kind of world have I not seen? The madman smiled proudly. Old High didn't say anything else. He raised his head and silently looked at the sky. What do you mean? The madman frowned and couldn't help but look at the sky. The others also looked at the sky suspiciously. On the other side. At the edge of the island, Qin Feiyang stood facing the wind. During this period of time, his emotions gradually calmed down. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a piercing sound. Qin Feiyang raised his head and a smile appeared on his face. It was the three beasts and Yi Tian. At the same time, Yi Tian also saw Qin Feiyang, who was standing at the edge of the island. His pupils shrank slightly as he said in a low voice, Huolong, the person you brought us here to meet can't be him, right? Fire Dragon remained silent and brought the two of them to Qin Feiyang. Brother Yi, we meet again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Tian suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. How have you been all these years since we parted? Pretty good. Qin Feiyang nodded and chatted like two old friends. This person is Qin Feiyang? The lady in green beside him was also sizing up Qin Feiyang in surprise. Her mind was filled with doubts. Why would the fire dragon be with Qin Feiyang? I said before we came that no questions are allowed. Fire Dragon glanced at the lady in green. The lady in green shrunk her neck. What was going on? Qin Feiyang glanced at the lady in green and smiled at Yi Tian. Brother Yi, let's go. I'll treat you to a show. Show? Yi Tian frowned. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then, he turned around and led the two people and three beasts to walk to the other side. Not long later, they walked to Madman's side. Who are they? When they saw the sudden appearance of the two unfamiliar faces, everyone in the Devil Hall was suspicious. At the same time, seeing that this was actually the Demon Palace's base, Yi Tian and Yi Tian became nervous. Lord Yi Tian, look, grandfather and the others are over there. The lady in green pointed to the small island beside them, where the Deputy Alliance leader and Great Elder were standing at the front. Yi Tian glanced at the people from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. What was this person trying to do? The Deputy Alliance leader, Great Elder, and Hall of Famers also glanced at Yi Tian and Yi Tian, but they didn't recognize them. Qin Feiyang, who are they? Elder Hua and Chu Yun glanced at Yi Tian and the lady in green suspiciously and asked in a low voice. They are my friends. They said they wanted to come and watch the show, so I went to bring them over. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Elder Hua and Chu Yun nodded, then looked at Yi Tian and the lady in green and smiled. Since you are Qin Feiyang's friends, we will naturally welcome you. But remember, don't run around. Okay. Yi Tian and Chu Yun nodded, but their minds were filled with doubts. Friends? Madman glanced at Yi Tian and Chu Yun, his eyes filled with suspicion. When did he make friends with them? Why didn't he know? They are Yi Tian and Great Elder's granddaughters. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Ah. Madman's face was filled with astonishment. You are Madman Mo? At this moment, Yi Tian also looked at Madman. Yes. Madman nodded, then smiled playfully and transmitted his voice. I heard from old Qin that you want to fight with me? Yi Tian sized up Madman, and his pupils shrank slightly. I have just become a sovereign. Your cultivation is far from enough. Madman smiled playfully. Back then in Wind Sea City, I fought with Qin Feiyang. My cultivation was higher than his, but our battle still started. Yi Tian said. Sure, if there is a chance, I will fight with you. Madman chuckled. Back then, when Yi Tian fought with Qin Feiyang, his cultivation was indeed higher than Qin Feiyang's, but Yi Tian suppressed his cultivation at that time. Now that Yi Tian said this, it was equivalent to saying that if Madman was sincere, then he should suppress his cultivation. And since Madman responded, it naturally meant that he understood the meaning of Yi Tian's words. At the same time, Qin Feiyang glanced at the people from the various forces, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Why are they all looking at the sky and not saying a word? What are they looking at? Qin Feiyang also looked at the sky, but there was nothing, so he couldn't help but secretly ask Madman. I don't know. But not long ago, Old Dog Hai said some ruthless words. Madman briefly explained the situation at that time. Moreover, he also mentioned that Old Hai called the blood-red-clothed youth away. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Old Hai, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Old Hai also felt something and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. What kind of conspiracy are you playing? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Madman and asked, Senior brother, why is the White Phoenix divine sword in your hands? Take a guess. Madman was taken aback, and laughed. You cheated it from Fire Lotus? Let me tell you, you can't cheat Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang said with a dark face. Fuck, am I that kind of person? Madman immediately raised his middle finger at Qin Feiyang and said, The White Phoenix divine sword was borrowed by me. Because I expected that there would definitely be a bloody battle in the exchange conference. When I found out that Elder Hu gave Huolian a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact, I borrowed it from her. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. No matter how much this guy cheated, he wouldn't cheat his own people. Clang. Right at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the sky above the small island where the Blood Hall was located. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked up. They saw the void distort, and a dark stone door quickly appeared. This is a space-time teleportation divine artifact. Old Hu frowned. Space-time teleportation divine artifact? Qin Feiyang and Madman's hearts trembled. Could it be that the Blood Hall Master came personally? At the same time, Old Hai looked up at the stone door, and the sneer in his eyes became even more intense. Rumble. Soon, the stone door opened, and a middle-aged man strode out. He glanced at everyone and landed in front of Old Hai. Where are they? Old Hai looked at the middle-aged man and asked. I brought them. But the Hall Master said that we can't let them save them. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Don't worry. Old Hai smiled confidently. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Old Hai, then waved his hand, and a black-haired middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Black Wing Emperor. Qin Feiyang and Madman's eyes trembled. That's right. The black-haired middle-aged man that appeared out of thin air was one of the ancestors of the Mermaid clan, the Black Wing Emperor. They immediately understood. He was planning to use the same trick to force them to attack again. Then I'll go back. The middle-aged man glanced at the Black Wing Emperor, then looked at Old Hai. Okay. Old Hai nodded. The middle-aged man took a step forward and rushed into the stone door in the sky like lightning. He quickly disappeared without a trace, and the stone door also disappeared in the end. Where is this? Compared to the Sword Emperor, the Black Wing Emperor didn't have many injuries on his body, but his Sea of Qi had been destroyed, and he was wearing a bracelet made of soul-sealing demon stone. Moreover, his entire mental appearance appeared extremely withered. His originally deep and sharp blade-like eyes were now dim and lightless. He looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Chapter 32:46. Feiyang? Little Madman? Suddenly, when he saw Madman and Qin Feiyang opposite him, his eyes widened. Was this an illusion? The Blackwing Emperor was stunned for a moment. He quickly raised his hand to rub his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman again. They were still there. And their appearance was the same as before. It was really them. At that moment, the Blackwing Emperor's face was filled with ecstasy as he roared, "Feiyang, little madman, I finally see you. Even if I die now, I can die in peace." When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard this, they couldn't help but clench their fists. When he saw the two of them, the first thing he thought of was not to ask for help, but to die. It could be imagined that the Blackwing Emperor's heart was the same as the Sword Emperor's, filled with despair. "You won't die." Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at Old Hai. "Other than this method, do you know anything else?" "Of course. But this method is the most direct, straightforward, and effective." Old Hai sneered. "Cut the crap. Aren't you just trying to force me to make a move?" "Okay, I promise you." "Same old rules, hand the Blackwing Emperor to Uncle Rabbit," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "No problem. But the rules have to be the same as before," Old Hai said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The so-called rules were that he couldn't activate the Slaughter Domain, Battle Soul, and 3,000 incarnations. Straightforward. Old Hai was very straightforward this time. With a wave of his hand, the Blackwing Emperor flew to Sky Cloud Island and landed beside Little Rabbit. "Feiyang, don't fight with them. They are too strong." After the Blackwing Emperor stabilized himself, he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and roared. "Don't waste your energy. If they would listen to you, then they wouldn't have fought to the death with the people of Blood Hall for the Sword Emperor," Little Rabbit said indifferently as she drank from the wine jar. "Sword Emperor?" The Blackwing Emperor's body trembled as he turned to look at Little Rabbit. "He has already been saved by Madman. So, you have to believe them," Little Rabbit said. "The Sword Emperor is free?" The Blackwing Emperor was stunned. He slowly turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the Madman. His eyes were filled with joy and shock. The fact that the Sword Emperor was free was naturally a cause for celebration. However, the fact that the Madman was able to defeat a member of the Blood Hall was also a shocking matter. Even though they had been imprisoned in the Blood Hall all these years and knew almost nothing about the outside world, they could tell that the people here were far from the ancient realm based on what they could come into contact with, such as the people who had gone to torture them. Just how powerful were Feiyang and Little Madman now? A glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes. Old Hai glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at the blood-robed youth standing next to him. Ice Dragon said, "Nye Xiang, don't disappoint me. Otherwise, don't even think about going back alive. Don't worry. If I lose to them, they will kill me. Therefore, I can only win. I must win, and I will definitely win." Nye Xiang smiled coldly. He took a step forward and landed in the air above the distant sea. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and also took a step forward. But at this moment, the madman grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and shook his head. "Let me go. I have already stepped into the early stage of the Dominator realm, and I have the battle's secret art. My chances of winning are higher. Your injuries haven't healed. In your current state, you are not his match," Qin Feiyang said. "But I'm still stronger than you." The madman raised his eyebrows. "That might not be the case. Besides, isn't my White Phoenix Divine Sword still in my hands? Don't worry, I will try my best to survive." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang's expression, shook his head, and sighed. He finally let go of Qin Feiyang's arm and warned, "Be careful." Qin Feiyang smiled and immediately took a step forward, landing in front of Nye Xiang. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to underestimate this person. Because not long ago, when the madman defeated Jiang Feitian, this person looked at Jiang Feitian and called him trash. It was clear that his strength was above Jiang Feitian's. Such a person, even if he comprehended the fifth profound of the karma law, couldn't be careless. Moreover, this person's cultivation had an absolute advantage. In short, this battle had to be fought with all his strength. Madman, what's his cultivation? The green-clothed woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and Nie Xiang before looking at the madman and asking. Early stage dominator. The madman answered without turning his head. What? Early stage dominator. The green-clothed woman was shocked. The other party was an early stage dominator while Qin Feiyang was only a half-step dominator. With a difference of 2 small realms, this was a battle without any suspense. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Nie Xiang, but Qin Feiyang is a different matter. Yi Tian suddenly said. A different matter? The green-clothed woman was stunned. That's right. I've personally experienced his strength. Not to mention an early stage dominator, even a peak stage dominator wouldn't be his match. Yi Tian couldn't help but recall the bloody battle between Qin Feiyang and the dragon god's sword in the Milky Way. That slaughter domain, that blood-colored sword, it was simply invincible. You're wrong. The madman shook his head. Wrong? Yi Tian was stunned and looked suspiciously at the madman. What do you mean? Old Qin does have many methods and can indeed crush Nie Xiang, but it's different now. When I fought with Jiang Feitian, the Blood Hall already agreed on the conditions. They forbade the activation of the slaughter domain, the 3,000 clones, battle souls, and dominator weapons. The madman said. What? They actually restricted these trump cards? Yi Tian was stunned. So, he can only rely on the power of laws to fight, but his power of laws is only the 5th profound of the lightning law. It's truly worrying. The madman was worried. Indeed, as the green-clothed woman thought, this was a battle without any suspense. Yi Tian came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang again with a trace of admiration in his eyes. For his companions, even if the other party restricted all his trump cards, even if the other party was stronger than him by 2 small realms, he still chose to accept the challenge. In this world, who else would have such courage? This was indeed an amazing man. I thought you were going to keep hiding like a turtle. Nie Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of ridicule. I wanted to, but unfortunately, you didn't give me the chance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't make it sound so dignified. What waste of time, what meaningless battle. I think you don't have the confidence to defeat me, so you don't dare to accept my challenge. Nie Xiang sneered. Since you know, then why are you still licking your face and challenging me? Bullying the weak, is there a sense of accomplishment? Qin Feiyang wasn't angry at all. For such a person, it wasn't worth it. Bullying others definitely won't have a sense of accomplishment, but you are different. Don't you have a sovereign weapon? Aren't you so powerful that you aren't even afraid of a sovereign weapon? Trampling you under my feet, isn't that a very awe-inspiring thing? But it's a pity. These methods of yours have been restricted. Now you only have the power of law left, but I am stronger than you in terms of power of law. Tell me, what can you use to fight me? Nie Xiang laughed loudly, his face full of ridicule. We'll know after we fight. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. All right. I'll fulfill your wish now. Nie Xiang's body trembled, and a monstrous pressure suddenly rolled towards Qin Feiyang. Following closely. He took a step forward, his divine power roared, and a punch rushed towards Qin Feiyang. A large part of the void collapsed on the spot. If you think you can kill me by releasing your pressure, then you are too naive. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. His footsteps moved slightly, and his entire person disappeared in front of Nie Xiang. In the next moment, he appeared on the other side of the void. Heaven-defying technique, space-time step. Damn it. Seeing Qin Feiyang activate Spacetime Step, the deputy leader's eyes suddenly surged with anger. At the same time, the others also had a look of surprise, including Nie Ziang. But what surprised them wasn't Spacetime Step, but Qin Feiyang's ability to ignore the pressure. They remembered that when the madman fought with Jiang Feitian, he also ignored Jiang Feitian's pressure. What was going on? Could it be that the pressure didn't work on the two of them? Or did they have some kind of treasure that could ignore the pressure? They thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they didn't think of the gate of potential. Because in the sky cloud realm, opening the gate of potential was an extremely difficult thing. Moreover, the second half of the pill recipe had long been lost. Without the help of pills, they didn't believe that anyone could rely on their own ability to open the gate of potential. I'm really depressed. How did you do it? Nie Ziang came back to his senses and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, curiously asking. If I say that I opened the gate of potential, would you believe me? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Haha, Nie Ziang immediately laughed and said contemptuously, you? No matter what treasures you have, as long as I kill you, they will all be mine. Swish. As his voice fell, he took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Qin Feiyang. His speed was even faster than Qin Feiyang's, and it wasn't just a little faster. Experience the power of a supreme heaven-defying support divine technique. Nie Ziang smiled ferociously and slapped Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang didn't have time to dodge at all. He immediately flew out, blood gushing out of his mouth. Supreme heaven-defying support divine technique. Madman's eyes trembled. He didn't expect this person to have such a high-level support divine technique. His cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang's and his divine technique was higher than Qin Feiyang's. Nie Ziang had an overwhelming advantage. Not good. Elder Hua and Chu Yun looked at each other and the worry in their eyes grew. Madman looked at the two of them in shock. You don't know. Even super forces like the Devil Hall and the Blood Hall don't have many supreme heaven-defying divine techniques and divine weapons. Therefore, those who have such divine items are basically the most outstanding disciples of the super forces. And this person has a supreme heaven-defying support divine technique. He is definitely one of the best among the core disciples of the Blood Hall. We have all underestimated this person. He isn't just arrogant. He has absolute confidence and capital. Elder Hua's expression was extremely solemn. In this battle, Qin Feiyang was most likely going to die. Chapter 32-47. Old Qin, you have to hold on. The madman clenched his fists, his heart filled with regret. He shouldn't have been so muddle-headed and let Qin Feiyang take the risk. If it was him, he might still have a glimmer of hope. That's right. The madman, who had always been confident, no longer had much confidence when looking at Nie Ziang. Dong! The flying Qin Feiyang was like a meteor as he smashed into the sea below. Nie Ziang's mastery of the supreme-level support divine technique was completely out of his expectations. Just one palm was enough to heavily injure him. Fortunately, his body was stronger than an ordinary person's. Otherwise, Nie Ziang's palm was enough to shatter his bones. Nie Ziang stood in the air and laughed. What an ant that can't even withstand a single blow. Madman Mo, why don't you come as well? All right. The madman took a step forward. What? He's really going? Bullying him with numbers, isn't he afraid of losing face? Some disciples looked at the madman in astonishment. The madman no longer cared about losing face, he only wanted to help Qin Feiyang share the burden. Whoosh! But at this moment, Qin Feiyang rushed into the sky and laughed. Senior brother, after knowing each other for so many years, I just realized that you care about me so much. Scram! Who cares about you? I just don't want to help you collect your corpse. The madman snorted. Don't worry. I won't give you the chance to help me clean up. Qin Feiyang's face was pale, but there was no fear in his expression. The madman frowned, then smiled and retreated to Elder Hua and Chu Yun's side. That's right. This guy was born a freak, there was no need to worry about him. The supreme level support divine technique is indeed powerful. However, if you want to kill me with just this, then you'll be disappointed. Qin Feiyang looked at Nie Xiang and smiled faintly. He used the spacetime step and charged towards Nie Xiang. Let me see how long you can remain calm. Nie Xiang laughed mockingly. He used his sovereign support type divine art to its limits and instantly appeared behind Qin Feiyang at lightning speed, sending out a punch. His speed is completely overwhelming. Everyone shook their heads. However, just as everyone thought that Qin Feiyang was about to be caught off guard by Nie Xiang's attack, Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and dodged Nie Xiang's fist at an extremely tricky angle, landing a punch on Nie Xiang's lower abdomen. Immediately, Nie Xiang was forced back a few steps, his face slightly pale. What? He can still hurt Nie Xiang? His speed and cultivation were clearly suppressed, yet he was still able to find an opportunity to counterattack. His combat experience and combat awareness are simply too terrifying. Just how many battles has he experienced in his life? Although it did not cause any harm to Nie Xiang, it still shocked many people. If Qin Feiyang had the same cultivation level as Nie Xiang, and the same supporting divine arts, then there was nothing to praise. But the problem now was, whether it was in terms of divine arts or cultivation level, Qin Feiyang was in a situation where he was completely suppressed. Faced with such a situation, if it were anyone else, they would not have the confidence to injure Nie Xiang. But Qin Feiyang had done so in front of everyone's eyes. To everyone, this was a very inconceivable thing. And to achieve this, there was no shortcut. One had to go through countless battles and experience countless battles to develop extremely rich combat experience and combat awareness. Obviously, Qin Feiyang had it. However, Qin Feiyang himself was very disappointed with this result. He had originally thought that with the power of this punch, even if it did not shatter Nie Xiang's qi, it would at least send Nie Xiang flying. Because the physical body and strength that had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation were stronger than ordinary people. But the result was that he was only forced back a few steps, only. It seemed that after stepping into the sovereign realm, even the increase in physical strength was not very obvious. However, at this moment, Nie Xiang's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although it didn't cause any damage, it was still a great humiliation for him to be hit by this punch. He was a low-level sovereign, and he even had a supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine art. And his opponent was only a half-step sovereign, and his auxiliary divine art was only at the legendary level. Faced with such a huge gap, he was actually hit by a punch. This was simply a great humiliation. Boom! A monstrous killing intent surged out. He used an auxiliary divine art, and like a ferocious beast, he madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. It seems I can no longer hide my cultivation. Qin Feiyang muttered. If he continued to hide his cultivation, then he would truly be courting death. In the next instant, his aura completely erupted. What? Madman's expression froze. How could this be the aura of a low-level sovereign? Actually, he broke through long ago. He just didn't tell you because he wanted to give you a surprise. Elder Hua shook his head and sighed. Even if he revealed his true cultivation, the chances were slim. He broke through long ago? Madman muttered. He was originally proud that he was one step ahead of Qin Feiyang, but he never imagined that his opponent had already reached the low-level sovereign realm. This was a surprise? No. This was a lie. He was deceiving his feelings. Bastard, I'll settle this with you later. He fiercely glared at Qin Feiyang, and the worry in his heart disappeared. He could rely on his low-level sovereign cultivation to defeat Zhang Feiqian. Even if he restricted all his trump cards, Qin Feiyang could definitely do the same. There was no need to worry at all. Qin Feiyang's eruption of cultivation also caught Nie Xiang off guard. Boom! Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to send another punch towards Nie Xiang's lower abdomen. Although the strength of a sovereign's physical body and strength was not obvious, it was still stronger than an ordinary person. The power of this punch finally sent Nie Xiang flying, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, that was all. Nie Xiang's sea of qi was not affected at all. Qin Feiyang finally came to a conclusion. With his current physical body and strength, he could at most suppress those in the same realm as him. For example, if Nie Xiang's cultivation was only at the low-level sovereign realm, then the power of this punch could shatter his sea of qi. Suppressing those in the same realm as him was not bad. At this moment, Nie Xiang's gloomy face could probably scare a child to tears. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to look at the bloodstain on his hand. This was the second time. Moreover, he was bleeding. This was not only a humiliation, but also an insult to his self-esteem. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Clang. Nie Xiang suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. His eyes flickered with overflowing killing intent. A dazzling blood-red light appeared in front of him. A sharp light that could tear the heavens and split the earth immediately surged out with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Divine artifact. Elder Hua was shocked. And judging from its aura, it's a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. Chu Yun also spoke. Supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact, supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique. Why are the people of the Blood Hall so abnormal? The green-robed woman looked at this scene and couldn't help but turn pale. This was the strength of the Blood Hall's core disciples. Too terrifying. The disciples of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's Hall of the Exalted couldn't be compared to them. Because in the Hall of the Exalted, no disciple had a supreme-level divine artifact. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was indeed a long way from the four superpowers of the Sky Cloud realm. However, the most outrageous thing was that Qin Feiyang's expression didn't change at all. Was he really not afraid? Wait. Suddenly, the green-robed woman was slightly stunned. Why did she feel that Qin Feiyang's demeanor was so similar to Mo Wuyuan's? He was always calm and composed. She and Yi Tian didn't know that Qin Feiyang and the madman were the Mo Wuyuan and Mo Wuhui they knew. Not only will I kill you, but I will also let you taste despair and pain before you die. Nie Xiang sneered and stretched out his hand towards the blood-red light. A sonorous sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, his arms shook violently, and the blood-red light dissipated. A blood-red halberd immediately appeared in everyone's sight. It was about 3 meters long, and its whole body seemed to be soaked in blood. On both sides of the blade, there was a ferocious skull. It was like a demonic weapon had been born, exuding a monstrous evil aura. Clang! Nie Xiang grabbed the halberd and smiled coldly. Then, he slashed in the air, and a blood-red saber qi suddenly burst out. It shattered the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang. The madman stared at the halberd and laughed. This divine artifact, I like it. Old Qin, you know. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. With a wave of his hand, along with a wave of sword light, the white phoenix divine sword appeared and recovered on its own. Thousands of sword qi turned into a giant dragon and blasted towards the blood-red saber qi. Boom! The two collided with a loud bang, and a dazzling divine light burst out, drowning the world. At the same time, a destructive wave swept out in all directions. The powerhouses of the various factions once again activated the power of laws to protect their respective islands. I'll leave that supreme heaven-defying divine artifact to you. Qin Feiyang looked at the white phoenix divine sword floating in front of him and said with a smile. The white phoenix divine sword had recovered on its own, so its power had nothing to do with Qin Feiyang's cultivation level. Unheard of. The white phoenix divine sword immediately tore through the sky and charged towards Nie Xiang and the halberd like a bolt of lightning. Go. Kill it. Nie Xiang roared. Clang. Accompanied by a loud bang, the halberd shone with boundless blood-red light and met the white phoenix divine sword with lightning speed. This was the difference between a heaven-defying divine artifact and a heaven-defying divine art. A heaven-defying divine art had to go through the user before it could join the battle. But a heaven-defying divine artifact was different. They all had their own consciousness. Even if they were not controlled by a master, they could still fight on their own. Qin Feiyang's purpose of bringing the White Phoenix divine sword was actually very simple, which was to stall Nie Xiang's divine artifact. Although he didn't expect Nie Xiang to have a supreme heaven-defying divine art, he knew that Nie Xiang definitely had a supreme heaven-defying divine artifact. The reason for all of this was Old Hai. Since Old Hai had spent so much effort to send the Black Wing Emperor from the Blood Hall, he definitely wouldn't allow the accident between Zhang Feiyu and Zhang Feitian to happen again. Then, what could he do to ensure that Nie Xiang would win? Without a doubt, it was a supreme heaven-defying divine artifact. So, even if Nie Xiang didn't have a supreme heaven-defying divine artifact, Old Hai would definitely give him one. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the halberd that Old Hai gave Nie Xiang when he called him away alone not long ago. Chapter 32-48. The two supreme-level heaven-defying artifacts each displayed their might as they slaughtered their way into the clouds, destroying everything in their path. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he secretly communicated with the halberd's artifact spirit. "Follow me, I can give you a greater chance of becoming a sovereign divine weapon." Madman's previous meaning was for him to subdue this halberd. "I know." This was the artifact spirit's response. "You know?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "That's right. I already knew that your Black Tortoise world is an independent world. Although it is very tempting to me, I can't follow you." The artifact spirit replied. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "How could a smart person like you not think of it?" The artifact spirit's tone carried a trace of helplessness. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He secretly said, "Your master is Old Hai?" "That's right. Although we are heaven-defying artifacts and can forcefully erase the other party's blood contract, there are conditions. This condition must be that the other party's cultivation must be weaker than ours. And you know Old Hai's strength, so I can't forcefully erase his blood contract. On the contrary, if he finds out that I have the intention to betray him, he can instantly erase my artifact spirit. So, no matter how tempting the Black Tortoise world is, I can't go with you." The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before sending a sound transmission. "Then are you interested in following me? If you are, I can think of a way to help you erase Old Hai's blood contract." The artifact spirit was silent for a moment before secretly saying, "If you really want me to go to the source land, I can follow you." "All right, it's a deal then." Qin Feiyang was secretly overjoyed. As long as the halberd had this intention, there would definitely be a way to help it regain its freedom. However, this was not something that could be done immediately. It still had to be considered in the long run. In the blink of an eye, Nie Xiang glanced at the two divine artifacts fighting in the sky, and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile. "This supreme-level heaven-defying artifact should be your strongest method." "So what if I am?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Now that your strongest move is being held back by my heaven-defying supreme weapon, I can't help you. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?" Nie Xiang sneered. "I'm in a good mood." Qin Feiyang smiled. Nie Xiang clenched his fists, his entire body overflowing with a vicious aura. This kind of calm tone and attitude really made people unhappy. Whoosh! He used the supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine art, and the power of law appeared in his hand. Then, it turned into a giant blood sword, exuding a destructive power, and slashed at Qin Feiyang. The fifth profundity of the laws of slaughter, heaven punishing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the fifth profundity of the law of thunder appeared. It carried with it a surging heavenly might as it blasted towards the giant sword. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the two laws collided, and a destructive shockwave roared in all directions. Puff! Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Although they were both using the fifth profundity, there was a difference of 1 level between them. He was no match at all. However, his expression still didn't change. This Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist are 2 different people. One is arrogant and unruly, while the other is steady and mature. In comparison, this Qin Feiyang is more frightening because you can't guess what he's thinking. The leaders of the Heavenly Hall and Deity Hall sized up Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but envy the Demon Hall for having such an outstanding disciple. How good would it be if this person was their disciple? Facing the absolute suppression of cultivation, you have no chance of winning. Give up. Nie Xiang smiled malevolently. The giant sword formed by the laws of slaughter seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Its sharpness shattered the heavens and earth as it crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. Doesn't he have the cultivation of a beginner ruler? That means that in addition to the 5th profundity of the laws of lightning, he has another 5th profundity. What could his 2nd and 5th profundity be? Could it be the 5th profundity of the laws of karma? How is that possible? The laws of karma are also the strongest laws. How can it be so easy to comprehend? Everyone discussed softly. When the Hall of Famers heard the discussion, he asked in a low voice, "Old Qi, you are his master. You should know what his 2nd profundity is, right?" "I'm not his master," the vice leader said in a low voice. The Hall of Famers was stunned. "I'm not as magnanimous as you. After joining the Demon Hall, you still want to maintain a master-disciple relationship with me. That will never happen." The vice leader snorted coldly. "Why are you so stubborn? They have no choice. Moreover, it's not easy for them. As an elder, you should understand them and not blame them. Besides, you are the vice leader. If you are so magnanimous, you will be laughed at." The Hall of Famers consoled him. "But, in the end, he lied to me and even came to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to investigate me. What is this? If this spreads out, how can I maintain a foothold in the East Continent?" The vice leader said angrily. "But you have to admit that you are the cause of this matter. Originally, you had a deep feud with him, but you suddenly proposed to reconcile. No matter who it is, they will doubt your sincerity. Take yourself for example. If you were to encounter such a situation, wouldn't you doubt it? We're all elders, so we have to be reasonable. We have to put ourselves in their shoes." The Hall of Famers persuaded. He sincerely hoped that Qin Feiyang and the vice leader could continue to maintain a master-disciple relationship. This way, although the 2 of them had become disciples of the Demon Hall, they would still be members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The vice leader glanced at the Hall of Famers. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "I don't know what the other 5th profundity is either. This brat has really hidden himself well." The Hall of Famers mumbled. Clang! The giant sword formed by the 5th profundity of the law of slaughter not only contained endless killing intent, but its terrifying sharpness could also destroy heaven and earth. The word "give up" has never existed in my dictionary. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If the frenzied man's arrogance was disdain for his opponent, then Qin Feiyang's indifference was contempt for his opponent. Although he didn't mean to despise his opponent would think so. Just like Nie Xiang. Qin Feiyang's attitude as usual made him almost go crazy. "I might not be your opponent, but it won't be that easy for you to defeat me." Qin Feiyang smiled and slowly raised his arm. Wisps of 5-colored divine light appeared in his palm. In the next instant, a 5-colored divine lotus appeared. It was as beautiful as a gem and emitted a dazzling radiance. It was like an exquisite piece of art. However, looking at the 5-colored divine lotus, the powerhouses of the various factions were shocked. "What's wrong?" a disciple below asked. This is the 5th profundity of the law of cause and effect. His 2nd and 5th profundity is actually the law of cause and effect. He clearly has 7 types of law, but the first one he comprehended is the law of cause and effect. His comprehension ability, and that madman MO, he also comprehended the law of death first. Their comprehension ability is really rare in the world. The powerhouses' hearts were burning. Who wouldn't want to use such a monstrous genius? But there were exceptions. These exceptions were the people from the Blood Hall and the deputy leader. The more terrifying the talent Qin Feiyang and the frenzied man displayed, the greater the threat to them. Naturally, they wanted to kill the two of them in the cradle. Law of cause and effect, it really makes one jealous. However, you still can't escape death today. Nie Xiang grinned. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang's arm shook slightly. The five-color divine lotus suddenly erupted with an aura that could destroy the world. Divine light filled the sky and blasted towards the giant sword like a meteor. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Following that, a series of terrifying thunderstorms and thunderbolts shattered the sky for thousands of miles. At the center of the collision, the two profundities were in a stalemate for a while. Then, the five-color divine lotus suddenly cracked into pieces. Did you see that? This is the difference in cultivation. No matter how hard you try, you can't defeat me. Nie Xiang laughed wildly. Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, the five-colored divine lotus appeared again and blasted towards the giant sword. After 2 consecutive attacks, the giant sword finally shattered. It's useless. Nie Xiang waved his hand and the law of slaughter appeared again. A blood-colored giant sword appeared in the sky again. He roared fiercely, "Go to hell. I told you, it won't be that easy for you to kill me." Qin Feiyang smiled. The law of lightning and the law of cause and effect were activated at the same time. The two fifth profundities attacked together. Boom! This world had long been submerged by the shockwaves from their battle. The void gradually turned into chaos. It was like the scene of the beginning of the world. So strong. Yi Tian's eyes were burning. In the battle back then, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was lower than his. However, not long after, not only had he caught up with him, but he had also surpassed him. However, he wasn't jealous. He only had the will to fight and the spirit of not admitting defeat. As the #1 disciple of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's Hall of Fame, he believed that he would never remain silent. He was confident that one day, he could also reach Qin Feiyang's level. Puff! The difference in cultivation could not be made up after all. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a meteor. Compared to Jiang Feitian, Nie Xiang was much stronger. For example, Nie Xiang's sovereign grade, heaven-defying support-type deity technique was enough to crush everyone in the same realm. Nie Xiang let out a sinister smile. Using a supreme-level heaven-defying support-type divine art, he instantly landed behind Qin Feiyang and said with a grim smile, "Killing a monster like you is quite an enjoyable experience." Then, he slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang's back. The law of slaughter turned into thousands of saber lights and instantly tore open Qin Feiyang's back. Blood was dripping. He was too fast. Qin Feiyang could not keep up with him at all. He could only rely on his battle experience to instinctively defend and counterattack. However, in the face of absolute suppression, his defense and counterattack were meaningless. On the contrary, every time they collided, his injuries would worsen a little. Chapter 3249. After dozens of rounds, Qin Feiyang was already riddled with wounds. Trash, trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. Nie Xiang laughed without the slightest bit of restraint. Using the supreme-level heaven-defying support-type divine technique to its limit, not to mention keeping up with his speed, even looking at his figure was somewhat blurry. It was as if he was a ghost, difficult to capture. Swoosh! The constantly flickering Nie Xiang suddenly stopped in front of Qin Feiyang, smiled cruelly at Qin Feiyang, and slapped at Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Qin Feiyang instinctively retreated. Seeing this, Nie Xiang's face was full of disdain. He raised his arm and turned to slap at Qin Feiyang's face, divine power gushing out from his palm. Nie Xiang's speed was too fast, and Qin Feiyang was somewhat flustered. He hurriedly raised his arm and met it with a palm. A return word appeared on his palm, shining with boundless golden light. Return formula. This was only out of instinct. He did not expect the return formula to be able to solve his immediate problem. Because the return formula was only a low-level heaven-defying technique. However, the moment the two palms met, the divine power in Nie Xiang's palm was instantly reflected back. Puff! Nie Xiang did not activate the power of laws and divine arts. It was just a very ordinary palm containing divine power, so when the divine power was reflected back, Nie Xiang was sent flying on the spot. His arm was shattered on the spot, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This sudden scene, not to mention the others, even Qin Feiyang himself was stunned on the spot, his face full of astonishment. What was going on? The low-level heaven-defying technique's return formula could actually shatter Nie Xiang's arm? I'm not seeing things, am I? Madman also had a look of astonishment. Who knew Qin Feiyang's methods better than him? So he was even more shocked than the others. Something's wrong. Yi Tian was also muttering. Back when he fought with Qin Feiyang, he had also experienced the return formula. It was only a low-level heaven-defying technique. How did it become so strong now? Strange, Qin Feiyang looked down at his palm and activated the return formula again. The word return appeared once again, and a powerful aura surged out. Immediately, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. Previously, when he was fighting with Nie Xiang, he was too hasty and did not notice at all that the aura emitted by the return formula was actually much stronger than before. The strength of this aura seems to be a peak-level heaven-defying divine art. The madman also noticed this and his pupils suddenly shrank. What was going on? How could a low-level heaven-defying divine art suddenly become a peak-level heaven-defying divine art? Old Qin, when did you raise the level of the Huan formula? Madman thought for a long time and could only think of this possibility. It was also the only possibility. Qin Feiyang had increased the level of the return formula by himself. I didn't. Ever since I confirmed that it was a low-level heaven-defying divine art, I haven't used it. Qin Feiyang thought. No? Then what's going on? Madman was shocked. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang frowned. It suddenly became a peak-level heaven-defying divine art? Was this a ghost? It actually shattered my arm. Qin Feiyang. I will tear you into pieces piece by piece. Nie Xiang looked at his lost arm in disbelief, and his eyes suddenly surged with monstrous anger. After taking a divine life pill with 6 dragon-shaped pill chi, he activated the 5th profound of the law of slaughter and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood-red sword. He clenched his teeth, and slapped it with his palm. The golden light turned into a torrent, and surged out of his palm. It then pounced on the blood-red sword. He wanted to confirm whether the return formula had really become stronger or not. Boom! In an instant, the golden light and the blood-colored sword collided. The blood-colored sword paused in the void for a moment, then shattered the golden light and continued to slash towards Qin Feiyang. Although he did not block the blood-colored sword, Qin Feiyang's expression was full of excitement. Because this meant that the return formula had indeed become stronger. Kill! Nie Xiang roared. The blood-colored sword tore through the world, and the terrifying sharpness wanted to cut Qin Feiyang in half. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. If the return formula had become stronger, then what about the Xing, Zhan, and Kill formulas? Would they also become stronger? He made a prompt decision. He used the Xing formula, and his speed suddenly soared, narrowly avoiding the blood-colored sword. However, the aura of the blood-colored sword had already locked onto him, and it turned in the air and charged towards him. This is... Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The current speed of the Xing formula was actually comparable to a peak-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine art. In other words, the Xing formula had also reached the peak level. What was going on? Behind you. Madman shouted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and immediately felt a terrifying sharpness coming from behind. The blood-colored sword was already charging towards him. At this critical moment, a monstrous battle intent rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body, followed by the appearance of a shining armor. This was the transformation of the Zhan formula. The moment the armor appeared, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded again. The aura emitted by this armor had also reached the peak level. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Madman was also completely dumbfounded. The three heaven-defying divine arts had all reached the peak level. And it happened without any warning. This was too strange. Although it seemed slow, everything happened in an instant. Just as Qin Feiyang activated the Zhan formula, the blood-colored sword directly slashed his shoulder. With a loud crack, the armor shattered on the spot. One of Qin Feiyang's arms was also directly broken. The teacup bowl-sized wound on his shoulder spurted blood. After all, the fifth profound, the peak-level heaven-defying divine art, the Zhan formula, couldn't block its sharpness. However, Qin Feiyang didn't have much emotion. The arm that was cut off didn't seem to be his. He used the Xing formula and retreated like lightning. You're really lucky to not die like this. Nie Xiang roared as he controlled the blood-colored sword and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as a shocking murderous aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, a blood-colored sword appeared in his hand. Qin Feiyang, you violated the rules. Old Hai saw the blood-colored sword and immediately roared. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. He looked down at the blood-colored sword, his eyes full of shock. This blood-colored sword was the transformation of the Zhan formula. But its power was actually countless times stronger than before. No. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he looked at the blood-colored sword in bewilderment. The power of this blood-colored sword seemed to be much stronger than the Zhan formula, Xing formula, and Huan formula. This aura, that's right, it was the aura of a legendary-level heaven-defying divine artifact. Why is it like this? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The Zhan formula, Xing formula, and Huan formula had all been promoted to the peak level of heaven-defying divine arts. And the Zhan formula was even more ridiculous. It had actually been promoted to the legendary level of heaven-defying divine arts without anyone noticing. I must have seen a ghost. Frenzy shook his head and roared, don't worry about this first. Quickly think of a way to kill him. Qin Feiyang quivered. He raised his head, and looked at the blood-colored huge sword that was close at hand. He patted the blood-colored long sword without the slightest hesitation. The blood-colored long sword turned into a graceful sword, and collided with the blood-colored huge sword with a loud rumble. Crack! The blood-colored sword instantly shattered. And Qin Feiyang had already activated the fifth profound of the law of cause and effect. The five-colored divine lotus shone brightly as it blasted towards the blood-colored sword. Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to use the space-time step and retreated far away. He then took out a divine life pill and threw it into his mouth. Boom! The two profound divine arts clashed once again, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Huan formula, Zhan formula, Xing formula, kill formula, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Although the changes of these four profound divine arts couldn't compare to the fifth profound, it undoubtedly increased his chances of winning. But why was that? Qin Feiyang, you've lost. Old Hai's voice sounded once again. Lost? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback before he sneered mercilessly, do you think this is the slaughter domain? It's not like you haven't seen a slaughter domain before. Is this what it looks like? Idiot. Old Hai's expression froze. It was indeed different from the slaughter domain. No. The slaughter domain didn't appear at all, only the blood-colored sword appeared. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang no longer paid attention to Old Hai. He took a deep breath, and all the profound divine arts evolved in an instant. A terrifying aura shook the surroundings. It's time to end this. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the profundities of the various laws instantly transformed into a torrent that shot towards Nie Xiang from all directions. Fifth profound divine art of the law of thunder, fifth profound divine art of the law of cause and effect, fourth profound divine art of the law of slaughter, third profound divine art of the law of light, law of force, law of war, and law of wind. It's really 7 profound divine arts. And these profound divine arts aren't low. This talent is too terrifying. At this cultivation level, he has mastered so many profound divine arts. If he's given some time, how strong will he become? The eyes of the various giants trembled. The core disciples under them couldn't be compared at all. Hold on. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze locked onto the slaughter domain, law of force, law of wind, and law of war. Fourth profound divine art, third profound divine art. Could it be the changes in the 4 great divine arts are related to the profound divine arts? He had already comprehended the 4th profound divine art of the law of slaughter, and the kill formula had evolved from a low-grade divine art to a legendary grade divine art. There were exactly 4 levels. The law of force, law of wind, and law of war were all 3rd profound divine arts. The battle formula, movement formula, and return formula had also evolved from a low grade to a pinnacle divine art. There were exactly 3 levels. Because they were low-grade divine arts, evolving by 1 level would make them mid-grade, 1 more level would make them high-grade, and 1 more level would make them pinnacle. This was a perfect fit. In other words, it was very likely that every time he comprehended a new profound divine art, the 4 great divine arts would evolve by 1 level. If that was the case, wouldn't all 4 divine arts be upgraded to supreme grade divine arts after he comprehended the 5th profundity of the 4 divine arts? Chapter 3250. When Qin Feiyang thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Because this was the only explanation, and it completely matched the conditions for the 4 divine arts to mutate. If this was really the case, then there was no need for him to look for other supreme grade divine arts. He only needed to comprehend the laws of slaughter, strength, war, and wind. He and Madman had been studying the 5th profundity of the law of slaughter in the Black Tortoise world all these years. Therefore, they had already reached the final step in comprehending the 5th profundity. They were only missing an opportunity. By the time he comprehended the 5th profundity, the transformation of the 4 great heaven-defying divine arts would be completely verified. Rumble. At the same time, all kinds of profound mysteries and divine abilities rushed towards Nie Xiang with overwhelming power. This formation is quite scary, but it won't be able to withstand a single blow. Nie Xiang smiled disdainfully. The 5th profundity of the law of slaughter appeared as he furiously slashed out. Boom! Apart from the law of lightning and the 5th profundity of the law of karma, all the other profundities were instantly annihilated. The stalemate lasted for several dozen breaths. The 5th profundity of the law of slaughter and the law of karma shattered at the same time. Qin Feiyang's 5th profundity of the law of lightning was also on the verge of shattering. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The 5th profundity turned into lightning that swept across the sky and instantly engulfed Nie Xiang. Did he succeed? Madman was stunned. Even if Nie Xiang was a low-stage sovereign, he should be heavily injured after being engulfed by the 5th profundity of the law of lightning. However, when the lightning dissipated and Nie Xiang's figure was revealed, Madman's expression froze. Nie Xiang's face was filled with mockery, and there was a blood-red armor on his body. This armor flickered with blood-red light as if it was made of fresh blood. It emitted a shocking baleful aura. It was also because of this armor that he didn't have any injuries on his body. This is also a supreme grade divine artifact. Elder Hua exclaimed. What? Madman's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank. Not only did he have a supreme-level heaven-defying divine weapon, but he also had a supreme-level heaven-defying armor, and even a supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique. How could he fight against 3 supreme-level divine objects? Old Dog Hai, you are too despicable. Madman stared at Old Hai and roared. Obviously. Both the halberd and the blood-red armor had been given to Nie Xiang by Old Hai before the battle. Despicable? You're too naive. Don't you know that the winner takes all? Besides, these two divine items were given to Nie Xiang by me during the battle. I didn't break any rules, so how is that despicable? You should say that your blood hall's foundation is too strong. Old Hai sneered. Madman's face sank. The White Phoenix divine sword was restrained by the Feng Tian halberd and could not help Qin Feiyang at all. In terms of deity arts and cultivation, Qin Feiyang was completely suppressed by Nie Xiang. Now, Nie Xiang had an additional exalted level heaven-defying armor. In addition to the exalted level heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique, Qin Feiyang had no chance of victory. Sigh. It's this old man's fault. This old man underestimated the blood hall's desire to kill Qin Feiyang. Old Hua shook his head and sighed. Yeah. We should also give Qin Feiyang a few supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifacts. Chu Yun nodded. What's the use of saying this now? Madman stared at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered, Bastard, you must hold on. Do you know? You're really like an ant now. You're desperately struggling and resisting, but it's still meaningless. Nie Xiang, who was wearing armor, looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Even an ant has a time when it can defeat an elephant. Qin Feiyang said. At this moment, even he felt an unprecedented pressure. If the slaughter domain, 3,000 incarnations, and battle soul could be activated, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Even if this person had a few more supreme-level heaven-defying armors, he would still have a way to kill this person. But now, all of these had been restricted. The remaining methods couldn't fight this person at all. An ant defeating an elephant? Ha, this is the first time I've heard such ridiculous words. Nie Xiang raised his head and laughed. Old Hai raised his eyebrows and shouted, Nie Xiang, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and kill him for me. Although Nie Xiang had completely suppressed Qin Feiyang, he was still afraid of accidents happening. Because there were too many possibilities on this boy. Nie Xiang glanced at Old Hai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I originally wanted to play with you for a while, but there's no other way. Deputy Hall Master is anxious, so I can only send you to hell. Boom. As his voice fell, the fifth profound of the slaughter law appeared again. Following closely, two more law powers emerged. They were the law of sword and the law of war. Fifth level battle intent, open. Nie Xiang let out a low roar, and a monstrous battle intent erupted. His entire person instantly transformed into a war god. Immediately, the fifth profound of the law of sword, the raging dragon, also appeared. So he also mastered the law of war, no wonder he's so arrogant. Someone muttered. The power of the law of war had already been reflected in the battle between Wang Kuang and the disciple of the Devil Palace. It was no exaggeration to say that having the law of war was equivalent to having an immortal body. As long as the sea of Qi and divine soul were still there, he could continue to fight until the other party was exhausted. So, opponents of the same realm, those who had the law of war were basically guaranteed to win, not to mention that Qin Feiyang was one small realm weaker than Nie Xiang. In everyone's heart, this battle was already without suspense. Not only was Nie Xiang's cultivation stronger than Qin Feiyang, even the divine arts and artifacts were superior. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was bound to lose. Despair. Roar. Make your final struggle. Ha, Nie Xiang laughed wildly. The law of slaughter and the fifth profound of the law of sword instantly carried the power to destroy the world as they charged towards Qin Feiyang. What should we do? Frenzy stared at Qin Feiyang, his heart incomparably anxious. Elder Hua and Chu Yun were also nervous. Needless to say, the Black Wing Emperor roared hysterically, Hurry up and run, don't worry about me, it's not worth dying here for me. As long as Qin Feiyang wanted to leave, no one could stop him. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, his eyes filled with stubbornness. The fifth profound of the law of karma and the law of thunder appeared at the same time, roaring towards the two great profound of the law of thunder. It's meaningless. Nie Xiang laughed loudly. With a loud bang, the four great profound of the law of war collided. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, his face as pale as paper. At the same time, the fifth profound of the law of thunder didn't have any power to resist and directly shattered. Facing Nie Xiang's two great profound of the law of karma, the fifth profound of the law of karma also disintegrated. If only Qin Feiyang's cultivation was also at the early stage of the Dominator realm. Yeah. At the same level, the law of karma can completely crush the opponent. Someone shook his head and sighed. The outcome was already decided. Elder Hua clenched his fists and transmitted his voice, "No, he can't die here. Little Yun, prepare to save him. Save him." Chu Yun was shocked and hurriedly looked at Elder Hua. "We can't care so much now. If the little rabbit comes looking for trouble, we'll just die together with it," Elder Hua said in a deep voice. Whoosh. Chu Yun took a deep breath, and then her eyes became incomparably sharp as the law of time and space spread out. "Chu Yun, what are you doing?" Not only was Elder Hai paying attention to the battlefield, but he was also monitoring Elder Hua and Chu Yun. Because he was worried that Elder Hua and Chu Yun would attack at the critical moment, he immediately discovered that Chu Yun had activated the law of time and hurriedly shouted. Immediately, the little rabbit also looked at Chu Yun with a cold glint in its eyes. "Elder Hua, Chu Yun, I don't need your help." However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. The two immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and saw that at this moment, Qin Feiyang's expression was calm in the face of the two great fifth ultimates. "I can do it." Qin Feiyang spoke again, his eyes still locked on the two great fifth ultimates. "You can do it? Huh, even now, you still dare to boast." Nie Xiang laughed mockingly. However, facing such mockery, Qin Feiyang didn't get angry. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Indeed. Not only was Nie Xiang's cultivation strong, but he also had three great supreme-level heaven-defying divine items. It could be said that even a lesser dominator like Jiang Feitian could only be abused in front of him. Therefore, with just his current strength, wanting to defeat Nie Xiang was simply a pipe dream. Now, if he wanted to break out of this situation, he only had one path. That was to comprehend the fifth profundity of a law and raise his cultivation to lesser dominator. Now, he only had the fourth profundity of the law of slaughter left. The other four were only at the third profundity. Therefore, he could only comprehend the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter. At this moment, it was obviously not the time to comprehend the profundity of the law. Because in this situation, to comprehend the profundity of the law was undoubtedly courting death. However, Qin Feiyang was an exception. Thinking back to the past, countless times he had tried to break through at the edge of life and death because his nature was the same as others. When others faced danger, they would be flustered and anxious, unable to calm down. However, since young, the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he would be. As for the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter, he and the madman had been discussing it for a long time. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. He believed that he could do it. He even closed his eyes. What is he doing? Waiting for death? That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who is waiting for death. Wait. Could it be that he wants to learn from Madman Mo and find an opportunity to break through at the edge of death? Everyone was bewildered. Learn from me? He's thinking too much. I was taught by him. When the madman heard these discussions, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Although he had always been bold, he didn't dare to do something so exciting. At the very least, before he met Qin Feiyang, he had never done something so risky. For example, when he was comprehending the fourth and fifth profundities of the law of lightning, it was Qin Feiyang who was holding him back. Therefore, it wasn't Qin Feiyang learning from him, it was he learning from Qin Feiyang. But to be honest, doing this kind of thing was really exciting. Chapter 3251. To actually comprehend the power of laws at this time, you really haven't died before. Nie Xiang was also extremely angry. This was simply ignoring his existence. Swoosh. Immediately, he used the supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary technique, following closely behind the two profound laws, and charged towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was already motionless, as if he had turned into a stone statue. The fifth profound laws of sword law and slaughter law arrived. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to die, a black armor appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. That's right. This was the legendary heaven-defying artifact given to him by the vice leader, the Spectre Armor. The Spectre Armor had not yet been sent to the land of Source, so it had been residing in Qin Feiyang's body. At this moment, the appearance of the Spectre Armor was also a risk of death. After all, it was two great fifth profound laws. However, this was also an opportunity for it. Because Qin Feiyang said that he would only let it enter the land of Source after seeing its performance, it risked its life to buy some time for Qin Feiyang. Boom! The two profound laws attacked, and Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out. However, even though he was fatally injured, he was still like a stone statue, not moving at all. Moreover, there was no pain on his face. He seemed extremely calm, as if he did not feel any pain. However, the Spectre Armor was bombarded by the two profound laws and shattered on the spot. The divine light also dimmed, and it had no choice but to return to Qin Feiyang's body. Let's see who can save you. Nie Xiang laughed sinisterly. The two profound laws continued to attack Qin Feiyang. Clang! At this moment, accompanied by a loud noise, another divine artifact flew out from Qin Feiyang's body. This was a long sword, its entire body like fire, 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide, and its hilt was shaped like a qilin. That's right. This was also a reward given to him by the Vice Alliance leader. It was called the Qilin Divine Sword, and it was also a legendary divine weapon. The Qilin Sword was the same as the Ghost Battle Armor. It wasn't sent directly to the land of origin. It was only sent to the land of origin to take a look and understand it. Then, it would depend on their performance. At this moment, the Qilin sword also decisively came out to protect its master. However, after all, it was only a legendary artifact. How could it withstand the fifth profound meaning? With a loud crack, the divine Qilin sword also broke on the spot and quickly returned to Qin Feiyang's body. They had already done their best. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be destroyed. This scene moved the people from the various forces. Thinking back to how the Crimson Fire godly armor betrayed Qin Feiyang and how the two godly artifacts risked their lives to protect Qin Feiyang, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Many people couldn't figure it out. Just what kind of charm did this kid have to make these divine artifacts so loyal? However, after all, it was only a legendary artifact and could not help Qin Feiyang completely solve the current crisis. Go to hell! Nie Xiang roared. The two profound meanings were once again in front of Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, clang! Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing sword sound in the sky. The white phoenix godly sword shook off the heavenly halberd with all its might and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang like a bolt of lightning. Thousands of sword chi turned into a huge wave and pounced on the two profound meanings. Boom! The supreme-grade godly artifact was indeed extraordinary. It actually blocked the two profound meanings. What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to hold it back? Nie Xiang immediately looked at the heavenly halberd and roared in exasperation. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to die, the white phoenix godly sword came to disrupt the situation. How could he not be angry? A supreme-grade godly artifact that is ready to go all out. I can't stop it. The heavenly halberd brought along a rolling wave of blood and charged toward the white phoenix godly sword. At the same time, Nie Xiang also controlled the two profound meanings to madly collide with the huge wave formed by the sword chi. Seeing this, Madman's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a way to stall for time. He shouted, "White Phoenix Godly Sword, don't fight head-on. Take old Qin and escape. Give him enough time." Hearing this, the White Phoenix Godly Sword immediately released a wisp of sword chi and swept up Qin Feiyang before turning around and flying away. This works too. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Deputy Palace Master, this, Nie Xiang was also the same. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Old Hai was naturally furious as he turned to look at Little Rabbit. This doesn't violate the rules. Little Rabbit shook her head and said while drinking wine. No violation? Old Hai's face was instantly filled with anger. This was clearly protecting Qin Feiyang. What? You forgot so quickly? At the beginning, Uncle Rabbit said that the entire Heavenly Cloud Sea is their battlefield. So, as long as they are still in the Heavenly Cloud Sea, it's not a violation. Besides, they aren't stupid. If they can't win, of course they have to run. Don't tell me they'll just stand there and let you kill them. Little Rabbit's face was filled with disdain. Old Hai couldn't help but be angry when he heard this. That's right. If they can't win, then they'll temporarily hide. Anyway, there's no time limit. Even if they fight for decades or centuries, it doesn't matter. Elder Hua patted his head. If that's the case, with the White Phoenix Godly Sword strength, he should be able to stall for some time. But can he really succeed? If he can't succeed, he will still die in the end. Chu Yun looked at the White Phoenix Godly Sword and Qin Feiyang in the distance and was worried. Old Hai, this is indeed not a violation, so stop pestering endlessly. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Palace also spoke. That's right. You're the Deputy Palace Master of the Blood Palace. Can't you be more rational? The powerhouses of the Divine Palace also said. What does it have to do with you? Old Hai glared angrily at the powerhouses of the two sides. Then, he looked at Nie Xiang, who was still standing there in a daze, and shouted, "Hurry up and chase after them." Nie Xiang shuddered and immediately looked at the Sky Piercer and shouted, "Hurry." The Sky Piercer released a wisp of divine power and swept Nie Xiang up. Then, it chased after the White Phoenix Godly Sword and Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. Let's go and see. Someone said. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Little Rabbit waved her paw, and a huge image immediately appeared in the sky above Sky Cloud Island. Whether it was Qin Feiyang and the White Phoenix Godly Sword, or Nie Xiang and the Sky Piercer, they could all see it clearly. In the sky above the sea. As Nie Xiang had stopped for a while, the distance between the two had widened. The Sky Piercer's weapon spirit said, "The White Phoenix Godly Sword strength is not weaker than mine. It's not easy to chase after it. Hurry up and think of another way. You still have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for your uselessness, Qin Feiyang would have died in my hands." Nie Xiang snorted coldly. Being arrogant in front of me, are you courting death? Do you know your own identity? The Sky Piercer's weapon spirit was furious. Nie Xiang felt the killing intent of the Sky Piercer and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. How could he forget that the owner of this supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact was not him at all in a moment of anger? In front of this divine artifact, even if this divine artifact killed him, Old Hai wouldn't say anything. This time, he became obedient. He activated the supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine technique, and his speed soared. And in the image above Sky Cloud Island, not only could they see Qin Feiyang and the others, but they could also hear their conversation. Old Hai looked at Nie Xiang angrily. If there was a problem, he would definitely think of a way to remedy it. But this Nie Xiang only knew how to blame the Sky Piercer. It was fine if there was no comparison. But now, first the madman turned the tables, and now Qin Feiyang was looking for hope in a desperate situation in order to win this battle. In comparison, the disciples of his blood hall were really weak. Elder Hua, Chu Yun, is there anyone stronger among the core disciples of the blood hall? The madman glanced at the people of the blood hall, and his eyes flickered. Stronger? Elder Hua was slightly taken aback. Are you asking if there are people like you and Qin Feiyang who have grasped the strongest law? Yes. The madman nodded. If there were, then even if Qin Feiyang won in the end, there would definitely be a bloody battle waiting for them. There must be. Not only the Blood Hall, my Demon Hall, Sky Hall, and Deity Hall actually have them. Elder Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. There are? The madman raised his eyebrows. But you don't have to worry, those who have comprehended the strongest law are the top disciples of the various forces. For example, although my Demon Hall has such disciples, we didn't bring them this time. Elder Hua transmitted his voice. Didn't bring them? The madman was stunned. That's right. This kind of disciple is the key to nurture and protect. Normally, we wouldn't let them come out. And for this exchange, the various forces also know that the exchange is just a cover. Our real goal is to deal with you and Qin Feiyang, so there's no need to bring them along. Furthermore, our 4 super forces have been fighting openly and secretly, so we don't dare to easily expose the talents of these disciples. Because if the other 3 forces know that you have an extremely outstanding disciple, then it's very likely that they will assassinate you. Of course, you and Qin Feiyang are different. After all, you have a sovereign weapon. As long as they aren't stupid, they won't provoke you. Elder Hua transmitted his voice. But someone just has to provoke us. The madman looked at the people of the Blood Hall with a cold glint in his eyes. This Blood Hall probably has no choice but to come looking for trouble with you. Elder Hua shook his head. He didn't know before, but when he learned about the situation of Qin Feiyang and the others in the Black Tortoise world, he had a rough guess in his heart. It was very likely that Ice Dragon was behind this. Whether or not they had no choice, this enmity has already been formed, and they must pay the price for it. The madman smiled sinisterly. The others could be forgiven, but the Blood Hall was absolutely unforgivable. Elder Hua glanced at the madman, then raised his head to look at the people of the Blood Hall, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Blood Hall and Demon Hall had already formed a deep enmity, so he had always supported the madman and Qin Feiyang. Although there were suspicions of using the 2 of them, to put it bluntly, weren't Qin Feiyang and Ice Dragon using the Demon Hall as well? It was just that the way they interacted was different. They treated each other with sincerity. Chapter 3252. Above the Sea. The White Phoenix Divine Sword carried Qin Feiyang as fast as lightning and gradually began to encounter sea beasts. When these sea beasts sensed the White Phoenix Divine Sword's aura, they all retreated to the side. Behind them, Nie Xiang and the halberd chased after them. Nie Xiang was arrogant and his methods were fierce, but he didn't dare to harm these sea beasts. This was because before he came, his superiors had already instructed him not to harm the sea beasts of the Heavenly Clouds Ocean no matter what the situation was. The reason was that the beast god of the Heavenly Clouds Ocean was also a protective lord. If you dared to start a massacre in the Heavenly Clouds Ocean, you would be courting death. That should be Qin Feiyang. He's actually being chased and beaten up. Looks like he's not as powerful as the rumors say. What do you know? Look at their cultivation. Qin Feiyang is just an early-stage sovereign. Look at the person behind him. He's an early-stage sovereign. And look at his speed. It's obvious that he has grasped a supreme heaven-defying support-type divine technique. Their strength isn't even on the same level. The sea beasts were also discussing amongst themselves. Qin Feiyang, don't waste your energy. You have nowhere to run. Nie Xiang laughed sinisterly. His current speed was actually slightly faster than the White Phoenix Divine Sword. Although the White Phoenix Divine Sword was a supreme heaven-defying divine artifact, it couldn't cultivate support-type divine techniques. Thus, its speed was only comparable to a peak sovereign. As for Nie Xiang, he already had the cultivation of an early-stage sovereign. In addition, he had a supreme heaven-defying support-type divine technique. Thus, in terms of speed alone, he surpassed these divine artifacts. This was also Chu Yun's worry. Although the White Phoenix Divine Sword could stall for some time, it couldn't do so for too long. If Qin Feiyang couldn't reach the early stage sovereign by then, only death awaited him. In the face of Nie Xiang's clamor, Qin Feiyang was still the same as before. He didn't react at all. His eyes didn't open from start to finish. The current him seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. However, in his inner world, it was a completely different scene. In the boundless inner world, Qin Feiyang's consciousness stood in the center of the inner world, looking around in confusion. Why did it suddenly appear in his inner world? Not long after he closed his eyes, his consciousness had involuntarily entered his inner world. Could the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter be related to one's inner world? Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared in front of him. However, the blood shadow's back was facing Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could only see his back and not his face. However, when Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the blood shadow, his eyes suddenly trembled. He shouted, "Inner demons, you're not dead?" He immediately ran over. Who was more familiar with the inner demons than him? Therefore, even if he only saw the back of the person, he could still recognize him at a glance. However, when he ran behind the blood shadow and reached out to grab him, the inner demons directly dissipated. During the whole process, the inner demons didn't say a word and didn't look back at him. It was as if they didn't know Qin Feiyang existed. Inner demons, Qin Feiyang roared. His voice spread throughout the inner world. However, he didn't get a response from the inner demons for a long time. Qin Feiyang looked around and gradually lowered his head. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. The inner demons had died long ago. The inner demons he saw now were just a residual shadow left in his heart. Because in his heart, he had always been worried about the inner demons and missed the inner demons. Therefore, over time, the residual shadow of the inner demons would be left in his inner world. Inner demons, if only you weren't dead. Qin Feiyang murmured. Really? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He quickly turned his head and saw a blood-red figure standing in the void behind him. And this time, the figure was facing him. Qin Feiyang's mind roared. This figure, this face, wasn't it the inner demons? You're not dead? Qin Feiyang stared at the inner demons with joy. Whether I'm dead or not depends on you. The inner demons said. Depends on me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did this mean? It means that in your heart, if you think I'm dead, then I'm dead. If you think I'm alive, then I'm alive. The inner demons said. Then are you dead or not? Qin Feiyang frowned. He didn't understand at all. Don't you understand? Then let's put it more simply. As long as you think I'm not dead, then I will always exist in this inner world. The inner demons smiled slightly. Always exist in this inner world, Qin Feiyang murmured and sighed. In the end, you're just an afterimage. Although it's an afterimage, I'm real. Unless one day, you completely forget me, then I will disappear. The inner demon smiled. Forget you, Qin Feiyang whispered and shook his head. I will never forget you. No. You must forget me. The smile on the inner demon's face suddenly disappeared. Why? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's because my existence will affect your comprehension of the law of slaughter. The inner demon said. Affect my comprehension of the law of slaughter? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The true essence of the law of slaughter is to stop killing with killing, to kill all the worlds, to prove one's Tao through killing. But you are too merciful, too sentimental, this is your biggest obstacle. So, you must forget me, forget everyone around you, forget all feelings, and become a truly cold-blooded, truly ruthless person. Only then can you comprehend the Tao of the law of slaughter. The inner demon's words were filled with ruthlessness and indifference. It was like a clap of thunder that struck Qin Feiyang's heart. No. It's not like that. Qin Feiyang roared. Then what do you think it is? The inner demons looked at him with a sneer. Although the law of slaughter represents slaughter, it doesn't mean that you have to cut off all feelings and become a cold-blooded and ruthless person. Kindness, sentiments, feelings, these are the feelings that heaven and earth gave to all living things. Instead of cherishing them, you want to erase them. Isn't this going against the Tao? Just like us in the past. Although you are the inner demons and are blocking my path to becoming a god, have I ever given up on you? No. I used my sincerity to influence you, moved you, and made us rely on each other. Isn't this enough to prove that my approach is correct? Qin Feiyang said angrily. But I still can't escape death. The inner demons shouldn't exist in this world. Why are you so persistent? Forgetting me is good for everyone. The inner demon sighed. Forgetting you, I can't do it. Cutting off all feelings, I can't do it either. If this is really the only way to comprehend the fifth profound of the law of slaughter, I'm willing to give up this law of slaughter. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his eyes filled with certainty. Then he smiled and said, don't forget, whether it's you and the white-eyed wolf, or Fatso and the others, we all relied on each other's shoulders, relied on each other, and protected each other to get to where we are today. Who's your shoulder? Who's relying on you? Protecting each other? This is just your wishful thinking. Suddenly, another familiar voice sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw another figure appear behind him. Fatso. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right, it's Fat Lord. Fatso nodded his head. Why did you appear in my inner world? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not only Fatso, but also us. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings and saw silhouettes appearing one after another. There was Uncle Yuan, Lu Hong, Lu Zheng, Ling Yunfei, Lu Jiajin. There was also his second grandpa, his grandfather Lu Yun, his grandfather Emperor Chen, his great-grandfather Emperor Hong, and even his parents. Moreover, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and even the dead Zhuge Mingyang were in the crowd. In short, at this moment, whether they were former enemies or former friends, they all appeared around him. However, the faces that should have been very familiar were extremely strange in Qin Feiyang's eyes at this moment. Even these faces were somewhat ferocious. Qin Feiyang, don't be so naive. We don't want to be your friends at all. Ling Yunfei sneered. What? Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei in disbelief. Are you surprised? But this is the truth. The reason why we are with you is purely to benefit from you. Ling Yunfei sneered. That's right. I'm afraid only you are stupid enough to think that we are your friends. Lu Hong and Lu Jing also spoke one after another, their faces full of disdain for Qin Feiyang. No, Qin Feiyang shook his head. One by one, ruthless and indifferent voices were constantly transmitted into his mind, making him in a trance. No. Qin Feiyang, you are too naive. Think about it. If we didn't come to please you and curry favor with you, how could we have achieved what we have now? You are ridiculous. You actually think that we really treat you as a brother. Willow Tree, Blood Kirin, Tang Hai, and the others all spoke one after another. No, Qin Feiyang shook his head frantically. This must be an illusion. There was a loud bang. He released his aura, but everyone was still there. No one disappeared. Feiyang, a voice full of love came into Qin Feiyang's ears. Father, Qin Feiyang quickly looked at the king. Son, come here. The king waved at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the king. But the king, who had been kind a moment ago, suddenly became ferocious. He took out a dagger and stabbed Qin Feiyang's heart. Drops of blood flowed down the dagger. A heart-wrenching pain swept through his body. Father, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang roared angrily. The pain, the blood, and the king's ferocious face. Everything was too real. He couldn't help but wonder if he was in his inner world. Don't blame me. You are too good. You have threatened my position. The king coldly looked down at Qin Feiyang, who was lying in the void. Threatened your position? When Qin Feiyang heard this, he raised his head and looked at the king in disbelief. Although you say that you are not interested in the throne, who knows what you are thinking in your heart? At this time, another young man walked out and stood in front of the king, sneering. This person was Qin Haotian. Furthermore, Qin Yun, Qin Ji and the others were all looking at him with expressions of schadenfreude. Chapter 32:53. Why did it become like this? Weren't these familiar faces his family, friends, and companions? Was this an illusion, or was it real? Those cold and emotionless voices were like a curse, constantly drilling into his head, causing him to be unable to differentiate reality from illusion. Mother, Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Qiuyu and Qin Yuan. Others could betray him, but his mother and Uncle Yuan would never. Don't look at us. If not for your birth, would the Lu family and Qin clan be controlled by the demon ancestor? Your grandfather and your grandfather fell into the demon ancestor's hands and suffered so much? So, I have no love for you, only hate. Lu Qiuyu also had a cold face. No, I don't believe it, Qin Feiyang roared. This is the truth. Qin Yuan also spoke. No, this is not real, you are all illusions, Qin Feiyang roared, and the 4 profound laws of slaughter appeared, killing in all directions. Just illusions, and they wanted to confuse him? Ah, accompanied by a series of screams, the people around died one by one under the profound laws, blood splattering everywhere. What? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. There was actually blood? And those screams, it was so real. Could it be that this was not an illusion? You are indeed an unfilial son, even killing your own father. The others stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. I am not, Qin Feiyang shook his head crazily, already showing signs of going berserk. You are. Don't deny it. Although you look kind on the surface, your heart is filled with resentment and killing intent. Your heart will always be cold. Quickly tear off that hypocritical face of yours. The inner demons roared. No, you shut up. Qin Feiyang roared, his eyes blood-red, and the sword of slaughter appeared, slashing at the inner demons. Yes. That's it. Kill everyone related to you and sever all emotions. Only then will you be able to comprehend the 5th profound of the law of slaughter. The inner demons cackled. Go to hell. Qin Feiyang's sword arrived and killed the inner demons on the spot. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. You are so ruthless. The relatives, brothers, and companions who have been with you for so many years were all killed. You are a devil. There were still many people alive. Their resentful and cold voices constantly lingered in Qin Feiyang's ears. He scanned his surroundings, and those familiar figures became blurry before his eyes. It was as if he had gone mad, and his mind was in a mess. Don't say any more, please, don't say any more. Qin Feiyang covered his ears, but he couldn't block out the sound at all. His mind became more and more chaotic. Boom! A monstrous murderous aura suddenly erupted as he roared, all of you, go to hell. The 4 profound meanings of the law of slaughter reappeared, crazily killing in all directions. Those familiar figures, one after another, splattered blood in the sky. The entire inner world was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Yes, that's it, kill everyone related to you. Be a ruthless person. Only then can you make others afraid, think about the blood hall. If you were strong enough, would they dare to provoke you? If you were cold enough and didn't care about the life and death of the Sword Emperor and the others, why would you hesitate in front of them? So, you must be a ruthless person, suddenly. Another voice suddenly sounded, echoing in Qin Feiyang's mind. Who is it? Qin Feiyang's hair fluttered in anger as he scanned his surroundings. I am your voice. In fact, your heart has always been a devil. It's just that you don't want to admit it. That voice sounded again, as if it had a bewitching power, causing Qin Feiyang to walk step by step into the abyss. Don't hide it anymore. Release your true nature. Kill all those who betrayed you. Let them feel despair and pain. Let them tremble at your feet. That voice continued to bewitch him. Kill them all, Qin Feiyang muttered, his face becoming more and more ferocious. His eyes were blood red, revealing a monstrous evil aura. Yes. Kill them all. This is your true nature. That voice cackled. Boom. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and scanned his surroundings. His entire inner world seemed to be drowned in blood at this moment. An endless killing intent roared in all directions. Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that his strength was madly increasing. But outside, his body was cracking inch by inch, and blood was gushing out of his wounds. What's going on? White Phoenix Divine Sword was bewildered. Not good. He has fallen into an illusion created by the law of slaughter. If he doesn't get out of it quickly, he will die. At the same time, Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang in the image above Sky Cloud Island, and his face changed greatly. Illusion? Frenzy was surprised. Yes. This illusion is the most crucial step of the law of slaughter. Once you lose your way, only death awaits you. Elder Hua nodded. Is there any way to help him? Frenzy asked. No one can help him. He can only rely on himself. Elder Hua shook his head, his eyes filled with worry. It's not bad to die like this. Opposite. Elder Hai muttered to himself with a sneer on his face. At this moment, Nia Xiang had already caught up with White Phoenix Divine Sword. The White Phoenix Divine Sword saw that the situation was not good, and a surge of divine might emerged. Qin Feiyang immediately flew away by himself. Then, the White Phoenix Divine Sword fully recovered and fought with Nia Xiang and the halberd with everything it had. However, Qin Feiyang was still completely unaware of all of this. In his inner world, Qin Feiyang not only had blood-red eyes, but his hair and skin were also blood-red. His entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura, and he looked like a god of slaughter who had returned. Kill everything, kill to stop killing, kill to prove one's Tao. Those who betrayed me, go to hell. He smiled ferociously, and his eyes were cold and ruthless. Is this really your Tao? Suddenly, another voice sounded in his inner world, drifting erratically. Qin Feiyang was suddenly stunned. This voice seemed to be his own voice. Is your Tao really to kill everything? The voice sounded again. In fact, this was the voice deep in his heart. Although he had lost his mind now, there was still a trace of kindness and mercy deep in his heart. In short, this voice was the kind side of his heart. My Tao, Qin Feiyang murmured and seemed to be hesitating again. What was your persistence in the past? What was it that allowed you to walk all the way to where you are today? Think about it carefully. Can all of this really be cut off? If you really cut off everything, then are you still you? The voice sounded again, like the voice of the heavenly Tao, slowly transmitted into Qin Feiyang's mind. My persistence, Qin Feiyang murmured. In his chaotic mind, a ray of light gradually appeared. My persistence is to protect the people around me, to protect the common people of the world. I can walk all the way to where I am today, because of everyone's support. For example, the beings of the Black Tortoise world, they have always silently supported me. For example, Li Changhe, Feng Daji, they all stood in front of me, and were willing to give up their lives for me. All of this. I can't cut it off, yes. This is the real me, Qin Feiyang murmured. The scenes of the past constantly appeared in his mind, and his spirit became clearer and clearer. Killing does not only represent indifference and ruthlessness, everything has two sides. The law of killing is the same, it has another side. It can be benevolence, it can be reform. Just like the inner demons, although they are existences that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, they do not have to be killed. They can also be slowly reformed, that's right. This is the other side of the law of killing, Qin Feiyang became clearer and clearer, and the world in his heart also changed. The blood and corpses that filled the sky disappeared, leaving only him standing alone in the void. He swept his gaze over the void, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang's body fell into the sea, and like a corpse without consciousness, he floated into the distance with the surging sea. The sea beasts he encountered all looked at him in surprise. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, who was motionless, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The surrounding sea beasts were immediately frightened, and hurriedly turned and fled into the distance, suspiciously sizing up the scene. The aura was getting stronger and stronger. The sea within a radius of tens of millions of miles was boiling, and huge waves that covered the sky appeared and swept in all directions. At the same time, a blood-red aura surged into the sky, containing a monstrous killing intent. This was the law of killing. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, a blood-red giant sword appeared from the law of killing. Killing intent instantly covered the sky, causing the void to collapse and the sky to tremble. It was as though a peerless divine weapon had appeared. At the same time when the blood-red giant sword appeared, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura directly soared to the sovereign realm. He succeeded. Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the disciples of the demon palace looked at Qin Feiyang in the image and couldn't help but become excited. Needless to say, Frenzy clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. However, Elder Hai, the Grand Deacon, and even the Vice Leader had an extremely gloomy expression. But in comparison, the Vice Leader would still conceal it. Elder Hai did not conceal it at all, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He really comprehended it. This talent was too big of a threat to them, and they had to think of a way to get rid of it. Sea region. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked up at the blood-red giant sword in the sky, and his body suddenly erupted with a shocking killing intent. He could be a benevolent savior, but he could also be a demon king that caused people to tremble in fear. It's time to end this, he muttered to himself as he swallowed a life-divine pill. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze locked onto the battle between White Phoenix Divine Sword, Nie Xiang, and the Ancient Halberd. Then, he activated the space-time stride and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 3254. In the distant battlefield. The White Phoenix Divine Sword was already in pieces, but it was still holding on and did not retreat. It tried its best to buy time for Qin Feiyang. Clang! With a loud sound, the Heavenly Halberd and Nie Xiang's esoteric divine skill joined forces and attacked the White Phoenix Divine Sword. At this moment, the White Phoenix Divine Sword also felt a fatal threat. However, it only hesitated for a moment before facing the Heavenly Halberd and the esoteric divine skill. With a loud crack, the White Phoenix Divine Sword finally reached its limit and broke into pieces. I'm going to destroy both your soul and body, Nie Xiang roared ferociously. He grabbed the Heavenly Halberd and slashed at the fragments of the White Phoenix Divine Sword. Qin Feiyang, I've already tried my best, the weapon spirit of the White Phoenix Divine Sword muttered and quietly waited for death. Boom! However, at this moment, a blood-red giant sword tore through the sky and attacked at lightning speed. Nie Xiang was shocked and hurriedly turned in the air. The Heavenly Halberd faced the blood-red giant sword. With a loud clang, the blood-red giant sword and the Heavenly Halberd collided. Nie Xiang immediately felt a terrifying force and was pushed back on the spot. What? This seems to be the fifth esoteric intent of the law of massacre. Could it be? Nie Xiang looked up into the distance. In the next instant, his pupils abruptly shrank because in his line of sight, there was a white figure walking over step by step in the air. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? He successfully broke through? Nie Xiang was in disbelief. Obviously. The Heavenly Halberd's weapon spirit said. Now, Qin Feiyang's aura was that of an initial sovereign. He was also extremely impressed. This young man was indeed not someone like Nie Xiang could compare to. I didn't persevere for so long in vain. The weapon spirit of the White Phoenix divine sword muttered. Once Qin Feiyang, who had mastered the strongest law, stepped into the initial sovereign realm, no one in the same realm would be his match. Nie Xiang, prepare yourself. Qin Feiyang glanced at the shattered White Phoenix divine sword and killing intent surged in his eyes. The fifth profound of the law of karma appeared, exuding a monstrous divine might. The five-colored divine light illuminated the heavens as it charged towards Nie Xiang. I don't believe you can comprehend the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter in such a short time. Nie Xiang roared furiously. The fifth profundity of the law of thunder and the law of sword appeared simultaneously and attacked the law of karma. Rumble. The scene was like three comets colliding, and a wave of destructive air immediately surged out. At the instant they collided, the laws of lightning and the fifth profundity of the laws of sword shattered into pieces, and they didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. So strong. Nie Xiang's eyes trembled. Was this the power of an ultimate law? They were both fifth profound meanings, but the gap between them was so huge. Right when Nie Xiang was shocked, the five-colored divine lotus was like a graceful bolt of lightning that arrived before Nie Xiang. Feeling the fatal danger, Nie Xiang shuddered and hurriedly raised his halberd to block in front of him. Clang! Nie Xiang was blasted flying once more. His body was covered in horrifying bloody scars. Qin Feiyang, show mercy to the heavenly halberd. Suddenly, White Phoenix divine sword's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang looked at White Phoenix divine sword's weapon spirit suspiciously. When I went to save you initially, it was the one who deliberately let me go. Otherwise, with its strength, I wouldn't have been able to escape from it so easily. White Phoenix divine sword transmitted its voice. I see. Qin Feiyang came to a realization. It seemed like the heavenly halberd was indeed willing to follow him. Swoosh. Following that, Qin Feiyang looked at Nie Xiang with killing intent in his eyes. Damn it, damn it. Nie Xiang roared and activated a supreme-level heaven-defying support divine technique. He began to flee without looking back. Running? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and raised his arm. With a flick of his finger, a blood-colored bolt of lightning shot out and charged over instantly. That's right. This was also formed by the kill formula. Looking at this blood-colored bolt of lightning, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a hint of joy. Although it was formed by a wisp of blood and its power was not comparable to the blood-colored longsword, the power of this blood-colored bolt of lightning was almost at the supreme level. In other words, his guess was correct. After comprehending the profound meaning of the laws, the four divine techniques would automatically increase by one level. Was this the six-word divine technique? It was indeed different. That's impossible. At the same time, Nie Xiang, who was fleeing, felt the blood-colored bolt of lightning coming towards him, and his face was full of disbelief. This seemed to be formed by a supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique. But the battle on Sky Cloud Island was so dangerous, and he didn't see him activate it. Could it be that when he broke through his cultivation, he also cultivated a supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique? Impossible. How could it be so easy to cultivate a supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique? Without thinking, Nie Xiang activated the supreme-level heaven-defying armor. With a clang, the blood-colored bolt of lightning struck Nie Xiang's back. Nie Xiang spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale. His body also flew out. Supreme-level heaven-defying armor, Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the White Phoenix divine sword was sent to the Black Tortoise world. Then, with the spacetime step, he chased after Nie Xiang in a few steps. Because a person would not activate a supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique when they were flying out, Qin Feiyang could use the spacetime step to catch up with Nie Xiang. This was a battle between sovereign realm experts. The slightest mistake could be fatal. Clang. As killing intent and blood-colored light emerged, a blood-colored longsword appeared, emitting a sharp light. Sure enough, the kill symbol formula had truly stepped into the supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique level, and it was even stronger than the average supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique. It seemed like the 6-word divine technique could also be invincible in the same realm. Don't. Nie Xiang stabilized his body, and when he turned around, his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly blocked with his halberd again. Qin Feiyang coldly smiled, and the blood-colored longsword slashed down. With a loud clang, cracks appeared on the halberd. After fighting with the White Phoenix divine sword for so long, the halberd's body had already suffered some damage. Now that the kill symbol formula had been upgraded to the supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique level, even the halberd could not withstand the power of the blood-colored longsword. Crack. Cracks appeared on the halberd's body, and it fell out of Nie Xiang's hand. Qin Feiyang did not care about the halberd, and once again slashed at Nie Xiang. A crack immediately appeared on the armor on Nie Xiang's body. Just as the crack appeared, Qin Feiyang slapped the hilt of his sword. The blood-red longsword immediately shot out like an arrow and entered Nie Xiang's chi-si with a puff. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, Nie Xiang's momentum disappeared without a trace, and his chi-si was destroyed. Even if he had a supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique, it was useless. It's over. Nie Xiang looked at his bleeding abdomen, and only despair remained in his eyes. If his chi-si was still there, he still had hope of escaping. But now, his chi-si was destroyed. Even if he had heaven-defying abilities, it was useless. Moreover, he himself did not have any heaven-defying abilities. I'll return to you the words you said to me before without missing a word. Despair. Roar. Make your final struggle. Qin Feiyang walked to Nie Xiang step by step and turned to look at him. Nie Xiang raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. At such a critical moment, he could actually calm down and comprehend the 5th profundity of the law of slaughter. What kind of terrifying existence did he provoke? Suddenly, the armor on Nie Xiang's body emitted a dazzling divine light. Following closely, this supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact took Nie Xiang and flew away. A divine artifact dares to act rashly. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The 5th profundity of the 3 laws instantly appeared. Coupled with the kill formula that had already evolved into a supreme-level heaven-defying divine art, it carried a monstrous aura and instantly drowned Nie Xiang. Crack. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, the armor shattered continuously, and Nie Xiang was even more desperate. The destructive power of the 3 laws and the sharpness of the kill formula frenziedly strangled his physical body. Fresh blood stained the surroundings. No, don't kill me, spare my life, I'll be your slave, he wailed miserably, his heart filled with fear. I'm sorry, I'll apologize for someone like you being my slave. Qin Feiyang shook his head without any sympathy. He watched with his own eyes as Nie Xiang was strangled to death by the 3 laws and the blood-colored sword, his soul and body destroyed. The armor was still there. However, it had already been turned into fragments. But as long as it was given time, it would be repaired sooner or later. As for the Sky Piercer, although it still had the strength to fight, it did not make any more moves. First of all, it originally wanted to go to the Black Tortoise world. Secondly, Qin Feiyang's kill formula had already evolved into a supreme-level heaven-defying divine art. Coupled with the karma law and other profundities, even if it made a move, it would be useless. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and quickly sent the Sky Piercer and armor fragments into the ancient castle. He said, "Ancient castle, I'll have to trouble you to help them erase Old High's blood contract." At the same time, Sky Cloud Island. The various forces looked at the scene in the sky with shock on their faces. First, the madman comprehended the 5th profundity of the law of life and death at the brink of death. Now, Qin Feiyang comprehended the 5th profundity of the law of slaughter in a desperate situation. What kind of monsters were these two? As for the Blood Hall's core disciples, their previous arrogance had already disappeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang on the screen, their eyes were filled with fear. They still had the confidence to fight against Qin Feiyang, who had just become a sovereign. But now, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was the same as theirs. They no longer had the courage to do so. Just the law of karma alone was enough to make all the disciples here tremble in fear, not to mention the kill formula, a powerful trump card. The Grand Deacon took a deep breath and turned to look at Old Hai. He said in a deep voice, "Old Hai, quickly destroy those 2 divine artifacts." When Old Hai heard this, he immediately quivered. That's right. Qin Feiyang had let those 2 divine artifacts go. He must be preparing to subdue them. Supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifacts were comparable to peak sovereigns. Even if they were destroyed, they could not let Qin Feiyang benefit immediately. With a thought. However, at the same time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong? The Grand Deacon was surprised. Their blood contracts have been forcefully erased. Old Hai said gloomily. What? Who has this ability? The Grand Deacon was shocked. It must be that sovereign divine artifact. Old Hai's face sank. Jiang Feiyu, Jiang Feitian, Nia Ziang, the Scarlet Fire Armor, the Sky Piercer, the Armor, and the supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact Flame Saber that was crushed by the little rabbit, 3 genius disciples, for divine artifacts, all of them had fallen in the hands of the madman and Qin Feiyang. Whether it was for him personally or for the entire Blood Hall, it was a great shame that could not be washed away. Trash, all of you are trash. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jiang Feitian and Jiang Feiyu were different, but this Nia Ziang, who gave him 2 supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifacts, couldn't even kill Qin Feiyang. What's the point of raising such trash? In fact, he didn't know that all of this was due to the Sky Piercer. If the Sky Piercer didn't go easy on him, Nia Ziang could definitely kill Qin Feiyang. However, he would never know about this. Chapter 3255. Law of Karma, Law of Thunder, Law of Slaughter, Law of War, Law of Light, Law of Wind, Law of Force, at the same time. Looking at Qin Feiyang who was returning, Yi Tian frowned and sent a voice transmission. Dandan, if I remember correctly, Mo Yuanyuan seems to have grasped these 7 types of laws as well. The green-clothed woman was slightly taken aback. Thinking back, her expression froze. It was exactly the same. What was going on? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? A moment later. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feiyang finally returned. Before killing Nia Ziang, he had already taken the divine life pill, so his injuries were basically healed. Swish. Madman took a step and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He forcefully punched Qin Feiyang's chest and said angrily, "You bastard, I have poured out my heart and lungs for you. You actually deceived me?" Deceived you? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. You dare say that you only comprehended the law of karma now? Madman sneered. All right. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He inadvertently saw the scene above Sky Cloud Island and frowned. You were watching the entire battle? Yes. Madman nodded. If that's the case, why didn't you bring the Black Wing Emperor here? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Why would I bring him here? With the little rabbit here, why should I be afraid of the Blood Hall? Madman looked at the Blood Hall with a mocking expression. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. There was probably no one here more reliable than this little rabbit. Then. He also looked at the people from the Blood Hall. Looking at the gloomy face of Old Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Senior Hai, this junior didn't disappoint you, right? At this moment, the words senior and junior sounded so harsh. Old Hai clenched his fists tightly. He was about to go crazy. Boom! Suddenly. Accompanied by a monstrous aura, the 5-colored divine lotus appeared, followed by the appearance of the blood-red longsword. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the blood-red longsword and the 5-colored divine lotus streaked across the sky like lightning, hovering above the island where the Blood Hall was located. What is he doing? Everyone was surprised. Old Hai, the Grand Deacon, and the core disciples of the Blood Hall also looked up at the five-colored lotus and sword. Those disciples were filled with fear. Old Hai and the Grand Deacon were. Qin Feiyang swept his eyes over the people of the Blood Hall, and finally looked at Old Hai and the head deacon. He said word by word, "I want to challenge all the disciples of the Blood Hall." What? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang with dumbfounded expressions. Challenging all the disciples of the Blood Hall? Is this directly of blood? Old Hai and head deacon stared at Qin Feiyang and Madman. This was clearly an attempt to embarrass them. The disciples of the Blood Hall were also burning with rage. You have broken through to the early stage of the ruler realm and grasped the law of karma. You are indeed very powerful. However, to challenge all of us by yourself, isn't that a little too much? What is it? Don't dare. Think about it. Jiang Feiqian challenged Senior Marshal Brother Feng Zi and Nia Xiang challenged me. What are their cultivations? What are our cultivations? We still dare to accept the challenge. And now? All of you are at the early stage of the sovereign's level. There are over 100 of you, yet you don't dare to challenge me and my senior brother? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you if word of this gets out? Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, the group of disciples was immediately enraged. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't beat the two of you. Old Hai, Senior Deacon, we can't tolerate this humiliation. Please give us the order, we will slaughter them all. The group of people roared furiously. Yes, that's right. We can't let others look down on us. Of course, it is also very dangerous to fight with so many of you, so we can't fight for nothing. Senior Hai, do you dare to bet again? Use the Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor as the stakes. Qin Feiyang's gaze locked onto Old Hai. His gaze was aggressive. Old Hai remained silent. Although it seemed that the Blood Hall had a higher chance of winning, facing Qin Feiyang and Nia Xiang, he really didn't have much confidence. Especially now that Qin Feiyang and Madman had joined forces. Although Madman's cultivation was only at the early stage of the ruler realm, it was hard to guarantee that he didn't have other methods. It would be fine if they won, but if they still lost to the two of them, it would undoubtedly be an even greater humiliation for the Blood Hall. Most importantly, if the two of them won, they would lose the Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor. Then, it would be almost impossible to deal with Qin Feiyang and Madman in the future. Because without the key chips, the two of them wouldn't pay attention to them at all. The chief deacon transmitted his voice, "Old Hai, calm down. After all, the hall master has already said that this is the last time." He was deeply afraid that Old Hai would agree to Qin Feiyang and Madman's bet on impulse. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Old Hai glared at the chief deacon and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Don't be complacent too early. The good show is still behind. Let's go. As his voice fell, he activated the spacetime law, and a spacetime transmission channel immediately appeared in front of them. All the forces looked at the Blood Hall in surprise. What's going on? They left just like that? Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but frown. Old Dog Hai, is this all your Blood Hall can do? 3 genius disciples and 4 heaven-defying treasures have fallen in our hands. Can you bear it? Madman shouted angrily. Bastard, shut up. A core disciple of the Blood Hall roared. Trash, all of you are trash. The dignified overlord of the Western continent actually doesn't dare to accept the challenge of 2 brats like us. In the future, you might as well change your name to Tortoise Hall instead. Madman's unbridled mockery and ridicule made the core disciples of the Blood Hall go crazy. Let's go. Old Hai shouted coldly and took the lead to step into the spacetime crack. Those core disciples glared hatefully at Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu before following them inside. Finally, it was the chief deacon's turn. Before entering the spacetime crack, the chief deacon looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, I'll kindly give you a word of advice. It's understandable that you're young and impetuous, but if you go too far, you have to be careful lest you suffer a setback. Thank you for your warning. I'll also give you a word of advice. Sometimes, it's better to do more good deeds and accumulate merit, lest one day you provoke the wrath of both men and gods. If we don't make a move, the heavens will deal with you first. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Heavens, the chief deacon looked at the sky, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. This trace of mockery was profound. Then, he stepped into the space-time crack without looking back. They really left? Then, is the exchange still continuing? The people of the various factions looked at each other. The Blood Hall has already left. Is there a need to continue? Let's go. We should also return home. The heads of the Sky Hall and Deities Hall shook their heads. They glanced at Qin Feiyang and Madman before opening the space-time passage and leaving with their disciples. Soon, only the people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demonic Hall remained. Qin Feiyang and Madman glanced at the 3 empty islands and let out a long sigh. Then, they flew towards Sky Cloud Island. Although the Blood Hall didn't accept the challenge, they had rescued the Black Wing Emperor and the Sword Emperor. This trip was worth it. Moreover, Madman had comprehended the 5th profundity of the law of death and stepped into the initial stage of the Dominator realm. Qin Feiyang had comprehended the 5th profundity of the law of slaughter and stepped into the initial stage of the Dominator realm. He had also obtained 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. We've made you suffer. Qin Feiyang and Madman landed in front of the Black Wing Emperor and cut off the bracelet on his hand. They then took out a Divine Essence C pill and handed it to the Black Wing Emperor. What's this little bit of suffering? You guys, on the other hand, have really worked hard. Fortunately, you guys are fine. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. The Black Wing Emperor's face was filled with self-blame. If you say that, I'll feel even worse. If you scold me, I'll feel better. Qin Feiyang lowered his head. If he hadn't sent the 4 of them to guard the 4 seas, how could they have been kidnapped by the Ice Dragon? The Black Wing Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and then at Madman. He smiled and said, then, let's not blame ourselves. It's not easy to reunite. We should all be happy. Happy, Qin Feiyang muttered. The Mermaid Emperor and White Wing Emperor were still in the hands of the Blood Hall. How could they be happy? Sigh. After sighing inwardly, Qin Feiyang looked up at the Black Wing Emperor and said with a smile, you can go to the Black Tortoise world to recuperate first. Okay. The Black Wing Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the Black Wing Emperor to the Black Tortoise world. He then looked at Little Rabbit and cupped his hands. Thank you, Uncle Rabbit. What are you thanking me for? This is the result of your hard work. Little Rabbit waved her paws and said, however, this Blood Hall is really boring. They stopped playing on the first day of the conference. Actually, it's also expected. Old Qin has reached the initial stage of the ruler realm and has the law of karma as well as the kill symbol art. The true elite disciples of the Blood Hall haven't come yet. Therefore, no one can fight with him now. If this continues, the Blood Hall will only lose more face. Besides, they don't dare to use the Mermaid Emperor and White Wing Emperor as bargaining chips to gamble with us. Madman smiled coldly. True elite disciples? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Previously, I asked Elder Hua. He said that the 4 super forces actually have disciples who grasped the strongest law. It's just that they didn't bring them to this conference. Madman said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. However, even if they brought them here, with your means, there's nothing to be afraid of. Madman chuckled. It's hard to say. However, of course, we aren't afraid, right? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Huh, Madman raised his head and laughed. Not to mention the older generation, he really wasn't afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Lord Ruler, the wine you want is ready. Why don't you take a look and see if you're satisfied? At this moment, Pai Lupi's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Is it fast? It has been more than 3,000 years. Pai Lupi replied. 3,000 years? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before slapping his head. The Black Tortoise World's time array was 1,000 years per day. When he ordered Pai Lupi and Madman to arrange this matter, it was on the day they arrived at Sky Cloud Island. 3 days had passed in the outside world. Today was the 4th day, so 3,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise World. Chapter 3256. A divine brew that took more than 3,000 years to brew, it should be amazing. Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, we are also preparing to go back. Hurry up. At this moment, Elder Hua's voice sounded. Go back. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. That's right. Now that he was a disciple of the Demon Palace, he had to go back. Old Qin, to be honest, I don't want to go to the Demon Palace. Frenzy suddenly spoke. You don't want to go? Qin Feiyang frowned. He had promised the Demon Palace Hall Master that he would enter the Demon Palace. What I mean is that we are still disciples of the Demon Palace, but we won't go there for the time being. Frenzy said. Then where are we going? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Now, you have already stepped into the initial stage of the Dominator Realm, and I have also broken through to the initial stage of the Dominator Realm. With those supreme-grade heaven-defying artifacts, I think that even if we go to the Western Continent, we should be able to protect ourselves. Why don't we go directly to the Western Continent? Frenzy suggested. Go directly to the Western Continent, Qin Feiyang muttered. No, you guys agreed to help me investigate the whereabouts of the Alliance leader and my parents. If we go to the Western Continent now, how are we going to investigate? At this moment, Fire Dragon, who was lying on Frenzy's shoulder, looked at the two of them and said. Before Qin Feiyang and Nia Xiang fought, the Fire Dragon, Black Dragon, and Fire Luan moved to the side and lay on Frenzy's shoulder. Frenzy looked at the Fire Dragon and frowned slightly. We are brothers, you can't go back on your words. Fire Dragon was extremely anxious. Frenzy immediately rubbed his forehead with an irritated expression. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Fire Dragon and then looked at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's side. Coincidentally, the Vice Alliance leader also looked in his direction. In the Vice Alliance leader's eyes, Qin Feiyang saw a trace of struggle and hesitation, as well as a trace of relief. This gaze, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Madman, the Fire Dragon, and the other two beasts and said, "Wait for me here." After saying that, he looked at the little rabbit again and said with a smile, "Uncle Rabbit, don't go yet. I'll give you a surprise later." Surprise? The little rabbit was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to Elder Hua. He didn't try to lower his voice as he said with a smile, "Elder Hua, you can go back first." Ah. Elder Hua was stunned. On the other side, the Vice Alliance Master's eyes flashed. Although he didn't look at Qin Feiyang, he pricked up his ears and carefully listened to Qin Feiyang's next words. "I want to stay in the Heavenly Cloud Sea for now." Qin Feiyang smiled. Stay in Heavenly Cloud Sea? Elder Hua and Chuyun looked at each other and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you staying in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean?" "Of course it's to gain experience." Qin Feiyang smiled. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, "This matter might not be over yet. I need your help." When the two heard this, their hearts trembled. Elder Hua glanced at the Vice Alliance Master and nodded with a smile, "All right then, you can stay here to gain experience, but you must pay attention to your safety." "We will." Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Hua smiled and looked at Chu Yun. "Then let's go." Chu Yun waved her hand, and a space-time teleportation channel immediately appeared. "Let's go." With this order, the core disciples of the Demon Hall immediately rushed towards the space-time teleportation channel. Soon, only Qin Feiyang, Yi Tian, and the woman in green were left here. The Hall of Famers glanced at the disappearing spacetime teleportation channel and smiled at the Vice Alliance Master. Then let's go back too. Yes. The Vice Alliance Master nodded. Clang. The Hall of Famers waved her hand and opened a spacetime teleportation divine artifact. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance welcomes you back at any time." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang bowed and said gratefully. Then, the Hall of Famers, the Great Elder, and the Vice Alliance Master led a group of disciples into the spacetime teleportation channel. Seeing this, Yi Tian and the woman in green were about to fly towards the Vice Alliance Master and the others. However, at this time, Qin Feiyang reached out to stop them. What? Yi Tian was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. After watching the people from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance leave, Yi Tian frowned and said, "Qin Feiyang, what do you mean by this? You want us to change our appearances just to watch your performance?" "I don't think he just wants us to watch his performance. He's also going to kidnap us." The woman in green also had a displeased look on her face. "Kidnap you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "If I really wanted to kidnap you, would you still be able to stand here so easily? Then why are you doing this?" Yi Tian was suspicious. "Haven't you ever thought about why the Hall of Famers is so nice to us? And why is my power of law exactly the same as Mounuan's?" Qin Feiyang said. The two of them looked at each other. Of course, they had thought about it, but they didn't dare to say anything without proof. "That's right, I am Mounuan, and senior brother Crazy is Mo Wuhui," Qin Feiyang said. "You guys," the woman in green looked at the two of them in shock. "You don't have to show such an expression. Before you guys arrived, we had already admitted our identities in public, so your grandfather, the Hall of Famers, and the Vice Alliance Master already know." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "What exactly do you want to do?" Yi Tian raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He suddenly raised his arm and slapped the back of the woman's head, causing her to faint. "What are you doing?" Yi Tian supported the woman in green and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. "Do you still remember what I told you before?" Qin Feiyang didn't explain and asked. "What did you say?" Yi Tian frowned. "Your grandfather colluded with Blood Hall." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Yi Tian's pupils shrank. "I sneaked into the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to investigate this matter, and now I have the results." Qin Feiyang sighed. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, Yi Tian had an uneasy premonition. "Yes. They are indeed colluding," Qin Feiyang secretly said. "This is impossible, I don't believe it," Yi Tian shook his head. "I know you will definitely believe my words, but I already have evidence in my hands." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "What evidence?" "Let me see," Yi Tian secretly said. "Don't worry, when the time is up, you will naturally see it. Please believe me, if I really wanted to harm you, with my means, would have already made you disappear from the world in the Hall of the Exalted." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Tian fell silent. Indeed. Back then in the Hall of the Exalted, he trusted Qin Feiyang very much and didn't have any vigilance. Therefore, if Qin Feiyang wanted to harm him, it would be easy and wouldn't wait until now. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Tian carried the woman in green and followed Qin Feiyang to Sky Cloud Island. At the same time, the little rabbit waved its claws and the 5 floating islands immediately sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. "Boy, where's the surprise?" When Qin Feiyang landed on the island, the little rabbit immediately asked curiously. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang chuckled and appeared in the Devil's Land with Madman, Yi Tian, the woman in green, and the fire dragon. "This is?" Yi Tian looked surprised. "This is my Black Tortoise realm, an independent small world." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. An independent small world? Yi Tian's eyes were dull. Lord Ruler, we are here. Pai Lupi's voice came from below. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw Pai Lupi and Theta Wang standing in the medicine field below, waving at him. Qin Feiyang smiled, landed in front of the two, and asked, "Where's the wine?" "Below." Pai Lupi pointed to the ground. "Below?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes." Pai Lupi nodded. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and sank into the ground. He immediately saw 100 wine jars piled up between the spirit vein and the crystal vein. Each of the wine jars was made of peerless jade. Under the nourishment of the spirit vein and the crystal vein, they became crystal clear and sparkling. With a thought, a wine jar immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. This is a method that those wine masters jointly researched. Placing the wine between the spirit vein and the crystal vein can greatly improve the quality of the wine. Especially in the Devil's Land, the number of spirit veins and crystal veins and the quality are far superior to other places, so the effect is better. Moreover, the materials used to brew this wine are basically aged flowers and fruits, and a lot of herbs are added. These herbs are all found in this medicine field. You also know that most of the herbs here are more than 100 million years old, and the extracted essence is purer. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang explained one by one. "Stop talking." Qin Feiyang interrupted the two and said with a smile, "I don't know anything about wine brewing. No matter how much you explain, I don't understand. Let me see the result. Then open it quickly, we are also looking forward to it." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang stared at the wine jar. "Is this the wine you found someone to brew?" Frenzy ran down and looked at the wine jar suspiciously. "Yes." The two nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the sealed lid. A translucent dragon shadow immediately rushed out of the wine jar. "What is that?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Only after taking a closer look did he realize that the dragon's shadow was formed by the wine. Wine turned into a dragon? It was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. Wine turned into a dragon. Lord Ruler, this is the phenomenon of the birth of the divine wine. But Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were excited. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "We didn't know at first, but we heard from the wine masters that the phenomenon of the divine wine is the wine turning into a dragon. In other words, without this phenomenon, no matter how good the wine is, it can't be called a divine wine." Pai Lupi explained. "So it's like that." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Then they smelled a rich wine aroma that they had never smelled before. Not only did the wine smell have a bit of the fragrance of flowers, it also had a bit of the fragrance of fruits. Just by smelling it, they could not help but be intoxicated. "What wine is this?" Yi Tian, the fire dragon, and the other two beasts smelled the wine and ran down one after another. "It smells so good. This emperor has drunk a lot of good wine, but none of them can compare to this wine." The black dragon and the fire one lay next to the wine jar and sniffed hard, drooling. Not to mention these two drunkards, even Qin Feiyang, who never liked to drink, couldn't help but salivate when he smelled the wine fragrance. Looking at the wine in the wine jar, it was like a nectar, emitting a hazy crystal light. "No, this emperor can't help it." The black dragon roared, and its whole head directly burrowed into the wine jar, gulping down the wine. Now, it was 1/2 a meter long, and its little head was about the size of a small egg. The wine jar was comparable to a wash basin, so not to mention its little head, even its whole body could fit in. Chapter 3257. Old Black, don't finish it. Leave some for me. Seeing this, Fire One hurriedly roared. It also stuck its little head into the wine jar and drank wildly. "Me too." The fire dragon also immediately went in. Not long after, the whole jar of wine was drunk by the three beasts. Then they lay next to the wine jar, their faces full of intoxication. "It's finished." Madman looked at the empty jar and his face suddenly turned black. "I haven't tasted it yet, can't you leave a mouthful? Yi Tian also swallowed his saliva. He was not a person who liked to drink, but at this moment, he couldn't help but salivate. Wine aroma, where did this wine come from, suddenly? Accompanied by a low voice, the five-clawed golden dragon also followed the wine aroma to find it. When he walked to the side of Qin Feiyang and the others and saw the empty wine jar, he was stunned. Then, he leaned forward and sniffed it. His eyes lit up as he nodded and said, "This is the smell. Another drunkard is here." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "Qin Feiyang, where did this wine come from? Is there more?" The five-clawed golden dragon immediately looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, for more wine jars came out from the ground. The five-clawed golden dragon immediately rushed forward and opened the sealed lid. Another dragon's shadow formed by the smell of alcohol rushed out from inside. "This is Wine Chi Dragon. A real divine wine." The five-clawed golden dragon suddenly became excited. Holding the wine jar, it raised its head and drank wildly. Awesome! It had never tasted such delicious wine. What immortal wine, heavenly mountain dew, they were all trash. Madman was not careless. He also held a wine jar and tasted it. "Brother Yi, do you want to try it too?" Qin Feiyang opened a wine jar and looked at Yi Tian with a smile. "All right, give it a try." Yi Tian glanced at Qin Feiyang and gently put down the green-robed woman. Then, he took out a teacup from his interspatial ring and used it as a wine cup. After taking a sip, an intoxicated look appeared on his face. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang curiously took out a teacup and used it as a wine glass. Because he and Yi Tian were both tea lovers, they would definitely carry teacups with them, but wine cups were almost impossible to find. After tasting it, he felt as if he was floating in the air. Not bad indeed. Even though he didn't drink, he couldn't help but want to drink a few more mouthfuls. At this moment, the black dragon and the other two beasts glanced at the unopened jar of wine and swallowed their saliva. "That's enough. Don't be too greedy. We've already drunk a jar." Qin Feiyang glared at the three beasts. "This isn't fair." "That's right. Look at the five-clawed golden dragon and frenzied one jar each. Even you and Yi Tian share one jar, but the three of us only drink one jar. Isn't this differential treatment? No matter what, we should each have a jar like frenzied one and the others, right?" The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang discontentedly. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He glanced at the wine jar in front of him and said to Yi Tian, "Brother Yi, why don't you give them some?" Yi Tian glanced at the three beasts, shook his head and smiled. "Take it, I'll just taste it." "Thank you." The three beasts immediately got up and rushed to the wine jar. Qin Feiyang put away the teacup and looked at Pai Lupi and said, "Arrange a place for Brother Yi and the others to stay." "Just in the Devil's Land?" the two asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Got it." The two responded, then looked at the wine jar in everyone's hands and asked, "Are you satisfied with this wine?" "Very satisfied." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Finally, they completed their task perfectly. "Then, Lord Sovereign, why don't you give this wine a name? Since it's a divine brew, it must have a name." The two laughed. "Name?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, then shook his head. "The name is not important, you can just pick one." "How about this? This wine is produced in the Devil's Land, we'll call it the Devil's Wine." Frenzied one interjected. "Devil's Wine?" Pai Lupi and Yi Tian's lips twitched hearing this. Wasn't this a little too casual? Not to mention, this was a divine brew, how could they call it the Devil's Wine? In my opinion, this wine should be called the Black Tortoise Divine Brew, because only our Black Tortoise world has it. The five-clawed golden dragon pondered for a moment and said, "Black Tortoise Divine Brew?" Pai Lupi and Yi Tian were stunned. This name sounded pretty good, but it still lacked a little flavor. Alright, there's no need to fuss over a name, let's call it the Black Tortoise Divine Brew. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then looked at Pai Lupi and Theta Wang, saying, "Come over here." The two followed Qin Feiyang to the side. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two of them, saying in a low voice, "You've worked hard this time, but I don't know what reward I should give you. After all, the door to your potential has been opened, you have everything you need. It's fine. You've been so good to us, if we want to reward you for such a small matter, are we still human?" The two of them quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang smiled, "In short, I'm thankful. Also, the contribution of those master brewers cannot be forgotten. Find some time to give them some pills that can open the door to their potential." Okay. The two of them nodded, then asked, "Then, should we continue to brew the Black Tortoise Divine Brew?" "Of course. Although I don't like to drink, look at these few drunkards. Is the 100 jars enough for them?" Qin Feiyang pointed at the 5-clawed golden dragon, the madman, and the fire dragon. "That's true." The two of them looked at the madman and the others and smiled bitterly. "Of course, if possible, we can ask those master brewers to improve the quality of the Black Tortoise Divine Brew." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "This problem should be easy to solve. Although we don't know how to brew wine, we still know that wine tastes better the longer it's stored. Look, it's only been 3,000 years since we put the wine underground. If it's this good in 3,000 years, 300,000 years, or even 3 million years, the quality will definitely increase by several levels." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang said. "In any case, it's up to you. You can take any of the herbs in the herb field. However, don't just take them and not cultivate them. After all, no matter how many herbs there will be a day when they are used up." Qin Feiyang said. "We know this, don't worry." The two of them smiled faintly. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and hugged the unopened Black Tortoise Divine Brew. He looked at the madman and smiled, "Senior brother, let's go and give that little rabbit a surprise." The madman grinned and walked to Qin Feiyang's side with the unfinished wine jar. Whoosh! Immediately, the two of them disappeared from the Black Tortoise world. "Young Master Yi Tian, please follow us." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang also walked to Yi Tian and smiled. Okay. Yi Tian carried the green-clothed girl and followed Pai Lupi and Theta Wang to the courtyard beside the ancient castle. He looked around. Is this the legendary Black Tortoise world? Others thought that it was just a spatial divine object, but they didn't know that it was an independent world. Outside. Because of the time array, only a moment had passed outside. When Qin Feiyang and the madman appeared, the smell of wine entered the little rabbit's nose. The little rabbit looked at the wine jar in the madman's hand in surprise. Hee hee. The madman smiled proudly and placed the wine jar in front of the little rabbit. "Uncle Rabbit, smell it." The little rabbit sniffed hard and its eyes couldn't help but shine. "This is mine." Seeing that the little rabbit was about to snatch it, the madman quickly took a few steps back and smiled sinisterly. "Stinky brat, such a good wine, you actually didn't give it to Uncle Rabbit. Are you looking for death?" The little rabbit suddenly stood up and threw the wine jar in its hand and angrily charged at the madman. Don't. The madman quickly waved his hand and smiled flatteringly. "How could we forget Uncle Rabbit? Didn't we already send it to you?" The madman patted the wine jar in Qin Feiyang's hand. The little rabbit's eyes turned and landed on the wine jar in Qin Feiyang's hand. Qin Feiyang smiled and offered the wine jar with both hands. "This wine is the same as your wine?" The little rabbit glanced at the two wine jars and asked the madman. "I guarantee it's the same. If it's not, just kill me. I won't fight back." The madman said. "If Uncle Rabbit really wants to kill you, do you have a chance to fight back?" The little rabbit rolled its eyes and impatiently snatched the wine jar in Qin Feiyang's hand. Then, with a wave of its little paw, the lid was opened and a dragon roared out. Wine Chi Dragon. The little rabbit's eyes trembled. Those who loved to drink knew that in many big restaurants, there were all kinds of divine wine, but none of them were real divine wine. It was just a gimmick. And the wine in front of them was without a doubt a real divine wine. Immediately after, the little rabbit hugged the wine jar and took a sip. Refreshing. The taste of this wine is simply amazing. Kid, what wine is this? It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Black Tortoise Divine Wine. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Black Tortoise Divine Wine, the little rabbit pondered for a moment and said suspiciously, Uncle Rabbit has never heard of this divine wine in the sky cloud realm? Could it be that you brought it from the lower realm? Bastard, why didn't you give it to Uncle Rabbit last time? Do you think Uncle Rabbit is a fool? Don't be angry. This Black Tortoise Divine Wine was specially brewed for you. It has just been successfully brewed. Isn't that right? The moment it was brewed, I took it out for you to taste. Am I not good enough for you? Qin Feiyang said with grievance. So it's like this. Then Uncle Rabbit has wronged you. The little rabbit smiled embarrassedly. Uncle Rabbit, what do you think of this Black Tortoise Divine Wine? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. It's the best in the world. How much do you have? Uncle Rabbit will take as much as you have. If you need any help in the future, just say the word and Uncle Rabbit will not refuse. The little rabbit said solemnly. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and smiled. They were waiting for this sentence. Chapter 32:58. The madman was overjoyed, but on the surface, he angrily said, What are you talking about? You're looking down on us. We're brothers, and since we're brothers, of course we have to share everything. Yes, yes, yes. It's Uncle Rabbit's fault, you are too polite. The little rabbit nodded repeatedly. That's right. Madman twisted the wine jug and smiled mischievously. Come, come, let's have a drink. Let's have a drink, let's have a drink. The little rabbit laughed and the two clinked their wine jugs before raising their heads to drink. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Drinking wine was like drinking water, wasn't it uncomfortable? After the little rabbit finished drinking, it licked its lips and asked Qin Feiyang, Aren't you going to drink? I just tasted it. Qin Feiyang smiled. You just want to taste this divine brew? I can tell with one look that you are boring. This little madman is more to Uncle Rabbit's taste. The little rabbit shook its head and looked at Madman with a grin. Little madman, let's have another drink. Okay. Madman chuckled and looked at Qin Feiyang proudly, as if saying, Did you see that? Drinking wine is the shortcut to getting close. One man and one rabbit drank happily, but soon the wine jug was empty. You haven't answered Uncle Rabbit's question directly, right? How much of this Black Tortoise Divine Brew is left? The little rabbit looked at the wine jug. There was only a little left. There is definitely more, Qin Feiyang nodded, but his expression became a little awkward. What? The little rabbit looked at him suspiciously. I said earlier that this was just brewed, and it's a new recipe, a new variety. You love to drink so much, so you must know that to brew such a divine brew, not only does it take time, it also takes a long time. So, I don't have much here, a total of 10 jugs. Now that the two of you have drunk 1 jug each, there are only 8 left. There was a good saying, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If he took out 100 jugs at once, what value would it have? So little. The little rabbit looked disappointed. It can't be helped. After all, it's a divine brew. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. That makes sense. It's not easy to brew divine wine. Alright, give the remaining 8 jars to Uncle Rabbit. Uncle Rabbit will drink it sparingly. When these 8 jars are finished, I reckon you will have brewed the next batch. Little Rabbit said. Alright. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation, taking out 8 jugs of Black Tortoise Divine Brew and placing them in front of the little rabbit. These are all priceless treasures. The little rabbit's eyes lit up. The madman rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle, "Lord Rabbit, you look so happy today. Why don't we become sworn brothers?" Become sworn brothers? The little rabbit was taken aback. Qin Feiyang also had a look of astonishment on his face. This guy really knew how to cause trouble. He even brought up the topic of becoming sworn brothers. That's right. The madman moved closer to the little rabbit's ear and said in a low voice, "Lord Rabbit, you don't know how stingy old Qin is. Normally, he won't even be willing to pluck a single strand of hair. But if we become sworn brothers, then when you ask him for black tortoise divine brew in the future, won't he be embarrassed to not give it to you? So it's like that." The little rabbit suddenly understood. He sized up Qin Feiyang seriously and then said suspiciously, "That's not right. Didn't he give me so much immortal wine last time? He had no choice last time. If he didn't give it to you, would you have let him go? Besides, can the immortal wine compare to this black tortoise divine brew?" The madman smiled slyly. "That's true." The little rabbit nodded. "What are you guys mumbling about?" Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. "Nothing, nothing." The madman waved his hand and laughed. "Lord Rabbit, what do you think of my idea?" "Not bad." The little rabbit thought about it and nodded with a laugh. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then, Qin Feiyang, let's swear a blood oath today and become sworn brothers." "What the hell?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It actually agreed? What did the madman say to it? "What? You're not willing?" The little rabbit frowned. No, it's my honor." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. "Then it's settled." The little rabbit waved its paw and opened a jar of black tortoise divine brew. Then, it cut its paw and dripped a drop of blood in. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang, who was still standing there, and secretly said, "Hurry up." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Why did he feel that it was a little childish? However, he still cut his wrist and dripped some blood in the wine. "Then let's start now. Today, the three of us swear a blood oath and become sworn brothers. From now on, we will rely on each other in life and death, rely on each other in fortune and misfortune, and support each other in adversity. We don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month." The madman knelt on the ground and roared at the sky. "You're really enthusiastic." Qin Feiyang was speechless. He did as he was told and recited it once. "I say, this. Relying on each other in life and death, relying on each other in fortune and misfortune, there's no problem. However, we don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month. Isn't this Lord Rabbit a little at a disadvantage?" The little rabbit looked at the two of them. "What disadvantage do you have? The two of us are younger than you. The real disadvantage is us." The madman pouted. "Come on, with Lord Rabbit's strength and status, who dares to touch Lord Rabbit? I'm not bragging. It's hard for Lord Rabbit to die even if I want to. But the two of you, with your little cultivation, you might suddenly die one day." The little rabbit coldly snorted. "Are you interested? You still say old Qin is boring. I think you're the boring one. Moreover, with our talents, being your brothers wouldn't be a disgrace to you, would it?" The madman said angrily. "Your talent?" The little rabbit pondered for a moment and nodded. "It's indeed not a disgrace to Lord Rabbit. All right, let's swear a blood oath. Relying on each other in life and death, relying on each other in fortune and misfortune, supporting each other in fortune and misfortune. We don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month. That's more like it. Let us finish this divine wine and we'll be brothers from now on." The madman laughed and picked up the wine jar. Just as he was about to put it to his mouth, he suddenly grinned and handed it to the little rabbit. He chuckled. "Big brother, you first. At least you still know the rules." The little rabbit rolled its eyes at him and took the wine jar and drank it. From the looks of it, it was planning to finish it in one go. The madman hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, leave some for us." The little rabbit turned a deaf ear. When there was only a little left, it threw the wine jar to the madman in satisfaction. "Damn, this isn't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." The madman took the wine jar and saw that there was only one mouthful left. His face was gloomy. "If you don't want to drink, give it back to Lord Rabbit." The little rabbit raised its paw and was about to snatch it back. The madman hurriedly took 2 steps back and drank the rest. Then he threw it to Qin Feiyang. "There's still a little left, don't waste it." Qin Feiyang took the wine jar with a bitter smile on his face. There really was only a little left, probably only 2 or 3 drops. All right. This saved him a lot of trouble. He raised his head and waited for a long time before the 2 or 3 drops fell into his mouth. "Now we're brothers." The madman chuckled and looked at the little rabbit. "Without a doubt, you're definitely the big brother. And I'm much older than old Qin, so I'll be the second. Old Qin, you're the youngest, so you'll be the third." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Big brother, since we're sworn brothers, shouldn't you prepare some gifts for us 2 brothers?" The madman started to take advantage of them. The little rabbit was stunned and looked at the madman strangely. "Why do I feel like I've been tricked by you?" "Big brother, what are you saying? We're brothers and we're sincere. Why would we trick you? Look, although the 2 of us are quite talented, our current cultivation is too weak. What if we get beaten up one day? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to you, big brother? So, what I mean is, give us a few divine items for us to protect ourselves. Don't worry, we'll work hard and not embarrass you." Madman first had a sad and melancholy look, then he patted his chest as if he was making a solemn vow. Now, there was only one word to describe him: I can't help but feel pity for him. That's true. It doesn't matter if you get beaten up, but Uncle Rabbit can't afford to lose face. The little rabbit nodded. That's right. We won't be greedy, just give us 100 or so supreme divine items. The madman chuckled. When Qin Feiyang heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. 100 or so supreme divine items? This guy actually dared to ask. Black lines appeared on the little rabbit's forehead. This bastard brat, he really wanted to slap him. He said indifferently, "Not to mention 100 or so, even if it's just 1, Uncle Rabbit won't give it to you." "Big brother, you can't be like this, we're brothers." The madman immediately howled with a sad face. "Stop, stop." The little rabbit hurriedly waved his paw and said angrily, "Can you let me finish?" The madman was slightly stunned and nodded. Okay. 1 or 2 supreme divine items are enough. Too many won't be of any use. After all, the main point of the ruler realm is the comprehension of the laws. The little rabbit said. "Big brother, are you planning to give us a few inheritance of the power of laws?" The madman looked at the little rabbit in surprise. Before the little rabbit could speak, he said with snot and tears, "You're indeed my biological brother, so generous. Big brother, thank you. Scram. The little rabbit's face was dark as he slapped with his paw. The madman immediately screamed and flew out like a kite with a broken string. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Since when did this little lunatic become so extreme? I realize that I've really been dragged onto the pirate ship by you guys. The little rabbit glanced at Qin Feiyang in anger. Cough. Big brother, even if it's a pirate ship, you've already boarded it. It's easy to get on the ship, but it's hard to get off. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right, it's me, Uncle Rabbit, who was too naive to get into trouble with you too. The little rabbit sighed helplessly. At this time, the madman ran back and chuckled. Big brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Hitting is flirting and scolding is love. If you hit me, it means that you love me. Where did you see me blaming myself? The little rabbit's veins suddenly bulged as he roared angrily. Love you? Can you be more mushy? Chapter 32:59. Big brother, don't hide it. We won't laugh at you. Brothers should love each other. Madman was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Little Rabbit was speechless. Just how stupid was he to become sworn brothers with this brat? Enough. The little rabbit sighed helplessly. She looked at the two of them and said, "You have to rely on your own power of laws. Outsiders can't help you. As for the supreme level heaven-defying divine item, although I won't give it to you, I can upgrade your original legendary level heaven-defying divine arts to supreme level heaven-defying divine arts." Really? Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. In fact, doing this was no different from giving them a supreme level heaven-defying divine art. And there's no need to get so many techniques. Your space-time steps, Little Rabbit looked at Madman and said, and your Spectre Ghost steps, they're actually quite strong. Since Big Brother has already said so, that's fine. However, can you help us upgrade the other deity arts to supreme grade? Madman's eyes shone. If he could upgrade the Blood Demon art to supreme level, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and devils? Ordinary techniques? Little Rabbit asked. And Madman nodded. Do you think Uncle Rabbit is very free? Little Rabbit glared at Madman and said, I will only help you upgrade 2 legendary level techniques. You can choose. Is there a need to choose? It must be space-time steps and 7 killing sword art. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Because he only had 2 legendary level techniques. As for the return, move, and battle arts, he could upgrade them himself. He didn't need anyone's help. In that case, I will also choose Spectre Ghost Steps and 5 Law Divine Seal. Madman thought for a moment and said. 5 Law Divine Seal? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is the legendary level technique that the Hall of Famers gave me. Madman said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang nodded. Little Rabbit waved her hand and 4 jade slips appeared. She said, engrave the 4 techniques on them. All right. The 2 of them took the jade slips and quickly finished recording. Give me a moment. The little rabbit collected the remaining 7 jars of black tortoise divine brew and disappeared into the mountain below with the 4 jade slips. Old Qin, don't you think it's strange? Wouldn't it have just given us 2 supreme level heaven-defying techniques? Why did it have to go through so much trouble? Madman frowned. Although he didn't know how to improve it, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to improve a legendary level heaven-defying divine art to a supreme level heaven-defying divine art. Maybe it doesn't have any ready-made ones. After all, it's so strong. A divine art like this might not be able to catch its eye. Or maybe there are other reasons. Anyway, it has its own plans. We just have to follow its plans. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, how about you? How did you convince it to become sworn brothers with us? Madman chuckled and secretly explained the situation. I'm petty. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he glared at the madman. He actually slandered him behind his back. If he was a petty person, then there was no generous person in this world. Isn't this for our future? Look, now that we've become sworn brothers with it, not to mention other places, just in the heavenly cloud ocean, who dares to provoke us? Madman snickered. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He frowned and said, do you think it's the heavenly cloud ocean's beast god? It? Madman was stunned and shook his head. I really didn't think about this. After thinking for a while, the madman said, actually, it might really be it. Forget it, let's not think about it. If it really is the beast god, then it will naturally be of great benefit to us. Even if it isn't, I think it must have a deep relationship with the beast god of the heavenly cloud ocean. In short, being on good terms with it, we won't lose out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yes, that's the reason. Madman nodded. Wang. Suddenly, the void in front of them split open, and a space-time teleportation channel opened. Qin Feiyang and Madman immediately raised their heads and saw 3 figures walking out one after another. Madman was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are they back again? And they even invited the hall master?" "That's right. These three people were the Demon Hall's hall master, Elder Hua, and Chu Yun. I was the one who asked them to come." Qin Feiyang was still quite touched. Before Elder Hua and Madman left, he said that this matter might not be over and he needed their help. The two of them understood and brought their disciples back without saying a word. However, they didn't expect that when they came again, they would bring the hall master with them. He hurriedly went up and cupped his hands. "Thank you." Elder Hua waved his hand, glanced at the surrounding sea, and asked, "Where's the vice leader?" "After you left, he also went back," Qin Feiyang said. "Since he went back, then there's no need for us to stay here, right?" Chu Yun frowned. "No. He'll definitely come looking for me." Qin Feiyang shook his head, then scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed as he sent a voice transmission, "Use your divine sense to check if there's anyone else hiding nearby." Hearing this, Elder Hua immediately released his divine sense, which instantly enveloped the surroundings. "There's someone." Immediately, a cold light flashed in Elder Hua's eyes, and the time law surged out, surging towards the void on the left. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, quick! There's really someone?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He was just in case, but he didn't expect that there would really be someone hiding in the dark spying on them. As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, Chu Yun immediately began to use the time and space law. In an instant, she descended into the distant sea and threw a punch into the void. Accompanied by a cracking sound, pieces of gravel appeared from the void and flew all over the sky. Following that, a middle-aged man rolled out in a sorry state. "It's him." Qin Feiyang frowned. This middle-aged man was the one who brought the Black Wing Emperor here. "How dare you spy on my disciple? You're really courting death." Elder Hua also charged over. The time law surged out, and the void around the middle-aged man immediately entered a state of stillness. This was the profundity of the time law, time stillness. At the same time, Chu Yun also charged towards the middle-aged man from the other side. "Keep him alive. I want to read his memory," Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, the power of 6 laws rushed out of the middle-aged man's body and broke the time stillness. Then, he turned around and fled. "I've already come here personally, and you still want to escape?" The Demon Hall Master snorted coldly and personally attacked, taking a step forward. In the face of the 3 great leaders of the Demon Hall, the middle-aged man decisively gave up on escaping. He glanced at the 3 of them, and a destructive aura suddenly erupted from his body. In the next instant, his physical body exploded in the void. Self-destruction? The Demon Hall Master raised his eyebrows, and the sovereign divine weapon appeared. Divine power enveloped the surroundings, and in an instant, it forcefully suppressed the fluctuations of the middle-aged man's self-destruction. "I didn't expect him to self-destruct." Elder Hua retreated to Qin Feiyang's side and couldn't help but frown. Sigh. Qin Feiyang also looked disappointed. If they could capture this person alive, they would be able to find out the situation of the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor from his memories, as well as where they were imprisoned. This way, it would be easier to rescue them. Next, Chu Yun released her divine sense and searched the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, she turned around and returned. The Demon Hall Master also put away the sovereign divine weapon and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "This person's death is equivalent to alerting the enemy. I don't think the deputy leader will take any further action in the short term, right?" "No. This person died near Sky Cloud Island. Even if the Blood Hall suspects something, they will only suspect that my brother killed him. They won't suspect you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Brother?" The 3 of them were stunned. Previously, Senior Brother Feng Zi, Little Rabbit, and I swore a blood oath and became sworn brothers. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The 3 of them were stunned. This little rabbit would actually do such a childish thing? As for why Big Brother killed this person, there shouldn't be a reason. After all, he came here to spy on us, which is equivalent to spying on Sky Cloud Island. With Big Brother's personality, would he let him go? Therefore, they will at most hesitate for a while, but in the end, they will still make a move on me because they don't have much time left. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Little Foam Z has already stepped into the initial sovereign stage, and you have already stepped into the initial sovereign stage. If we let you continue to grow, it will be even harder to get rid of you in the future. Then let's wait for the deputy leader to deliver himself to us. Elder Hua chuckled. Qin Feiyang, I have a question that I don't understand. Chu Yun suddenly spoke. What question? Qin Feiyang looked at her in confusion. Since you have evidence of the deputy leader in your hands, why don't you tell him directly? Chu Yun asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and sighed, this is also a selfish thing of mine. You will understand when the time comes. All right. Chu Yun nodded. Then now, I will invite the three of you to the Black Tortoise Realm to play. Qin Feiyang smiled. I heard from Elder Hua that the Black Tortoise Realm is very magical. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Chu Yun's eyes were filled with curiosity. There's nothing magical about it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, then sent the three of them to the Black Tortoise Realm. He then sent a voice transmission to the Mermaid Princess, asking her to come out of seclusion and personally receive the three of them. After all, they were invited guests, so they naturally had to be treated with the highest courtesy. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding sea and returned to Sky Cloud Island. What a pity. However, I admire this person's ruthlessness. With such a powerful cultivation, he actually self-destructed without hesitation. Madman shook his head. Elder Hua and the other two giants, plus the sovereign divine weapon. With such a lineup, he has no way to survive. Speaking of which, he made a wise decision. Because he self-destructed, we won't be able to find out the situation of the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor from his memories. Qin Feiyang said. When Madman heard this, he was silent for a while before asking, after dealing with the deputy leader, are we going to the Western continent? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked towards the west. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he nodded and said, it is indeed time to go. Moreover, this time, we will not leave the Western continent until we destroy the Blood Hall. When Madman heard this, he laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with anticipation, and of course, there was also a trace of killing intent.